Chapter 2942. I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare yourself. Duan Lingtian did not respond to Huang Jialong's question. Instead, he gave Huang Jialong time to prepare himself. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the golden Buddha silhouette that was fading away began to solidify again as he continued to infuse his celestial origin energy into it. After this attack, the celestial origin energy and soul enhancement granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon will be almost depleted. However, the battle between me and Huang Jialong is enough to deter all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from challenging me again. The reason Duan Lingtian had said he would let Huang Jialong make 2 moves and defeat him in 1 move was because he wanted to intimidate the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he exhausted the energy granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if his strength was depleted to a certain extent, he was not worried that he would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Jialong's expression turned even more solemn. At the same time, he brandished his king-grade celestial weapon, the spear in his hand. A golden light that resembled a dragon wrapped around the spear and shot toward his body. A few moments later, Huang Jialong's entire body was shrouded by the golden light as though a golden eggshell had enveloped him. In the next moment, tiny red lightning bolts appeared around the golden eggshell, causing the eggshell to solidify. At this moment, Huang Jialong was going all out. He was prepared to defend himself with all his might and counterattack to counter Duan Lingtian's attack. At this moment, the time of 3 breaths had passed. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as Duan Lingtian bent his legs and shook the ground. His celestial origin energy also caused cracks to appear on the ground. At the same time, Duan Lingtian flew out and charged toward Huang Jialong. Golden light shone in the sky as purple energy surged. The golden Buddha silhouette followed closely behind Huang Jialong. At the same time, the vortex in the golden Buddha silhouette continued to spin, devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Swoosh! Swoosh! The staff in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and suddenly, a bright purple gold light burst out from it, mixing with the staff's own profound light, bright and dazzling. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's golden Buddha shadow also moved, condensing a long rod out of thin air in his hand. In the next moment, the staff in Duan Lingtian's hand rose and fell. Boom! Rumble! As the staff in Duan Lingtian's hand rose and fell, the staff condensed by the purple gold light in the golden Buddha's hand also rose and fell, causing the entire void to tremble. Good! Although Duan Lingtian's attack was fierce and seemingly invincible, Huang Jialong was not the slightest bit afraid. The spear in his hand burst forth and resolutely met Duan Lingtian's attack. Whoosh! 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 Huang Jialong no longer used offensive celestial methods, divine abilities, and assistive divine abilities like he did when he attacked Duan Lingtian earlier. Now, he was using an assistive celestial method that he had comprehended. This assistive celestial method was also a Duke-grade celestial method. Although he had not completely mastered it, it was still powerful. Naturally, the power he was referring to was not the actual power. It was well known that assistive celestial methods could not increase one's strength. Most of them relied on the celestial origin energy. At this moment, Huang Jialong's spear trembled, and a rain of spears appeared in front of him. The rain of spears shot toward Duan Lingtian like a rain of arrows. It was as though the rain of spears was about to melt everything, including Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change in the face of Huang Jialong's attack. The long rod in his hand continued to vibrate violently in the air. The golden Buddha silhouette that rose from Duan Lingtian's body was also moving in sync with Duan Lingtian's movements. Every time the rod rose and fell, it seemed as though heaven and earth would tremble under the might of the rod. A purplish gold light shone on Duan Lingtian's long rod, resembling a purple dragon and a golden dragon. Let's end this. As soon as Duan Lingtian's long rod collided with Huang Jialong's attack, he slightly increased the strength of his long rod. His celestial origin energy surged again, and its strength was comparable to that of a one basic celestial duke. With this increase in strength, Duan Lingtian's attack became even stronger. Bang! When Duan Lingtian's long rod collided with Huang Jialong's long rod, it was as though Mars had collided with Earth. The void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. The long rod in Duan Lingtian's hand continued to shine brightly. Even the golden Buddha silhouette that rose from his body seemed to grow stronger as the battle progressed. On the other hand, Huang Jialong's spear rain was instantly destroyed by Duan Lingtian's rod. It was as though the stars were destroyed by the moon. Apart from that, Huang Jialong's defense crumbled like a piece of paper under Duan Lingtian's attack. Boom! 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 Terrifying sounds of air exploding rang out and spread out. There were also waves of rolling air waves that were like a flood breaking through a dam. Poof! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Jialong was engulfed by the rolling waves of qi. In an instant, he was sent flying out of the light pillar above the fighting ring like an arrow leaving the bow. Swoosh! After Huang Jialong was sent flying out of the light pillar, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Huang Jialong's father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, "Thank you for showing mercy, little brother Duan." As a 10-direction celestial duke, although he could not see that Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength, he knew he was a one basic celestial duke. However, he could see that Duan Lingtian had withdrawn most of his strength at the very last moment. Otherwise, his son would have died. My son is already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and his celestial methods and divine abilities are extraordinary. However, he still ended up like this. Who is he? Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Whoosh! At the same time, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Many of them were so shocked that they rose to their feet. Heavens! Huang Jialong was defeated by him with just one move. The strength of his attack is close to that of a one basic celestial duke who has mastered the same celestial method and divine ability. He's too powerful. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to exist in the supporting Fall Nation. Even the fourth prince, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the supporting Fall Nation, is no match for him. He's not even 100 years old, but he possesses 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, he's so strong. His background must be extraordinary. Even if he's just a sectless cultivator, he must have a powerful backer. Apart from Lu Guanglin, many one basic celestial dukes were shocked by Duan Lingtian's defeat of Huang Jialong with just a single move. These one basic celestial dukes did not master any powerful celestial methods or divine abilities. Therefore, they were certain their attacks were not as powerful as Duan Lingtian's attack. I'm not as good as him. Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, sighed. A monster. Hu Linyi's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's easy for such a monstrous genius to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm alive. Since he's participating in the Southern Heaven combat, it means he intends to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. He must be a descendant of a powerful sectless cultivator who wants him to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. If such a monstrous genius leaves the supporting Fall Nation and joins one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, I'll definitely be rewarded handsomely. When Hu Linyi thought about this, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, in another place. What? He defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City, with just a single move? Huang Jialong is widely acknowledged as the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation, right? When the middle-aged man who was about to attend the Southern Heaven combat received the 3rd communication celestial talisman from his sister, Imperial concubine Lan, his expression changed drastically. Brother, I'm sorry I can't avenge Hao. Even if I tell His Majesty that he killed Hao. I'm afraid His Majesty won't avenge Hao. With Duan Ling Tian's background, I'm afraid even His Majesty has to be wary of him. Moreover, His Majesty treats Duan Ling Tian like a treasure. I'm sure Duan Ling Tian will benefit His Majesty greatly after he leaves the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Brother, just give up. Upon hearing Imperial Concubine Lan's words, the middle-aged man who was the father of the ugly young man who was killed by Duan Ling Tian outside the capital of the supporting Fall Nation trembled violently. No. No. This is impossible. I can't give up. I can't give up. I've given up on my cultivation to find Hao Er's murderer. He must die. He must die. The middle-aged man muttered to himself in a frenzy. His eyes were bloodshot as the flames of hatred burned fiercely in them. In the venue of the Southern Heaven combat. After Duan Ling Tian defeated Huang Jialong with just a single move, the people in the other 8 arenas looked at Duan Ling Tian for a long time before they continued to duel each other. In the next hour, just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, no one dared to challenge him. He had successfully obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The 3 sects and 2 clans in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How exciting! Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself after he returned to the spectator area. He ignored the burning gazes that were directed at him from all directions. Please wait for a moment. Once the content is updated, you will have to refresh the page to get the latest update. NT. Chapter 2943. After Duan Ling Tian won the 2nd place from the supporting Fall Nation to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Southern Heaven combat on the 2nd day became even more intense. Even Huang Jiaqiao, the 5th son of the city governor of Passage City, managed to win a place in the battle ring. Although Huang Jiaqiao was not as strong as Huang Jialong, he was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the 2nd day of the Southern Heaven combat, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jiaqiao, there was another person who won a place to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, this person was a nobody. Most importantly, she was a beautiful woman. She was even more dazzling than He Qian, the young miss of the He clan. Naturally, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the woman was just average. Not to mention Huan he was still inferior to his 2 wives, Ku, Li Fei, and his confidant, Feng Tianwu. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possesses a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, nobody seems to recognize her. It's obvious she's not from the supporting Fall Nation or a sectless cultivator with an extraordinary background. Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly as he watched the woman descending from the combat ring and making her way to the spectator seats after obtaining a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When the woman landed on the spectator's seat, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, saw an old woman sitting next to her. Initially, no one paid any attention to the old woman. The old woman, who was sitting next to the young woman, immediately attracted the attention of many people when they saw her winning a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from the supporting Fall Nation. A1 basic celestial king? When the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation extended his divine consciousness and probed the old woman's cultivation base, he immediately discovered the old woman's cultivation base. The old woman was a 1 basic celestial king. Since the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was a 2-form celestial king, the old woman only frowned slightly when she sensed his divine consciousness. She did not dare to show her displeasure. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was not only a 2-form celestial king, but his battle prowess was comparable to a 3-talent celestial king. Night fell unknowingly. Meanwhile, the day's South Heaven combat came to an end. With this, the Southern Heaven combat on the 2nd day of the Southern Heaven combat had determined the 3 participants who would enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In addition to the Southern Heaven combat the day before, there were 4 participants in total. Currently, there were only 5 spots left for the supporting Fall Nation to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Young Master Duan, since you've obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as a sectless cultivator, you'll be allowed to cultivate in the Origin Gathering Hall of the supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace until you leave for the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as the Southern Heaven combat ended, a eunuch approached Duan Ling Tian under the orders of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Origin Gathering Hall? Although Duan Lingtian had stayed in the imperial palace the night before, he had only been given a temporary residence. Although this was his first time hearing about the Origin Congregation Pill and the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace, he could tell it was a good place to cultivate. "Young Master Duan, are you not from the supporting Fall Nation?" The eunuch was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. "Why do you ask?" Duan Lingtian was curious. Did everyone in the supporting Fall Nation know about the Origin Gathering Hall? The Origin Gathering Hall is the best cultivation place in the supporting Fall Nation apart from the cultivation place of the direct descendants of the imperial family. There are various Origin Gathering formations in the Origin Gathering Hall that connect the direct descendants of the imperial family to the only mediocre celestial crystal vein in the supporting Fall Nation. The eunuch said, "Almost everyone in the supporting Fall Nation knows about the Origin Gathering Hall." As expected. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had guessed correctly. After a while, he brought Lu Guanglin to the Origin Gathering Hall in the Imperial Palace of the supporting Fall Nation. The Elemental Gathering Palace was a palace, and this palace had a vast backyard, and within the backyard, there were many courtyards. Although the courtyards were small, they were well equipped. Apart from 2 rooms, there was a large courtyard with flowers and plants, and a small pond in the courtyard. Apart from that, there was a eunuch and a palace maid standing in front of each courtyard. "This is young Master Duan." After the eunuch who brought Duan Lingtian handed Duan Lingtian over to a eunuch and a palace maid at the entrance of a courtyard, he bid farewell and left. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was led into the courtyard by the palace maid. Upon hearing the palace maid's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. The palace maid was in charge of the matters in the courtyard while the eunuch was in charge of running errands for the people living in the courtyard. Not long after they entered the courtyard, Duan Lingtian sent the palace maid away. At the same time, he greeted Lu Guanglin and said, "Guanglin, I'm going to cultivate for a few days to see if I can break through the bottleneck in one go. If there's nothing important, don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, my lord." Lu Guanglin responded respectfully to Duan Lingtian's instructions. After Duan Lingtian entered the room, he sat cross-legged on the lawn in the courtyard and closed his eyes to cultivate. As he cultivated, he stood guard for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the cultivation environment in the courtyard was not any worse than in the room. After Duan Lingtian entered the room, he casually set up a few simple formations to isolate the heaven and earth spirit energy. Then, he took out the divine crystal that Huan had left behind for him. Dense heaven and earth spirit energy surged out of the divine crystal and filled the room in just a blink of an eye. It was the best cultivation environment for Duan Lingtian. Although the cultivation environment in the Origin Gathering Hall of the supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace was good, it was far inferior to the cultivation environment provided by the divine crystal for Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he did not plan to watch the rest of the Southern Heaven combat. The Southern Heaven combat lasted until the 5th day before it finally came to an end. On the 3rd day of the Southern Heaven combat, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family obtained a spot. Apart from that, a disciple from one of the supporting Fall Nation's sects obtained a spot as well. On the 4th day, Huang Jialong recovered from his injuries and obtained a spot. On the 5th day, the last 2 spots were finally decided. With that, the Southern Heaven combat officially came to an end. Although the Southern Heaven combat had ended, the people in the supporting Fall Nation were still discussing the 9 people who obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Among them, there were even more people discussing Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's performance was so dazzling that he completely overshadowed the other 8 people in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was overshadowed by Duan Lingtian. Even with Duan Lingtian's presence, Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City, is still ranked in the top 3 among the 9 people who obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, there's still a huge gap between his strength and Duan Lingtian's. Huang Jialong's attack was so powerful that it could not even penetrate Duan Lingtian's defense. Only those who were present at the battle could feel how terrifying Duan Lingtian is. That's right. I was there at the battle. Duan Lingtian's defense is indeed terrifying. Not only that, but his attack is also terrifying. He defeated Huang Jialong with just a strike from his staff. Duan Lingtian is too monstrous. I wonder where he came from. He has 2 king-grade celestial weapons. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person. Although the day Duan Lingtian defeated Huang Jialong had passed, 60 to 70% of the people in the supporting Fall Nation's capital were still talking about Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was too dazzling. Naturally, there were also some people who talked about Duan Lingtian. For example, Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was also a dazzling figure. Although he was overshadowed by Duan Lingtian, he was still far ahead of the others. Then, there was Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City. Although he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, nobody thought it was because he was weak. Instead, they thought it was because Duan Lingtian was too strong. There was also Huang Jialong's younger brother, Huang Jiachao. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Hu Ji-yong, and Huang Jialong, his strength was only inferior to 2 other people. One of them was He Qian, the young miss of the He clan, and the other was a woman who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from the supporting Fall Nation. The woman's name was Hu Fian. That woman named Hu Fian is not only prettier than the daughter of the He family, but her strength seems to be even stronger than the daughter of the He family, He Qian. Just like Duan Lingtian, Hu Fian appeared out of nowhere. I've never heard of her before. I heard that the old woman next to her is a celestial king. In a restaurant in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. Duan Lingtian, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation and left the palace, was sitting in a corner of the restaurant with Lu Guanglin. A celestial king? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His first impression of the old woman next to Hu Fian was that she was not a simple person. He did not expect the old woman to be a celestial king. Although he was not certain if this was true. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was certain this was not a baseless rumor. Although there were people talking about Duan Lingtian in the restaurant, most of them had only heard of Duan Lingtian and had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, they were unaware that Duan Lingtian was sitting in a corner of the restaurant. Suddenly, without any warning, the entire restaurant fell silent. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when a flattering voice rang in the air. "Young master, please come in." Chapter 2944. Apart from that, there was a young woman who was dressed seductively standing behind the young man. Although the woman was not as beautiful as Hu Fian, she was not inferior to He Qian, the daughter of the He clan. "It's him." With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the young man. He was none other than Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City who was defeated by him during the Southern Heaven combat. No wonder someone said Huang Jialong is a playboy. It seems like that's true. The woman next to him is obviously not a proper lady. Duan Lingtian glanced at the seductive woman next to Huang Jialong before he retracted his gaze. Huang Jialong noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze when he walked into the restaurant with the seductive woman. Initially, he thought it was just a normal customer. However, when he realized that everyone's gazes were on him except for this particular one, he subconsciously glanced in that direction. His indifferent gaze changed when it landed on Duan Lingtian. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. "I still have something to do. You can leave now." Huang Jialong's eyes lit up. He did not even turn his head as he said indifferently. After that, he left the woman and walked toward Duan Lingtian. The seductive woman initially thought the young master had left her behind because he had found a new lover. However, when she saw the young master was walking toward a handsome purple-clad young man, she could not help but shudder. Could it be that the young master had a change of taste? "My lord, he's coming." Lu Guanglin reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw Huang Jialong walking toward them. Duan Lingtian merely nodded. He had also noticed Huang Jialong, brother Duan. Duan Lingtian had thought that Huang Jialong was only there to greet him, but he soon found out that Huang Jialong sat down directly after he arrived. He even asked the waiter to bring him a wine cup and a set of chopsticks. It was as if he and Duan Lingtian had been friends for many years. There was not the slightest hint of politeness. At the same time, the group of drinkers who had been paying attention to Huang Jialong vaguely guessed the identity of Duan Lingtian when they heard Huang Jialong call him Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan? It seems like the young city governor of Passage City is very polite to him. Is there anyone with the surname Duan in the supporting Fall Nation? Surname Duan, wearing purple clothes. Could this purple-clothed young man be that Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian? The young man who defeated the young city lord of the Passage City with a single move during the South Heaven combat. He's the one who possesses 2 king-grade celestial weapons before he's even 100 years old. He's even stronger than the weakest one basic celestial duke. Many people had guessed Duan Lingtian's identity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had been sitting in a corner, suddenly became the center of attention. Brother Duan, before I met you, I, Huang Jialong, have never admired anyone. Whether it's my father or the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, I'm confident I'll surpass them when I'm at their age. Huang Jialong sat down and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, after meeting you, I finally know what it's like to admire someone. You flatter me, young city governor. I've also heard that you're extremely talented. You're a rare genius in the supporting Fall Nation. If it weren't for your lust for women, I'm afraid you would have surpassed the 4th prince. Duan Lingtian said modestly as he looked at Huang Jialong meaningfully with a smile. Brother Duan, you know about this as well? Huang Jialong rubbed his nose awkwardly. He had never expected that the young genius, whom he had been thoroughly convinced of, would know about this. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Apart from pursuing strength, I, Huang Jialong, only have one hobby, women. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly. He then added, but, although I'm a pervert, I'm not a pervert. I've never used my power to bully or force a woman to be with me. My women always do it willingly. Duan Lingtian, naturally, believed Huang Jialong's words. Although time would reveal a person's true nature, he had lived 2 lives, so he was quite good at judging people. Based on Huang Jialong's righteous expression, he was not a despicable person. If the young city governor is that kind of person, do you think I'd let you sit down and chat with you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. If Huang Jialong was that kind of person, Duan Lingtian would not have sat down and chatted with him. In fact, Duan Lingtian would have acted on behalf of the heavens. Huang Jialong was an easygoing person. As soon as they sat down, he began to chat with Duan Lingtian. As for the content of their conversation, it was all over the place. However, from the beginning until the end, Huang Jialong did not inquire about Duan Lingtian's background. He acted as though he was a longtime friend who was chatting with Duan Lingtian. Huang Jialong was a good conversationalist. He chatted with Duan Lingtian until evening. During this time, Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Huang Jialong. As it turns out, there's a detailed ranking system for the major forces in the Southern Heaven Territory. For example, the top sects in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory are classified as Grade 9 sections. On the other hand, the supporting Fall Nation, which is located at the border of the central area of the Southern Heaven Territory, is classified as a Grade 8 Celestial Kingdom. There are many Grade 9 sects and clans in the supporting Fall Nation. For example, the He clan is a Grade 9 clan. Also, Huang Jialong's family is considered a 9th-rank family. After coming out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive, the 3 sects and 2 clans that Huang Jialong joined are all Grade 7 sects and clans. 7th-rank sects and 7th-rank clans are all forces that possess high-grade celestial crystal veins. High-grade celestial crystal veins can even produce supreme-grade celestial crystals. Apart from that, the 3 sects and 2 clans have a close relationship with the profound Nether Mansion. In fact, they're indirectly subordinate to the profound Nether Mansion. I'm currently in an area governed by the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven Territory. The profound Nether Mansion is also related to one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. The profound Nether Mansion is also a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion. After chatting for an entire afternoon, Duan Lingtian learned a lot from Huang Jialong. Apart from that, he also learned that the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would open in 6 months. Initially, I was close to becoming a one basic celestial duke. However, in order to find a fortuitous encounter in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I decided to focus on comprehending my divine abilities instead of cultivating. Since Huang Jialong had yet to master his assist-type divine abilities, there was still room for improvement before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The highest cultivation base allowed to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Those who were Celestial Dukes or stronger would be barred from entering the lower realm by the formation at the entrance. Brother Duan, it's dark now. Let me send all of you back. We'll talk another time. When night fell, Huang Jialong finally shut his mouth. It's all right. We'll go back by ourselves. Duan Lingtian wanted to decline Huang Jialong's offer, but he could not resist Huang Jialong's enthusiasm. In the end, he could only follow Huang Jialong and the others back to the Imperial Palace. When Duan Lingtian and the others were still a distance away from the Imperial Palace, they entered a deserted street. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 swift sounds of wind flashed out from the shadows without any sign. They were like 2 cheetahs that cut off Duan Lingtian's group of 3's path of advance and retreat in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man who was blocking his path. At this moment, the middle-aged man was looking at him with eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. It was as if there was some kind of deep hatred between them. Duan Lingtian, you killed my son. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. The middle-aged man sneered as he glared at Duan Lingtian. His voice was so cold that it made one feel as though one had fallen into an ice cellar. Me? Killed your son? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. 11 days ago, outside the capital. The middle-aged man sneered. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. So, you're the father of that ugly and twisted man. It seems like he left some clues behind in the communication celestial talisman before he died. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find me. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man calmly. Unknowingly, a hairpin had appeared in his hand. The hairpin was shrouded in a mysterious light, and the 2 flowers at the end of the hairpin were shrouded in a crimson light. However, due to Duan Lingtian's tight grip on the hairpin, the others did not notice it at all. The hairpin was the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that Duan Lingtian had obtained in the borderlands. After using it once, the celestial weapon could be used 2 more times. Although Duan Lingtian did not know the cultivation bases of the middle-aged man and the middle-aged man behind him, he was certain both of them were stronger than Lu Guanglin, the strongest among the 3 of them. Lu Guanglin was only a 1 basic celestial duke. Naturally, his speed was not as fast as the 2 middle-aged men. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to use the hairpin since he felt threatened. You're seeking death. The middle-aged man was enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian had killed his son, and he even dared to say his son was ugly and had a twisted mind. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking and was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian was about to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again. At this moment, a cold voice rang in the air. Chapter 29:45. Huang Jialong glared at the middle-aged man who was blocking Duan Lingtian's path. His expression was cold when he saw the middle-aged man blocking Duan Lingtian's path. You're the one who's seeking death. It was Huang Jialong who shouted coldly. The middle-aged man who was about to make a move was taken aback by Huang Jialong's words. He instinctively turned to look at Huang Jialong. For a moment, the middle-aged man felt that Huang Jialong looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Elder Feng. At the same time, Huang Jialong spoke as though he was talking to the air. Young master. Almost as soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, a ghostly old voice seemed to come from all directions. At the same time, an elderly figure appeared behind Huang Jialong out of thin air. The old man was so thin that he looked as though he would be blown away by a gust of wind. The bones on the old man's face were also protruding. Against the dim moonlight, coupled with his black clothes, he looked like a real ghost. Swoosh! Swoosh! It was as though the old man had appeared out of thin air. His speed was so fast that not only did it cause the expression of the middle-aged man to change drastically, but it also caused the expression of the person behind Duan Ling Tian and the other two to change drastically. You're Senior Xuefeng. At the same time, the person behind Duan Ling Tian, a young man with a medium build, narrowed his eyes when he saw the side of the old man's face. You know me? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's question, the old man turned around and glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. Senior Xuefeng, my master is Tongyu. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He did not expect to meet the old man here. Just like him, the old man was a sectless cultivator. Moreover, the old man was a famous sectless cultivator in the supporting Fall nation. He was a 9 Palaces Celestial Duke many years ago, and it was highly likely that he had broken through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. When he was young, he had seen this old man once. At that time, the old man had appeared in front of him as a friend of his master. Tongyu? Hearing the young man's words, the old man frowned slightly and then relaxed. You're that kid who ran around the mountain naked? You seem to be called Hu Lai. The old man asked as he recalled. I didn't expect Senior Xuefeng to recognize me. I am Hu Lai. The young man, Hu Lai, heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at the young man standing in front of the old man cautiously. Then, he asked the old man, Senior Xuefeng, I've long heard that you're already a revered elder of the city governor's estate in Passage City. Then, who is this? Hu Lai had already vaguely guessed the identity of the young man in front of the old man. He's the young city lord of our Passage City. Xuefeng said. If it was the Passage City's young city master that was spoken of by ordinary people, it might be any one of the sons of the Passage City city master. However, the young city master that Xuefeng spoke of was only a single person. Furthermore, he was the person with the greatest possibility of becoming the next city master of the Passage City. This person was the most outstanding fourth son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, Huang Jialong. Xuefeng. At the same time, the middle-aged man who was blocking Duan Lingtian and the other's path finally regained his senses. When he looked at Huang Jialong again, his expression changed drastically. You're the fourth son of the city governor of Passage City, Huang Jialong? If I'm not mistaken, you're Li Wei, concubine Lan's elder brother, right? Huang Jialong glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. I heard that your son died outside the capital, but you couldn't find the murderer. Now, it seems like not only did you find the murderer, but the murderer is also my brother, right? When Huang Jialong reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man deeply. Young city governor, since you know who my sister is, please don't interfere in the grudge between me and this person for my sister's sake. The middle-aged man looked at Xuefeng who was standing behind Huang Jialong fearfully. If Xuefeng made a move, he would not even be able to touch Duan Lingtian. Ha! Huang Jialong laughed. Huang Jialong laughed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Li Wei, I'm afraid even your sister doesn't intend to avenge your son, right? Moreover, if His Majesty finds out you're trying to kill Brother Duan, I'm afraid he won't let you have your way, right? After a while, Huang Jialong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Huang Jialong said this because the old man behind him had already told him Hu Lai's identity through voice transmission. Hu Lai was a sectless cultivator. Apart from that, the old man had also told him Hu Lai was here because Li Wei had paid him. He was here because Li Wei had asked for external help. Li Wei had a younger sister who was his favorite concubine, but he still needed external help. It was obvious Li Wei's favorite concubine had no intention of getting involved in this matter at all. Young city master, if you let me kill this person, Li Wei, am willing to work for you in the city governor's estate in Passage City for the rest of my life. Li Wei took a deep breath before he looked at Huang Jialong. He was serious when he spoke, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly made his move. Swoosh! Li Wei's entire body flew out as if he'd transformed into a swift goshawk, directly pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian. However, as soon as Li Wei made his move, the old man behind Huang Jialong made his move. He easily blocked Li Wei's attack. The two of them were not on the same level at all. The old man was a 10-direction celestial duke. Li Wei, on the other hand, was only a 6-combination celestial duke. You're seeking death. Huang Jialong only regained his senses after the old man blocked Li Wei's attack. His expression darkened as he shouted, "Elder Feng, kill him." "Yes, young city master." As soon as Huang Jialong's words left his mouth, the old man behind him attacked again. Li Wei's expression changed greatly. Before he could react, he had already killed Li Wei. As soon as Li Wei died, the face of Hu Lai, the rogue cultivator that Huang Jialong found, also changed greatly. Only when Huang Jialong slowly turned around and said a few words did Hu Lai let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Since you're the disciple of Elder Feng's old friend, I'll spare your life." These were Huang Jialong's exact words. However, Huang Jialong looked at Hu Lai meaningfully and said, "You've offended my brother Duan. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. You should at least pay something in return, right?" Hu Lai's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jialong's words. Finally, he raised his hand and took out an old and damaged black diamond-shaped stone. Then, he handed it to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Young Master Duan, I don't have anything valuable on me. I obtained this stone by chance many years ago. Even a 10-direction celestial duke wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. Although I don't know what it is, based on the fact that even a 10-direction celestial duke wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it, it's definitely not an ordinary stone. Now, I'll give it to you, young Master Duan. I hope you'll forgive me for my transgressions." Based on Hu Lai's words, it was clear he intended to pay Duan Ling Tian. When Hu Lai took out the black diamond-shaped stone, Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of déjà vu. When the stone entered his hand, before he could seriously recall what it was, an old voice rang out from within his body again. This is a first-form profound divine metal?" The voice belonged to the third-form chaos divine flame in Duan Ling Tian's body. "Lad, where did you get this first-form profound divine metal?" Based on the chaos divine flame's words, it seemed like it had awakened after sensing the stone in Duan Ling Tian's hand. "This is a first-form profound divine metal?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the chaos divine flame's voice. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu when he looked at the stone. The two first-form profound divine metals he had obtained gave him a similar feeling. One of the first-form profound divine metals was given to him by Xia Jia in the Divine Offering Land, and the other was found in his hometown in the mundane realm. Eventually, the two of them merged and became a second-form profound divine metal. Lad, when the second-form profound divine metal in your body awakens, feed it the first-form profound divine metal. Once you find another first-form profound divine metal, it'll evolve into a third-form profound divine metal, the Chaos Divine Flame said. The Chaos Divine Flame continued to say, "It's a pity you don't have any king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities with the metal and fire attributes. Otherwise, the third-form profound divine metal and I would be able to help you quickly master the law of fire and the law of metal and those king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities." The law of fire? The law of metal? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Then, he asked curiously, "What's that?" In the Devata realms, only those who have mastered the power of laws can be considered powerhouses. However, in the Devata realms, only those who have mastered king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities have a chance to comprehend the power of laws. This is because king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities contain the power of laws. King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are different from Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities depend on one's mastery of the power of laws in the celestial methods and divine abilities. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for Duan Lingtian. Once someone with the same cultivation base has mastered a law, regardless of what kind of law it is, even if it's only the first law, it'll be enough to crush someone who has mastered a Duke-grade celestial method or divine ability. For this reason, there's a huge difference between Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and King-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. Chapter 2946. The power of the law. Duan Lingtian had to admit that the Chaos Divine Flame's words had broadened his horizons. He now knew about the power of the law. In the past, although Duan Lingtian had learned about celestial methods and divine abilities, most of them were low-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. He did not know much about celestial methods and divine abilities that were at the king grade or above. However, the Chaos Divine Flame's words seemed to have opened a door to a whole new world for him. Boy, you still haven't told me. Where did you get the first form profound divine metal in your hand? Is there anything else in the place where you found it? The Chaos Divine Flame interrupted Duan Lingtian's train of thought. This man gave it to me. Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Flame after he regained his senses. He glanced at Hu Lai indifferently before his heart jolted. What? The Chaos Divine Flame was shocked. It could not help but scoff. Is he an idiot? How could he give the profound divine metal to you? Even though a first form profound divine metal is useless, if we can find another first form profound divine metal, we can help it evolve into a second form profound divine metal. At that time, the second form profound divine metal can be used as a soul defense celestial weapon. A hint of disappointment could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. He's an idiot. How could he give away a treasure like the profound divine metal? Even if the first form profound divine metal is a treasure, someone has to be able to recognize it. Otherwise, it's destined to be a pearl covered in dust. Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Flame, this man only knows that even a 10-direction celestial duke can't leave a mark on the profound divine metal. He only knows it's extraordinary, but he doesn't know how precious it is. Lad, you're really lucky, the Chaos Divine Flame sighed and disappeared again. It was as if it had never been there. Young Master Duan, Hu Lai was extremely perturbed when he saw Duan Lingtian holding the peculiar stone in his hand and flipping it around. Based on Huang Jialong's attitude, it seemed like he would not be able to live if Duan Lingtian wanted him dead. I'll take this. Let's forget about the enmity between us. Duan Lingtian casually put the first form profound divine metal away before he looked at Hu Lai indifferently. Thank you, young Master Duan. Thank you, young Master Duan. Hu Lai sighed in relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After bidding farewell to Huang Jialong and Xue Feng, he turned around and left hurriedly. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted agreeing to Li Wei's request to deal with Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Ling's celestial weapon, it's still Duan Lingtian's. Of course, it's not ordinary's. After leaving, Hu Lai couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart. At the same time, he secretly prayed that the thing was useless. Thank you, young Master Duan. After Hu Lai left, Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Wei's corpse on the ground before he looked at Huang Jialong and thanked him solemnly. If Huang Jialong did not ask the old man to help him, he would have to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could only be used 3 times. If he had used it again, he would only have 1 use left. For this reason, Huang Jialong's old man had saved him the use of his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He was extremely grateful. Brother Duan, you must be joking. Although Li Wei wanted to make a move, your expression remained calm. It's obvious you didn't think much of him. Huang Jialong shook his head with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, you must have someone protecting you in the dark, right? Asking Elder Feng to help you is just the icing on the cake. It's not worth mentioning at all. On the other hand, I don't think Li Wei is worthy of your senior protecting you. Huang Jialong said as he looked around. His eyes were filled with respect. He did not dare to be negligent, as if there was really a powerful expert hiding in the dark. Huang Jialong had clearly seen Duan Lingtian's composure earlier. For this reason, he could see Duan Lingtian's fearlessness. Naturally, he assumed there was a powerhouse protecting Duan Lingtian. Since Xue Feng did not notice the powerhouse's presence, it meant the powerhouse was at least a one basic celestial king. After all, Xue Feng was a 10 directions celestial duke. Huang Jialong did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. Duan Lingtian was fearless not because there was a powerhouse protecting him in the dark, but because he had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Once he activated it, it would grant him strength comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. No matter what, I owe you a favor, young master. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could see Huang Jialong had misunderstood him. However, he did not bother to explain himself. After all, he could not afford to reveal his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Earlier, as soon as he took out the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he had used his soul energy to guide the aura of the second form profound divine metal to shroud the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. With this, even if an ordinary celestial king were to spy on them with their divine consciousness, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would not be exposed. He had done this to guard against the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. As a celestial king, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation could easily envelop half of the capital with his divine consciousness. Moreover, this place was not far from the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. Therefore, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation's divine consciousness could easily envelop them. Brother Duan, I'm afraid we'll have to meet His Majesty now. Huang Jialong glanced at Li Wei's corpse on the ground before he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His Majesty might have found out about this matter by now. His Majesty might not have found out about it. However, it's best to inform His Majesty. Although Li Wei is concubine Lan's brother, we're in the right. Moreover, with your value and my status, His Majesty won't make things difficult for us. In the imperial palace of the supporting Fall Nation. In the throne room of the inner palace. This is, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, sat on the dragon throne in the middle of the throne room. He frowned slightly as he looked at the corpse on the ground. It was obvious he was unaware of what had just happened. Your Majesty, look at his face. Huang Jialong raised his hand, and an invisible force flipped the corpse on the ground. The corpse's face was exposed to Hu Lin Yi's eyes. Li Wei? Hu Lin Yi's expression changed when he saw the corpse's face. Was this not the elder brother of his beloved concubine Lan? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. A series of hurried voices rang from outside the throne room when Hu Lin Yi recognized the corpse. Then, a graceful and beautiful woman rushed into the throne room with several palace maids escorting her. Your Majesty, my elder brother's soul pearl has shattered. You must help me find out. The beautiful woman held the shattered soul bead in her hand and shouted as she rushed into the throne room. Her voice only stopped abruptly when she saw the corpse lying on the ground. Elder brother. After being stunned for a moment, the beautiful woman, who was concubine Lan, changed her expression drastically. She rushed to the corpse and wept, her tears falling like rain. When concubine Lan saw the two young men among the three people beside the corpse, she knew how her elder brother had died. At the same time, she also knew that with her ability, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to avenge her elder brother. Therefore, no matter how much she hated him, she could only bury this hatred deep in her heart. Jialong, what's going on? Hu Lin Yi looked at Huang Jialong with a piercing gaze. Your Majesty, Li Wei, Huang Jialong did not hide anything from Hu Lin Yi. He told Hu Lin Yi about how Li Wei had colluded with others to kill Duan Lingtian. He also told Hu Lin Yi the reason Li Wei wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He also told Hu Lin Yi that Li Wei was killed by the old man next to him. Duan Lingtian. Did you kill Li Hao? Hu Lin Yi asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Why did you kill him? Hu Lin Yi asked. I don't know him, but the moment he saw me, he told me to choose one of the two paths. Either I destroy my own face, or I die in his hands. Duan Lingtian asked indifferently, what would you choose, your majesty? Bastard. Hu Lin cursed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, he was cursing Li Hao instead of Duan Lingtian. Your majesty. At the same time, Huang Jialong looked at Hu Lin and said through voice transmission, Li Hao is much stronger than the one basic celestial duke by Duan Lingtian's side. However, before Elder Feng showed up and Li Hao was about to attack, Duan Lingtian remained calm from the beginning until the end. It's obvious he's not afraid at all. Huang Jialong did not continue speaking after he finished speaking. He did not continue because he knew even if he did not continue, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation would be able to guess what he was going to say. It seems like he's being protected by a celestial king or above. Furthermore, he's not even 100 years old, but he's already nearly invincible among high immortals. Moreover, with his innate talent, the 3 sects and 2 clans will definitely fight over him after he comes out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At that time, no matter which sect or clan he joins, I'll still benefit greatly from him. Whether it's to avoid offending the powerhouse behind him or the 3 sects and 2 clans, Li Hao and Li Wei's deaths are not worth mentioning. Chapter 2947. Li Hao and Li Wei only have themselves to blame for their deaths. This matter has come to an end. This matter is settled, Hu Lin, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, said loudly. You're wise, your majesty. Huang Jialong smiled and cupped his fists together. Duan Lingtian also cupped his fists together at Hu Lin before they bade farewell and left. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others left the throne room, Hu Lin looked at concubine Lan who was crying beside Li Wei's body and sighed. My concubine, the dead can't be brought back to life. My concubine, I'm sorry for your loss. Concubine Lan trembled slightly when she heard Hu Lin's words of comfort. She lowered her head as a frosty expression appeared on her face. Although she knew this would happen, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart when she heard Hu Lin's decision. Your Majesty, I'd like to return home for a while and bury my elder brother as well. Concubine Lan took a deep breath and waited for the frost on her face to dissipate before she raised her head and looked at Hu Lin pitifully. All right. Hu Lin nodded in agreement. However, not long after Concubine Lan left with Li Wei's body, Hu Lin, who was sitting on the main seat in the throne room, showed no signs of leaving the throne room. Hey Feng. Hu Lin sat on the dragon throne and looked at the void in front of him as he called out a name indifferently. Your Majesty. As soon as Hu Lin finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Hu Lin. It was a young man dressed in black. His face was cold, and his eyes were hollow as though they were soulless. After Concubine Lan buries her elder brother, you'll send her on her way. Hu Lin took a deep breath. It seemed like he had made a huge decision. Your Majesty. The young man was taken aback. His hollow eyes seemed to have gained some color at this moment. Concubine Lan isn't a person who is easily reconciled. She might be able to tolerate the death of her nephew. However, she may be able to tolerate the death of her elder brother, Li Wei. But if she finds the opportunity, she will definitely take revenge. In order to stop her from provoking the Duan Lingtian, I have no choice but to get rid of her. Hu Lin replied. Compared to the benefits offered by the 3 sects and 2 clans, Concubine Lan is not worth mentioning. Hu Lin's tone turned cold as he spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. The cold-looking young man retreated and his figure once again disappeared into the void. It was as if he was returning to where he came from. At the other side. Soon after the trio left the throne room, Shui Feng, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Young Master Duan, can you show me the stone that Hu Lai gave you? As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Feng seemed to realize that his words were a little abrupt. He immediately added, of course, if young Master Duan finds it inconvenient, that's fine too. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he took out the first form profound divine metal that Hu Lai had given him earlier from his spatial ring. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was the only one who knew that the stone was a profound divine metal. Xue Feng took the stone from Huang Xiaolong. First, he tried to use some of his strength to break the stone, but it did not budge. In the end, he gradually increased his strength. However, even with all his strength, he could not leave a mark on the stone. In fact, when he used his divine consciousness to scan the stone, he did not discover anything special about it. What a strange stone. Xue Feng shook his head as he returned the stone to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Hu Lai wasn't lying. Even a 10-direction celestial duke can't leave a mark on the stone. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he put the stone away. From the beginning to the end, he was not worried that Xue Feng would recognize the stone. What a joke. Previously, even Xia Jia from the Divine Offering Land, who was much more powerful than the heavens and earth in the Devata realms, failed to recognize the other first-form profound divine metal. How could Xue Feng, a mere 10-direction celestial duke, discover the secret of the first-form profound divine metal? Unless he possessed a second-form profound divine metal or chaos divine flame, the 5 divine elements would not be able to do so. The 5 divine elements that were at or above the second form possessed intelligence. They would be able to identify the first form divine elements and inform their host. For this reason, most people would only be able to identify the first form divine elements through this method. Since Duan Lingtian had seen 3 types of first form profound divine metals, he would be able to recognize a 4th type of profound divine metal even without the help of the 5 divine elements second form profound divine metals. However, he would have to ask the second form divine elements if he wanted to be certain. Soon after, Huang Jiaolong and Xue Feng had escorted Duan Lingtian back to the Origin Gathering Hall. Lu Guanglin, who had returned to the Origin Gathering Hall earlier, was already waiting at the entrance of the courtyard. Brother Duan, the person next to you is very loyal to you. Huang Jiaolong raised an eyebrow when he saw Lu Guanglin standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Naturally, Lu Guanglin would not be inferior to Duan Lingtian. Why don't you come in and have a seat, young master? When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Duan Lingtian invited Huang Jiaolong to enter the courtyard. However, Huang Jiaolong tactfully declined. Brother Duan, it's getting late so I won't disturb you any longer. Let's meet again in a few days. After he finished speaking, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left with Xue Feng. Duan Lingtian only entered the courtyard after Huang Jiaolong and Lu Guanglin disappeared from his sight. Lu Guanglin followed behind him like a shadow. Guanglin. What do you think of Huang Jiaolong? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Guanglin after they entered the courtyard and sat down at the stone table. Master, although the young governor of Passage City misunderstood that you have an extraordinary background and that you're protected by a powerhouse, based on his interaction with you, he doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives. Instead, it's your outstanding performance that attracted him to approach you, Master. Lu Guanglin expressed his opinion when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. My outstanding performance attracted him to approach you? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Guanglin deeply. Guanglin, you're really good at flattering me, however, it's just as you said. This Huang Jiaolong didn't have any ulterior motives when he befriended me. He just appreciated me. After living for 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian had seen all kinds of people. Therefore, after interacting with Huang Jiaolong for half a day, he could vaguely tell that Huang Jiaolong was a straightforward person who was worth befriending. Naturally, it would be unrealistic to say that Huang Jiaolong was not a scheming person. Based on how Huang Jiaolong dealt with Li Wei's matter, it was clear that he was not a simple person. This was not surprising. As the strongest person below celestial kings in the supporting Fall Nation and the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City, how could he be a simple person? However, Duan Lingtian could sense Huang Jiaolong's sincerity when he interacted with Duan Lingtian. It was clear that Huang Jiaolong genuinely wanted to befriend him. Time will reveal a person's true nature. If he simply wants to befriend me, it's fine to have more friends. However, if he has other ulterior motives, he can forget about getting what he wants. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. Guanglin. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Guanglin and said, "Help me purchase some medicinal herbs in the next few days. Buy whatever you can. I'll think of something else if I can't buy them." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he told Lu Guanglin all the medicinal herbs he needed. As a one basic celestial duke, Lu Guanglin's photographic memory was nothing to him. As soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he quickly left. "As long as I refine the profound golden pill and consume it, I'll be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I'll need some time to stabilize my cultivation base before I enter the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, it'll take some time to stabilize my cultivation base if I use pills to improve my cultivation base." Duan Lingtian muttered to himself after Lu Guanglin left. The profound golden pill was a top prominent celestial pill that was much more difficult to refine than the overarching heaven pill. In fact, compared to the profound golden pill, the overarching heaven pill was only an ordinary pill. The profound golden pill was a prominent celestial pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Regardless of the level of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it would raise the cultivation base of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial by a level. Naturally, this applied to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The next step after that was to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was to become a celestial duke. For this reason, most overarching heavenly supreme celestials would choose to consume the profound golden pill when they were a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This way, the medicinal efficacy of the pill would be maximized and would not be wasted. Due to the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the profound golden pill, it was extremely rare. At the very least, when Duan Lingtian was in the borderlands, he had never heard of anyone who could refine or obtain the profound golden pill. After all, the formula of the profound golden pill was not a secret. The reason the profound golden pill was so rare was due to the high requirements for celestial alchemists. Even among 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. In fact, even among 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Only celestial alchemists at the king grade and above would be able to refine a prominent celestial pill like the profound golden pill with 100% success rate. I'm afraid even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation doesn't have the profound golden pill. Chapter 2948. In the Devata realms, overarching heavenly supreme celestials could use the profound golden pill to raise their cultivation base by one level. On the other hand, great overarching golden celestials could use the golden evolution pill to raise their cultivation base by one level. On the other hand, ordinary golden celestials could use the gilded golden pill to raise their cultivation base by one level. Duan Lingtian had left the palace today because he had successfully broken through and become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial yesterday. After spending the entire night stabilizing his cultivation base, he left the palace early in the morning with Lu Guanglin. They went to the restaurant where they met Huang Jialong. After becoming a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian wanted to raise his cultivation base to that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial as soon as possible. That way, he would be able to walk out of the southern heaven ancient realm alive. After all, it was said that the lower realm was extremely dangerous. After all, less than half of the people who entered the southern heaven ancient realm would make it out alive. The lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm restricts entry to celestial dukes and above. Moreover, it's said that even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have broken through to the level of a one basic celestial duke would be sent out of the lower realm. If I'm not strong enough to survive, I can't possibly use my consumable royal grade celestial weapon to escape from the lower realm, right? With this in mind, Duan Lingtian was eager to raise his cultivation base before he entered the southern heaven ancient realm. The profound golden pill had become his only hope. After all, not even one prominent celestial alchemist in 10,000 would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, as a prominent celestial alchemist who possessed the third form of the chaos divine flame, Duan Lingtian was 70% confident he would be able to refine the profound golden pill. This was Duan Lingtian's confidence in himself and the Chaos Divine Flame. Back then, he had benefited from the Chaos Divine Flame using the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories as a medium to greatly improve his alchemy Dao talent. It had also allowed his alchemy Dao level to rise rapidly. Currently, even ordinary Supreme Celestial Alchemists might not be a match for him in alchemy. During the Alchemy Conference in the 6 southeastern regions, even the Supreme Celestial Alchemist from the Profound Heaven Celestial sect was inferior to him. Late at night, Duan Lingtian sat quietly in his room. A pill cauldron floated in front of him. It was the high-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron that he had been using. It has been a while since I last concocted pills, so my technique has become rusty, and now, Duan Lingtian was familiarizing himself with alchemy techniques. It had been a long time since he last refined a pill. No matter what it was, as long as it required skill, it was normal to be rusty after not touching it for a while. However, with Duan Lingtian's current level of alchemy, it only took him a few hours to familiarize himself with it. Late at night, Lu Guanglin came back. "Sir, many of the larger medicine shops have closed. So, we only managed to buy some medicine. I'll go take a look tomorrow." Due to the fact that Lu Guanglin left his house only when it was dark, he did not reap much of the rewards even though he had traveled through half of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. The next day, Lu Guanglin went out again and only returned when it was dark. "Sir, we're still lacking 2 medicinal herbs. The Profound Spirit Flower and the Golden Nematode." Lu Guanglin handed all the medicinal herbs he could buy to Duan Lingtian before he continued to say, "The people in charge of the larger medicine shops said the Profound Spirit Flower and the Golden Nematode are extremely rare. Even the palace might not have them." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. This was within his expectations. "Sir, the medicinal herbs you bought. It seems like they're for refining the Profound Golden Pill?" In the beginning, Lu Guanglin did not know why Duan Lingtian was buying these medicinal herbs. After all, he was not a celestial alchemist and was not familiar with medicinal herbs. However, after running around for the whole day, the people in charge of the medicinal herb stores asked him if he was going to refine the Profound Golden Pill after knowing that he was going to buy the Profound Spirit Flower and the Golden Nematode. Naturally, Lu Guanglin knew what kind of pill the Profound Golden Pill was. It was a prominent celestial pill that could allow a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the Profound Golden Pill was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial pill. It was also known as the best prominent celestial pill in the world. The Profound Golden Pill was renowned among prominent celestial pills not only because of its heaven-defying effects, but also because it was extremely difficult to refine. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Sir, although I'm not a celestial alchemist, I've heard of the Profound Golden Pill. It's said that the Profound Golden Pill is the most difficult prominent celestial pill to refine. Even if 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists were to work together, they might not be able to refine it." Lu Guanglin's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Even among 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who can successfully refine the Profound Golden Pill. Only a king-grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the Profound Golden Pill with 100% certainty. Lu Guanglin's eyes lit up as he said, "Sir, do you know a king-grade celestial alchemist?" Lu Guanglin thought Duan Lingtian knew a king-grade celestial alchemist, so he was searching for the ingredients to refine the Profound Golden Pill. If a king-grade celestial alchemist were to refine the Profound Golden Pill, it would not be a problem at all. "No, I don't." However, Lu Guanglin was disappointed when he saw Duan Lingtian shaking his head and said, "I plan to refine the Profound Golden Pill myself. I forgot to tell you that I'm also a celestial alchemist." Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Sir, please don't tell me you're a king-grade celestial alchemist." Lu Guanglin's gaze changed completely. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. "Of course not." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, "I'm just a prominent celestial alchemist." "A prominent celestial alchemist?" Lu Guanglin was dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, he smiled wryly and said, "Sir, if you're a prominent celestial alchemist, I'm afraid you might not be able to refine the profound golden pill even if you gather all the ingredients. Why don't you ask the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation if he knows a king-grade celestial alchemist? After learning that Duanling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist, Lu Guanglin was shocked by Duanling Tian's achievements in alchemy at such a young age. However, he did not think Duanling Tian was capable of refining the profound golden pill. Apart from one's alchemy skills, one's experience was more important in alchemy. Even if a young man who was not even 100 years old was a prominent celestial alchemist, how could he possibly refine the profound golden pill that not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists could refine? Although Lu Guanglin respected Duanling Tian very much, he still did not believe Duanling Tian would be able to refine the profound golden pill. After all, Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old. There's no need for that. Duanling Tian shook his head. Even if I go to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, I'll ask him for the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode, the two main ingredients for the profound golden pill. Both the mysterious spirit flower and the golden nematode were extremely rare medicinal ingredients. They were also the two most important ingredients needed to refine the mysterious golden pill. Even the name of the profound golden pill was derived from these two herbs. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation and ask him if he has the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode in the palace. Duanling Tian made up his mind. Even if he's unwilling to give them to me for free, I can still buy them from him using celestial crystals. Although Duanling Tian had such thoughts, he knew very well that the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would definitely give him the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. If the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation really had the two herbs in the palace, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would definitely be willing to give them to him for free. It was almost impossible for him to accept celestial crystals. Does my lord still intend to refine the pills himself? Although Lu Guanglin felt Duanling Tian's actions were a waste of God's gifts and the medicinal materials that he had gathered with great difficulty, he did not say anything else when he saw Duanling Tian's determined attitude. Perhaps my lord can really create a miracle? At the same time, in Lu Guanglin's heart, such a crazy idea suddenly popped up. Early the next morning, Duanling Tian walked out of his room and sat in the courtyard for a while before he went to look for the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Coincidentally, as soon as Duanling Tian arrived at the residence of Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he saw Hu Lin Yi walking out of the residence surrounded by 4 eunuchs. Your Majesty. Duanling Tian stopped in his tracks and cupped his fists slightly at Hu Lin Yi, who was walking toward him. Duanling Tian? Hu Lin Yi was slightly surprised when he saw Duanling Tian. You're here to look for me? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Is there anything I can help you with? Hu Lin Yi asked with a smile. He was counting on the purple-clad young man to bring him many benefits, so it was only natural that he greeted him with a smile. Your Majesty, I'd like to ask if you have the profound spirit flower and the golden nematode in the palace? If you do, I'm willing to buy them with celestial crystals. Duanling Tian did not beat around the bush. Profound spirit flower? Golden nematode? Hu Lin Yi's eyes glinted. If I'm not mistaken, these two herbs are the main ingredients to refine the prominent celestial pill, the profound golden pill, right? That's right. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he concealed the profound divine metals aura and revealed his cultivation base. I plan to consume the profound golden pill before I enter the southern heaven ancient realm to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That way, I'll be able to shine brightly in front of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duanling Tian's words touched Hu Lin Yi's heart. Why, you're only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Hu Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock when he sensed Duanling Tian's aura. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Duanling Tian was only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but his strength was far stronger than the 4th prince. Chapter 2949. Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not expect Duanling Tian was only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was none other than this heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had easily blocked the attack of Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City, during the Southern Heaven combat. Then, he defeated Huang Jialong with just one move. Even his son, Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince, was not strong enough to defeat Huang Jialong with just one move. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, his son was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the supporting Fall Nation. Although Hu Lin-Yi had concealed his cultivation base, he had assumed Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He did not expect Duan Lingtian was only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. What did this mean? It meant Duan Lingtian's strength would increase as long as his cultivation base improved. Duan Lingtian still had a lot of room for improvement after becoming an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the other hand, unless Duan Lingtian mastered a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, there was basically no room for improvement before he became a celestial duke. Duan Lingtian is already so strong when he's only a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I wonder how strong he'll be when he becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Hu Linyi's heart trembled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If he successfully becomes a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he'll be one of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion, right? Thinking of this, Hu Linyi sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression turned solemn. Duan Lingtian, do you really plan to join the 3 sects and 2 clans? Hu Lin-Yi asked Duan Lingtian solemnly. Based on the current situation, Hu Lin-Yi was certain Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. He was worried Duan Lingtian had no intention of joining the 3 sects and 2 clans. If that was the case, no matter how outstanding Duan Lingtian was, he would not be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll definitely join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Duan Lingtian knew what was on Hu Linyi's mind, so he did not hesitate to answer Hu Linyi's question. He did not feel guilty at all when he looked at Hu Lin-Yi. Hu Linyi nodded. Regardless of whether it's the black spirit flower or the golden nematode, they're both extremely rare medicinal herbs. However, I don't have any golden nematodes, nor do I have any in the palace. As Hu Lin-Yi spoke, he raised his hand, and a glowing flower appeared in his hand. This flower flickered with a dim light from top to bottom. It had a total of 9 petals, and they were swaying on top of it. Although it was a flower that had long left its stem, there was no sign of it withering. It was still bright and extraordinary. If you want it, I'll give it to you. However, have you found a celestial alchemist who can refine the profound golden pill? Hu Linyi asked as he handed the profound spirit flower to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll remember this favor. Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the profound spirit flower. As for the celestial alchemist who can refine the profound golden pill, there's no need to trouble you, Your Majesty. Hu Linyi's eyes lit up. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Even if he wanted to find a celestial alchemist who could refine the profound golden pill, he would have to pay a certain price. Of the 2 main ingredients to refine the profound golden pill, the golden nematode is rarer than the profound spirit flower. I'll order my men to keep an eye out for news of the golden nematode. I'll inform you as soon as I have news of the golden nematode. Hu Linyi looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll inform you as soon as I have news of the golden nematode. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. With Hu Linyi's help, it would be much easier for him to find the golden nematode. Thank you, Your Majesty. After thanking Hu Linyi again, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Hu Linyi and left. After returning to the Origin Gathering Hall, Duan Lingtian crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City. The communication celestial talisman he was using was one of the more advanced communication celestial talismans in the Devata realms. It required a soul imprint from the target before it could be sent out. Nobody, not even a celestial emperor, would be able to stop the communication celestial talisman from being sent out. This was because the communication celestial talisman was transmitted through a soul imprint. This communication celestial talisman was much more valuable than ordinary communication celestial talismans. Even ordinary communication celestial talismans left behind by celestial kings were not as valuable as this communication celestial talisman. The communication celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand was given to him by the imperial family of the supporting Fall nation after he had obtained a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. Apart from that, the imperial family had also given him the soul imprint of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Naturally, not everyone who had obtained a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm would receive such treatment. According to the imperial family member who had given him the communication celestial talisman, apart from the fourth prince, he, Huang Jialong, and Huang Jia Chao were the only ones who received such treatment. The others, including the woman who also possessed a king-grade celestial weapon, did not receive such treatment. Naturally, the woman did not need such treatment as well. After all, Huang Jialong had told Duan Ling Tian that the old woman was a one basic celestial king and was a sectless cultivator. The woman was also a sectless cultivator. She had participated in the Southern Heaven combat to obtain a spot to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm to train and join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. According to Huang Jialong, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation had told his father, Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. In the supporting Fall nation, Huang Yuanfei was one of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. It was not an exaggeration to call him the right-hand man of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. After sending out the communication celestial talisman, Duan Lingtian did not receive a reply even after a long time. He was puzzled. Did I make a mistake? That's how it should be used. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had used the communication celestial talisman ever since he had obtained it. Therefore, he was puzzled when Huang Jialong did not reply. According to the person who delivered the communication celestial talisman on behalf of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, this communication celestial talisman is extremely fast. Logically speaking, he should have received the message by now. Duan Lingtian was still puzzled when he heard Huang Yuanfei's voice. At this moment, Huang Jialong's voice rang from outside the courtyard. Brother Duan. Why did you come all the way here? Can't you just send me a message? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion when Lu Guanglin brought Huang Jialong into the courtyard. The corner of Huang Jialong's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Duan, don't you know how precious this communication celestial talisman is? Even my father only gave me 3 communication celestial talismans. Apart from my 5th brother and me, my other 3 brothers only got 1 each. His Majesty gave you this communication celestial talisman so that you can ask him for help when you're in danger. Huang Jialong explained. Ask for help? Is this communication celestial talisman really that fast? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Although the person who delivered the communication celestial talisman to him had left the soul imprint of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation had told him that he could contact the emperor of the supporting Fall nation if he was in danger. However, in his opinion, by the time the emperor of the supporting Fall nation received the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, he would already be a corpse. For this reason, he did not plan to use the communication celestial talisman even when he encountered Li Wei and the sectless cultivator whom Li Wei had hired. Firstly, he was afraid the communication celestial talisman would alert Li Wei. If that happened, he might not even have the chance to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Secondly, he did not trust the communication celestial talisman. He trusted the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon more. Of course. Huang Jialong said matter-of-factly, as soon as you crush this communication celestial talisman, you'll be able to send a message to the person who possesses the soul imprint. This communication celestial talisman is extremely precious. In the black market of the supporting Fall nation, the price of 1 communication celestial talisman is 100 prominent celestial crystals. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian with a pained expression on his face as he said, Brother Duan, if it's not convenient for you to look for me personally, you can ask Guanglin to look for me directly. Please don't use this communication celestial talisman recklessly. What? A communication celestial talisman costs 100 prominent celestial crystals? Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were stunned. they did not expect the communication celestial talisman to be so precious. 100 high-grade celestial crystals were equivalent to 10,000 middle-grade celestial crystals. After all, the celestial crystal vein in the supporting Fall Nation was only a mediocre celestial crystal vein. Most of the celestial crystals in the vein were mediocre celestial crystals and prominent celestial crystals. Even a Duke-grade celestial weapon is only worth 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals, right? A communication celestial talisman is worth 10 Duke-grade celestial weapons? Lu Guanglin muttered to himself. The value of a Duke-grade celestial weapon in the supporting Fall Nation was similar to the value of a Duke-grade celestial weapon in the borderlands. Duke-grade celestial weapon? Huang Jialong shook his head with a smile. Guanglin, if you want to exchange a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a communication celestial talisman in the black market, you'll need at least 15 Duke-grade celestial weapons. This communication celestial talisman is much rarer than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. This communication celestial talisman is inscribed by a formation master. Its effect is similar to a teleportation formation. As far as I know, a formation master who's capable of inscribing such a communication celestial talisman is at least a king-grade celestial alchemist or king-grade celestial weapon craftsman. Chapter 2950. Of course, only celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen at the king grade and above can inscribe such communication celestial talismans. There are also many formation grandmasters who are skilled in setting up spirit arrays who can inscribe such communication celestial talismans. However, these formation grandmasters are not ordinary people. At the very least, there aren't any in the supporting Fall Nation. Even the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion might not have such formation grandmasters. After listening to Huang Jialong's explanation, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin realized how precious these communication celestial talismans were. My lord, these communication celestial talismans can be used to save lives. You should keep them for yourself. Lu Guanglin's hands trembled as he took out 3 communication celestial talismans from his spatial ring and returned them to Duan Lingtian. These 3 communication celestial talismans were given to him by Duan Lingtian. Previously, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had given Duan Lingtian 10 communication celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian had given Lu Guanglin 3 communication celestial talismans as well as his soul imprint. This was to make it easier for Lu Guanglin to contact Duan Lingtian in case of emergency. The soul imprint was extracted from the soul pearl. When Duan Lingtian gave Lu Guanglin the 3 communication celestial talismans, he also gave Lu Guanglin his soul pearl. Since the soul pearl was imprinted with his soul imprint, it could be used to communicate at any time. Although there was a cost, it was minimal. Moreover, if the soul imprint was gone, it could be replenished. Previously, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation had given Duan Lingtian 10 communication celestial talismans and a soul pearl to Duan Lingtian. It was the soul pearl of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. The soul pearl of the supporting Fall Nation's Emperor could directly determine whether he was dead or alive. However, the reason he gave his soul pearl to Duan Lingtian was not to let Duan Lingtian know whether he was dead or alive. Instead, he wanted Duan Lingtian to send him a message through the soul imprint on the soul pearl. In the eyes of the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Lingtian was someone who could bring him many benefits. Therefore, it was necessary for him to protect Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he had to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety before the Duan Lingtian obtained all sorts of benefits for him. Of the 10 immortal message talismans, the Duan Lingtian gave Lu Guanglin 3. Lu Guanglin had taken into consideration that Duan Lingtian did not know the value of this immortal message talisman, and therefore wanted to return it to Duan Lingtian. Keep it for yourself. I still have 6. Duan Lingtian did not take the immortal message talisman from Lu Guanglin. Instead, he asked Lu Guanglin to keep it. At the same time, he looked at Huang Jialong and said, "Young master, brother Duan, please don't call me young master in the future. Just call me Jialong." Huang Jialong interrupted Duan Lingtian with a hint of hope in his eyes as he said, "Unless, brother Duan, you don't see me as a friend yet." Jialong, Duan Lingtian changed the way he addressed Huang Jialong when he saw the hope in Huang Jialong's eyes. Then, he said without beating around the bush, "Since you've received my immortal message talisman, I'm sure you know why I'm looking for you. Do you have any news about the golden nematode?" He had sent the immortal message talisman to ask Huang Jialong if he knew where to find the golden nematode. Golden nematode? Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow. "I don't think this herb is very useful. I only know that it can be used as the main ingredient of the profound golden pill. It's also a necessary ingredient to refine the profound golden pill." Although Huang Jialong knew this, he did not think about the profound golden pill. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill would be useless to Duan Lingtian. The profound golden pill could help a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It could also help an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the profound golden pill was useless to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. "I'm looking for the golden nematode because of the profound golden pill." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He did not hide this from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, let alone Huang Jialong. "Profound golden pill?" Huang Jialong frowned. "Brother Duan, why do you want the profound golden pill? It seems like the profound golden pill is useless to you and Guanglin, right?" As Huang Jialong spoke, he shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Lu Guanglin, then back to Duan Lingtian. "It's useless to Guanglin, but it's useful to me." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his cultivation base surged out of his soul and penetrated the profound divine metal's protection before it appeared in front of Huang Jialong. This, Huang Jialong was dumbfounded when he sensed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. He was still in a daze for a long time. At that very moment, Huang Jialong was dumbstruck. His heart was in a state of turmoil. Heavens! Duan Lingtian was only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He was defeated by a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial during the southern heaven combat. Brother Duan, after a long while, Huang Jialong regained his senses. He stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze as though this was the first time he had met Duan Lingtian. "Now, you should know how useful the profound golden pill is to me, right?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong nodded as a bitter smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect you're only a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Brother Duan. With your strength, if you break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, you'll be one of the strongest among the 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials who will enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 6 months later." Huang Jialong could not help but sigh. 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Huang Jialong's words. He knew the supporting Fall Nation would send 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials into the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after the 3 sects and 2 clans opened the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 6 months later. However, he did not expect 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials would enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, based on the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who would enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 6 months later, it was clear the 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials were extremely powerful. Yes, 10,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. I suspect there will be more than 15,000 of them. Huang Jialong said. The supporting Fall Nation is only a small nation in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. There are thousands of small nations like the supporting Fall Nation in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. The profound Nether Mansion's territory encompasses more than 1,000 small nations. It's also known as the Thousand Nations Land. This time, there are at least 10,000 people from the Thousand Nations territory who will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Including the disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans, as well as those from the 8th grade sects and clans. there are at least 15,000 people who have entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Huang Jialong's words. As it turned out, the profound nether mansion was so huge. The supporting Fall nation was only one of the many small nations in the profound nether mansion's territory. Does this mean the people who will enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realms 6 months later will be the most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion's territory? Lu Guanglin was stunned as well. He did not expect so many people to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. The lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will open in 6 months. All the powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansions district will try their best to obtain a spot to enter the lower realm. As long as the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansions territory are strong enough, they'll be able to obtain a spot in any nation in the Thousand Nations territory. Take the southern heaven combat held by the supporting Fall nation as an example. All overarching heavenly supreme celestials are eligible to participate. There's no restriction on non-citizens of the supporting Fall nation. This is because the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation wants 9 of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials he can find to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Those who come out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm alive will be eligible to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans will also rank the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who come out alive. The higher the rank of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the more benefits the overarching heavenly supreme celestial will bring to the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For example, Brother Duan, if you join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, you'll receive better rewards. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, as for the rewards from the 3 sects and 2 clans, as long as they're mediocre or above, they're all things that ordinary celestial kings can only dream of obtaining. Even the mediocre rewards are king-grade celestial weapons, king-grade pills, and precious materials. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation valued him so much. Brother Duan, did you look for the Emperor? If he knows you're only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he'll definitely do his best to help you obtain the profound spirit flower and the golden thread grass so you can become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong reminded Duan Lingtian. Yes, I did. I obtained the profound spirit flower from him. Moreover, he also said he'll help me search for the golden thread grass. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, all you have to do is wait for the news. The supporting Fall Nation's intelligence network is one of the best in the Thousand Nations. Huang Jialong said, I'm sure you'll find the golden thread grass in less than 2 weeks. Chapter 2951. In fact, it was just as Huang Jialong had said. About 10 days later, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation sent someone to look for Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, we found a clue about the golden nematode. Oh. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the person and asked urgently, where can I find the golden nematode? The imperial family of the solitary nation, which is adjacent to the supporting Fall nation, has the golden nematode. The person did not beat around the bush when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. He said bluntly, the solitary nation's imperial family has 2 golden nematodes. When His Majesty found out the imperial family of the solitary nation had the golden nematodes, he immediately asked for them even if he had to pay a high price. His Majesty contacted the Emperor of the solitary nation through a communication celestial talisman. However, he was rejected. The person sighed when he reached this part of the sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. He was disappointed. Although he had found a clue about the golden nematode, it seemed like there was no way he could get his hands on the golden nematode. However, the person's next words made Duan Lingtian's eyes light up. It seemed like there was still a chance for Duan Lingtian to turn the situation around. However, there's a reason why the Emperor of the solitary nation rejected His Majesty's request. This is because a few days ago, the emperors of the other 2 nations had contacted the Emperor of the solitary nation via immortal message talismans. All of them expressed their interest in buying the 2 golden nematodes from the royal family of the solitary nation. Initially, the emperor of the solitary nation wanted to give one of the golden nematodes to each of them, but they rejected his offer. They wanted to keep the 2 golden nematodes for themselves. Since the emperor of the solitary nation didn't want to offend either of the 2 nations, he decided to hold a royal auction 2 months later to auction off the 2 golden nematodes. It said that the emperors of the other 2 nations would send people to the capital of the solitary nation to participate in the royal auction. The person paused for a moment before he continued. Therefore, His Majesty has decided to send Governor Huang of Passage City to the solitary nation's capital to participate in the auction held by the solitary nation's royal family in 2 months to bid for the golden nematode. For this reason, His Majesty asked me to inform you that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation will do our best to obtain the golden nematode during the solitary nation's imperial auction 2 months later. The person finished speaking in one breath. Solitary nation? Royal auction? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he murmured, then the emperors of the other 2 countries want the golden nematode. Could it be that they also want the profound gold pill? Although Duan Lingtian had intentionally lowered his voice, the person still heard him clearly. Young Master Duan, the emperors of the other 2 nations are after the profound gold pill. It said that the 7th prince, whom the emperor of the Moran nation dotes on the most, has mastered all sorts of Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Although he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, if he manages to obtain the profound gold pill before entering the southern heaven ancient realm, he'll be able to shine in the southern heaven ancient realm and be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans. As for the emperor of the East Ming nation, it said that he wants the profound gold pill for a genius sectless cultivator. Although the genius sectless cultivator is only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he has mastered the power of the law and defeated all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation who participated in the southern heaven combat. Under such circumstances, the emperor of the East Ming nation wants to give the profound gold pill to the genius sectless cultivator. Even if the genius sectless cultivator takes the profound gold pill and joins one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the future, with his outstanding performance, he'll definitely be ranked as one of the top prodigies in the southern heaven ancient realm. If such a genius were to join any one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, that sect or clan would definitely not be stingy to the East Ming nation, which had discovered him. The person paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, "The genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is similar to you, young Master Duan. Young Master Duan, you're also a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but you're stronger than all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall nation who participated in the southern heaven combat. If you're a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and you're widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a celestial duke in the supporting Fall nation, that sectless cultivator is also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a celestial duke in the East Ming nation." The person continued to speak. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial has mastered the power of the law? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he heard the person's words. Naturally, he knew what this meant. This meant that the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial had a king-grade celestial method or divine ability for him to comprehend and master the power of the law. For this reason, the heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial was able to defeat all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the East Ming nation. At some point, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin exchanged a look. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Huang Jialong so easily was due to the remaining power of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. If Duan Lingtian were to fight Huang Jialong again, he was certain he would not be a match for Huang Jialong even if he used all his techniques. Although both of them possessed royal-grade celestial weapons and had similar attainments in celestial methods and divine abilities, the gap between their cultivation bases was insurmountable. Moreover, the genius sectless cultivator is not even 100 years old. What shocked Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong the most was the shocking news that the person revealed. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had comprehended the power of the law. How monstrous was this person? In the East Ming nation, many people are saying that the genius Seckless cultivator is a reincarnated cultivator who was extremely powerful in his past life. However, this has not been confirmed, and it is more of a guess of others. After the person finished speaking, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong. When he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Young Master Duan, His Majesty said that if you're interested in participating in the imperial auction in 2 months, you can go with City Governor Huang. Just inform young City Lord Huang Jialong in advance. After the person finished speaking, he walked away and disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was still on the genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Since the genius Seckless cultivator was not even 100 years old, he must be someone who had a fortuitous encounter if he was not a reincarnated cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have achieved so much at such a young age. Guanglin, what do you think about the genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming nation? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Guanglin. My lord. Lu Guanglin's expression was solemn as he said, the genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming nation is able to comprehend the power of the law even though he's not even 100 years old. He's either a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter or he's a reincarnated cultivator. Although reincarnated cultivators have to recultivate their cultivation base from scratch, due to the fact that they have memories of their past lives, it's equivalent to directly inheriting the celestial methods, divine abilities, and the laws they comprehended in their past lives. Lu Guanglin said. However, although there's no lack of people who reincarnate in the Devata realms, there are very few of them. First of all, not many people are willing to give up everything they have to reincarnate. Secondly, it's very risky to reincarnate as a celestial. It can be said that there's only a slim chance of survival. Lu Guanglin spoke frankly and confidently, expressing his own opinion. Therefore, I'm more inclined to think that he's the kind of person who has great luck and obtained an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. That's why he has today. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. In fact, he agreed with Lu Guanglin. I wonder if I'll be able to comprehend the power of the law before I'm 100 years old if I obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. If you obtain a fire attribute king-grade celestial method or divine ability, with the help of the chaos divine flame, it'll be easy for you to comprehend the law of fire. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time resonated from the place where his soul was located. The profound divine metal? Just as Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, that voice continued to sound, and it contained a sense of urgency. Boy, the chaos divine flame left me a message saying you obtained a first form profound divine metal. Quick! Take it out and give it to me. The owner of the voice was none other than the second form profound divine metal that had been guarding Duan Lingtian's soul. Based on the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame had left him a message about the first form profound divine metal before it fell into a deep slumber. Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in the profound divine metal's voice. He casually took the first form profound divine metal out of his spatial ring. As soon as the stone was in his hand, he could clearly feel a golden energy coming out of the profound divine metal from the side of his soul and enveloping his hand. To be more precise, it shrouded the stone in his hand. The stone began to tremble violently. Ha! You're not even sentient, and yet, you want to resist? Little guy, be a good boy and become a part of my body. When Duan Lingtian heard the profound divine metal's voice again, he saw the stone in his hand being melted by the golden energy and becoming a part of the golden energy. The golden energy returned as quickly as it had appeared. Moreover, it seemed to be stronger when it returned. Duan Lingtian knew this meant the first form profound divine metal had been devoured by the second form profound divine metal. My lord, this is. Chapter 2952. My lord, this is. In Lu Guanglin's eyes, a golden energy suddenly extended from Duan Lingtian's body and shrouded his hand. Then, a stone appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand and melted, becoming part of the golden energy. Finally, the golden energy became stronger after it assimilated the stone and returned to Duan Lingtian's body. He had no idea what was going on. This was his first time seeing something like this. However, even though he did not know what was going on, and even though it was his first time seeing such a scene, he could clearly sense that it was not as simple as it seemed. I don't know. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Duanling Tian replied to Lu Guanglin. Then, he shifted his attention to the profound divine metal in his body. Duanling Tian could see the damaged metal piece, the profound divine metal, in his soul's spiritual sea was quickly replenished by the golden energy that had extended out of the profound divine metal. However, it was only a small part of the profound divine metal. The profound divine metal was still incomplete, but it was not as badly damaged as before. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Lu Guanglin did not think much of it. In his opinion, Duanling Tian must have his reasons for saying so. Lu Guanglin watched Duanling Tian doing nothing for a long time. He did not know what Duanling Tian was doing, but he continued to watch over him patiently. Boy, you've done well. If you can find another piece of first form profound divine metal, I'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duanling Tian's soul. It was not stingy with its praise for Duanling Tian. If I transform into a third form profound divine metal, I'll be able to help you comprehend the law of metal in the future when you comprehend celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade. Apart from that, I'll be able to protect your soul in my third form and merge with your celestial weapon to increase its power when you're facing an enemy. Alright, I'll go back to sleep now that I've said so much. All the best, boy. Help me transform into a third form profound divine metal as soon as possible, and I won't mistreat you. The profound divine metal's voice trailed off at this moment. Duanling Tian had a lot of questions to ask, but he did not know where to vent them. Profound divine metal, however, based on the profound divine metal's words, it seemed like it would be able to merge with a celestial weapon to increase its power after transforming into a third form celestial weapon. What are the profound divine metal and the primal chaos divine flame? I only know that they're two of the 5 divine elements. Divine metal. Divine metals divine metal. Divine metals first form divine metals first forms divine is celestials divine fire, divine SSSSSSS. The chaos divine metals, SSSS, can be used as a prominent celestial fire. Apart from that, the chaos divine fire is different from ordinary celestial fires. Ordinary celestial fires are divided into 2 types. One is suitable for forging weapons while the other is suitable for refining pills. As for the primal chaos divine flame, it can be used to refine weapons and pills. The profound divine metal and the chaos divine flames can help me comprehend the law of fire and the law of metal. What about the profound divine metal and chaos divine flames ants? Is there a greater use for it? Duanling Tian could not help but feel excited when he thought about the chaos divine metal and the chaos divine flames and, naturally, he knew he would have to find other chaos divine flames and profound divine metals for them to devour and assimilate. The imperial family of the Solitary Nation will be holding an auction in the capital of the Solitary Nation in 2 months. I'll go look for Jialong and pay a visit to his father, the city governor of Passage City. After bidding farewell to Lu Guanglin, Duanling Tian left the imperial palace with Lu Guanglin and made their way to the city governor's estates branch in the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation. The Supporting Fall Nation was a nation. There were 36 cities like Passage City under the Supporting Fall Nation. In the Supporting Fall Nation's territory, the 36 city governors were equivalent to a marquis. Of course, there were differences between the 36 cities and the 36 city lords. For example, among the 36 cities in the Supporting Fall Nation, Passage City was ranked in the top 3 in terms of resources and population in the Supporting Fall Nation. Needless to say, the city governor of Passage City was the strongest powerhouse below the Celestial King realm in the Supporting Fall Nation. He was also the most trusted right-hand man of the Emperor of the Supporting Fall Nation. During his time as the city governor of Passage City, the city's development could be said to be at its peak. In the capital of the Supporting Fall Nation, each of the 36 city governors had a branch in Passage City. After the Southern Heaven combat, since Huang Yuan Fei's 2 sons had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in 6 months, and there was nothing important in Passage City, Huang Yuanfei decided to stay in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the time being. He would only return to Passage City after his sons left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. During this time, he would stay in the city governor's estate to guide his sons in their cultivation. Although the Passage City's branch in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation was not as big as the Imperial Palace, it was still huge. The entrance was grand, and it felt as though one was standing in front of a small imperial palace. Young Master Duan, our young city governor has instructed us to bring you to him directly without informing him of your arrival. When Duan Ling Tian and Lu Guanglin arrived at the entrance of the city governor's estate's branch in Passage City, one of the guards gestured for them to enter as soon as they arrived. After Duan Ling Tian led Lu Guanglin through the entrance, the guard quickly caught up with them and led the way. After entering the entrance, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although the city governor's estate in Passage City was not as big as the Imperial Palace, it had everything that the Imperial Palace had. Although it was small, it had everything. This was what Duan Lingtian felt when he entered the estate. Duan Lingtian passed through the long corridor in the middle of the garden that he had meticulously repaired and stepped on the limestone tiles. He felt as if he was surrounded by 100 flowers as he felt the fragrance that assaulted his nose. Apart from that, he could also hear the rhythmic sound of running water. Although he was far away, he could still hear the sound of running water. Brother Duan, I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door first. After the guard announced their departure, Huang Jialong stepped out of the entrance and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he invited Lu Guanglin and Duan Lingtian into the estate. You're going to look for me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he walked into the estate. I'm sure you're here for the same thing. The golden nematodes, right? Huang Jialong asked with a smile as he sat down at a stone table in the middle of the estate after he gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit down. You know about it? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Did City Governor Huang tell you about it? Yes. Huang Jialong nodded. My father told me that His Majesty has asked him to participate in the imperial auction of the solitary nation in 2 months. He said he must obtain the 2 golden nematodes that are going to be auctioned off by the imperial family of the solitary nation. After father received His Majesty's message, he told me to ask you if you intend to go to the capital of the solitary nation with him to attend the auction organized by the solitary nation's royal family. What do you think? Brother Duan, do you want to go and have a look? If you want to go, I'll go as well. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Huang Jialong added, naturally, I'm not interested in going if you don't want to go. I'll go. Duan Lingtian replied. Of course, he would go. 2 months later, the solitary nation's royal family would hold an auction for the golden nematode. Even if the city lord of Passage City managed to obtain the golden nematode, it would still take some time for him to return from the solitary nation and obtain the golden nematode. If Duan Lingtian went, he would be able to refine the profound golden pill and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming the profound golden pill in the solitary nation. Then, I'll go as well. Huang Jialong's interest was piqued when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Jialong, after a while, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong and asked, Is City Governor Huang in? Since Duan Lingtian was already there, he decided to meet Huang Jialong out of courtesy. It did not matter if it was due to his friendship with Huang Jialong or his status as the city governor of Passage City. Brother Duan, what a coincidence. Just an hour ago, my father told me that he'll be going to the imperial auction of the solitary nation in 1.5 months' time. After that, he left the capital and returned to Passage City. Huang Jialong shook his head and said, when he returns, it'll be the time for us to depart. In that case, we'll have to meet City Governor Huang when we depart for the solitary nation. Duan Lingtian nodded. After chatting with Huang Jialong for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to the Origin Gathering Hall in the Imperial Palace. In the next 1.5 months, Duan Lingtian did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he focused on alchemy to improve his alchemy techniques. Although his cultivation base had improved, his foundation was still unstable after consuming the profound golden pill to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even after consuming the profound golden pill, his cultivation base was still in the same state. For this reason, he did not plan to waste his time cultivating. Even if he wanted to cultivate, he would wait until he had consumed the profound golden pill to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 1.5 months later. Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin flew in the sky above the northern gate of the supporting Fall Nation's capital. In just a blink of an eye, they were near the people standing in the distance. Brother Duan. Chapter 2953. A few days ago, Huang Jialong had looked for Duan Lingtian and told Duan Lingtian that they would depart at this time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had arrived at the northern gate of the supporting Fall Nation's capital on time. Brother Duan, I'll bring you to see my father. After greeting Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong turned around and led the way for Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin to meet the three people in the distance. One of the three people was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. However, it was his first time meeting the other two people. One of them was an old man in a black robe. He had a head of gray hair, a thin body, and a bony face. He gave people the feeling that he was just skin and bones. He emitted a cold aura as he stood there. The other person was a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. He had a square face, short hair, and a pair of tiger-like eyebrows. He had an awe-inspiring aura. The middle-aged man stood there like an iron tower, but also like an angry Vajra. Compared to the black-robed old man, the white-robed middle-aged man was the other extreme. Father, this is Brother Duan. You've met him before. When Huang Jialong arrived in front of Huang Yuanfei, he brought Duan Lingtian in front of him and greeted Huang Yuanfei. Huang Yuanfei's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian the moment he saw Duan Lingtian. Little brother Duan, we meet again. Huang Yuanfei greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile. He did not put on the airs of the city governor of Passage City or an elder. His attitude was as if he was talking to someone of equal status. This made Duan Lingtian feel comfortable. City Governor Huang, Jialong and I are friends. You can just call me Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Ha. All right. However, calling you Lingtian sounds distant, so I'll just call you Little Tian. Considering your age, I'm not taking advantage of you by calling you that. Huang Yuanfei laughed. His words had unknowingly closed the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, this is Elder Mo. He's my foster father and also my father's sworn brother. This is Bai Gang, my brother. You can call him Uncle Bai. Huang Yuanfei introduced the black-robed old man and the white-robed middle-aged man to Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed old man and the white-robed middle-aged man. Their gazes also fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had been completely seen through, as if he had nowhere to hide in front of these two people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense that something was amiss between these two people, but he could not put his finger on it. Elder Mo, Uncle Bai. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted the two of them. Not bad, not bad. No wonder Jialong said you're impressive. You're able to become a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100, and you're even stronger than him. You're not simple at all, Bai Gang said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Based on his appearance, it was clear he was a cheerful person. As for the black-robed old man, he merely nodded at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. His gaze was extremely calm from beginning to end, as if he was completely unperturbed. Hee. Little brat Lingtian, this old man Mo's temper is just like that. He's very boring, just ignore him. Bai Gang said with a smile, trying to diffuse the awkwardness between Duan Lingtian and the black-robed old man. Elder Mo, everyone's here. Let's go. At the same time, Huang Yuanfei looked at the black-robed old man. "All right." The black-robed old man nodded in response. As soon as he nodded, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of black lightning as he sped away. Immediately, a series of thunderous explosions rang out, deafening to the ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was caught by the black-robed old man who had sped into the distance. The old man's black robe fluttered as a vast aura swept out. At the same time, a dazzling black light shone from the old man's body like ink. Swoosh! In the next moment, as the enchanting black light expanded, the ink scattered in all directions, and a colossal figure appeared in the void where the old man was. This was a bird that was as black as ink. It floated in the air like an island in the sky. The feathers on its body were all black and shiny. They looked very tough, like feather blades forged from black iron. Looking from afar, this bird was actually a black eagle. What was different from ordinary eagles was that its body was very large, like a small mountain. In addition, the claws of this huge black eagle flickered with a cold luster. At first glance, it did not seem to be any weaker than an immortal weapon. The huge eagle flew in the sky, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Immortal beast? Elder Mo, is an immortal beast that transformed into a human? When Duan Lingtian came to a realization, he was slightly surprised. At the same time, he finally understood why he felt that Elder Mo was a little unusual. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Bai Gang. Bai Gang gave him the same feeling as Elder Mo, low-level king rank immortal beast, green-eyed black eagle. When Lu Guanglin saw Elder Mo's true form, he was stunned for a moment before he could not help but exclaim. Lu Guanglin's exclamation immediately caused Elder Mo, who had transformed into his true form, to turn his head slightly. A pair of green eyes stared at Lu Guanglin. "You're quite knowledgeable to recognize my true form." It was rare for Elder Mo to be so talkative. Even when Duan Lingtian greeted him, he did not say anything. Low-level king rank immortal beast? Although this was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the green-eyed black eagle, he had read about low-level king rank immortal beasts in some memory celestial talismans. After reaching adulthood, a low-level king rank immortal beast would become a 1 basic celestial king. If they were talented, they could even become a 2-form celestial king or 3 talents celestial king. After becoming a celestial king, if they encountered a fortuitous encounter, their strength would increase as well. If they did not encounter a fortuitous encounter, they could only become 3 talent celestial kings at most. Elder Mo's cultivation base. It seems like he's a 1 basic celestial king. Since Duan Lingtian had temporarily possessed strength comparable to ordinary celestial lords and celestial kings with his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he had a certain understanding of the auras of celestial kings. I can't believe Huang Yuanfei isn't the strongest person in Passage City. There's actually a 1 basic celestial king above him. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue inwardly. Little Tian, let's get on Elder Mo's back. Elder Mo will lead the way to the solitary nation. At this moment, Huang Yuanfei stepped into the air and landed on Elder Mo's back. Then, he turned to call out to Duan Lingtian. Huang Jialong followed behind Duan Lingtian and said, "Brother Duan, with Elder Mo's speed, we'll arrive at the capital of the solitary nation in 10 days at most." 10 days? It seems like the supporting Fall Nation is still quite a distance away from the capital of the solitary nation. Duan Lingtian sighed. Although 10 days was not a long time, a 1 basic celestial king was a 1 basic celestial king. However, the person who brought them there was a 1 basic celestial king. Moreover, it was a low-grade king-grade celestial beast. After all, bird-type celestial beasts were known for their speed. After all, we're traveling across borders. It's normal for there to be some distance. Huang Jialong smiled. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong, and Lu Guanglin landed on Elder Mo's back after Huang Yuanfei and Bai Gang. When he descended onto the back of Old Mo's main body, Duan Lingtian only felt that his feet landed steadily as if he was walking on flat ground, and there wasn't the slightest bit of bumpiness. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that Duan Ling Tian steadied himself, Elder Mo flapped his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky and shot out like a sharp arrow. At this moment, a translucent black light suddenly rose from Elder Mo's body and transformed into a light shield that shrouded the group on his back. The translucent light barrier that was formed by the black light completely blocked the incoming astral wind as Old Mo swiftly flew forward. That's fast. Duan Ling Tian looked to his left and right. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. The speed of a one basic celestial king was so fast that he could not even see his surroundings with his naked eye. For a time, he could only look away. Jiao Long, is uncle by a celestial beast as well? Duan Ling Tian asked through voice transmission as he looked at Huang Jialong. Huh? How did you know? Huang Jialong was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. He looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Based on Duan Ling Tian's question, it was clear he had only guessed that Bai Gang was a celestial beast. However, even though it was just a guess, Huang Jialong was still shocked. It's true. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. At the same time, he was puzzled as to why he was able to sense the aura of a celestial beast in human form. In the Devata realms, if one's strength was stronger than a celestial beast in human form, it would be easy for one to tell the other was a celestial beast. However, if one's strength was weaker than a celestial beast in human form, one would not be able to tell the other was a celestial beast. Yes, Huang Jialong replied. Brother Duan, how? How did you know? Huang Jialong asked curiously. I think so. Huang Jialong was looking forward to Duan Lingtian's next words. However, what Duan Ling Tian said next rendered him speechless. Intuition. These were Duan Ling Tian's exact words. Intuition. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the feeling he had earlier was no different from intuition. Humph. When Duan Ling Tian said it was intuition, the profound divine metal's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Kid, that's not your intuition. It's because the aura on my body is constantly affecting your soul, causing your soul to have a sharper perception. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Aren't you in a deep sleep? Why are you awake? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. I sensed the little black eagle's aura and was afraid it would eat you. However, it seems like it's an enemy and not a friend. Chapter 2954. Little Black Eagle? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words. The green-eyed black eagle, an elementary king-grade celestial beast, had become a little black eagle in the profound divine metal's eyes? Senior, you don't have to worry. If he really does something to me, you'll just have a new host. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to accept you, Senior. Duan Lingtian said to the profound divine metal. In his opinion, even if he was killed by the green-eyed black eagle, the profound divine metal could still make the green-eyed black eagle its new host. Furthermore, his strength is much stronger than the current me. Duan Lingtian continued to say. Humph. You said the little black eagle is only stronger than you. If I'm not mistaken, he'll only be a one basic celestial king at most. His celestial beast bloodline is ordinary. The profound divine metal snorted. Naturally, with my guidance, it's not impossible for him to progress further. However, due to his bloodline, it'll be difficult. It'll be even more difficult for him to become a celestial lord. As for becoming a celestial emperor, unless he has a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, he won't be able to become a celestial emperor. The profound divine metal continued to say. You, on the other hand, are different. With your innate talent, you're considered one of the best among humans. If you have a fortuitous encounter, you'll definitely soar to the top. The difference between your innate talent and the little black eagle's innate talent is like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if it kills you, I can only temporarily live in its body and let it be my temporary host while I wait for the next host. It's not worthy of being my host. The profound divine metal's words revealed its disdain for the green-eyed black feather eagle's innate talent. It was clear that it looked down on the green-eyed black feather eagle. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the profound divine metal's words. The green-eyed black feather eagle was a low-grade king-grade celestial beast, yet it was so weak in the eyes of the profound divine metal. On the other hand, although this little tiger's bloodline is ordinary, because it has a trace of the divine beast white tiger's bloodline, its potential is stronger than this little black eagle's. As long as he's given enough time, breaking through to become a two-form celestial king wouldn't be a problem. In fact, he might even have a chance to become a three-talent celestial king. As for how far it can go, that will depend on its luck. Otherwise, it will stop at the three-talent celestial king realm. The profound divine metal said. Little tiger? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the profound divine gold's words. Then, he realized the profound divine gold was referring to the white-clad middle-aged man, Bai Gang. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. Not only is your innate talent monstrous, even your intuition is so accurate. At the same time, Huang Jialong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. That's right. Uncle Bai is also a celestial beast. Moreover, he's a peak low-grade king-grade celestial beast. Elder Mo said Uncle Bai will become a three-talent celestial king in the future. Huang Jialong's words matched the profound divine metal's words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying the profound divine metal was. Senior, you and the chaos divine flame are two of the 5 divine elements. Who are the other 3? Duan Lingtian wanted to ask the profound divine metal some questions, but he did not receive any response. The profound divine metal did not respond no matter how many times he called out to it. It fell asleep again? Duan Lingtian's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, why do I feel like the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame are more like pigs instead of the 5 divine elements? They're so good at sleeping. A peak low-grade king-grade celestial beast. Jialong, what kind of celestial beast is Uncle Bai? Duan Lingtian asked curiously through voice transmission as he looked at Huang Jialong. Uncle Bai is a copper flying tiger, Huang Jialong replied. Huang Jialong replied telepathically, according to Uncle Bai, a copper-patterned flying tiger like him can only be considered the weakest in the flying tiger clan. Above the copper flying tiger is the silver flying tiger. It's a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. As long as it doesn't die prematurely, it's possible for it to become a 6-combo celestial king in the future. Above the silver flying tiger is the golden flying tiger. It's a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. Without a fortuitous encounter, a golden flying tiger will remain a 9 palaces celestial king for the rest of its life. It's difficult for it to become a 10 directions celestial king, let alone a celestial lord. In the flying tiger clan, only the dark golden flying tiger has the potential to break through and become a celestial lord. However, it's only a 1 basic celestial lord. Huang Jialong said. The dark golden flying tiger? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes, the dark golden flying tiger. Huang Jialong nodded. I heard from Uncle Bai that the dark golden flying tiger has the highest innate talent in the flying tiger clan. It's considered the royal bloodline of the flying tiger clan. If there's no accident, a dark golden flying tiger will be able to break through and become a 1 basic celestial lord. Naturally, they'll only become a 1 basic celestial lord. If they want to become a celestial lord or a titled celestial lord, they'll need a lot of fortuitous encounters. Huang Jialong continued to say. Based on your words, the dark golden flying tiger is most likely a peak king-grade celestial beast. Based on my knowledge, most peak king-grade celestial beasts stop at becoming a 10 directions celestial king. Duan Lingtian said. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the green-eyed black feather eagle to Bai Gang, who was standing next to Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. He knew Bai Gang was a peak king-grade celestial beast, a copper flying tiger. Jialong, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Huang Jialong. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a flying tiger clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, right? Old Mo, there should be a flying tiger clan in the Southern Heaven Territory as well, right? Based on his knowledge, most intelligent celestial beasts lived in Devata realms such as the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Phoenix Nest Heaven, the Coiling Dragon Heaven, and the White Tiger Heaven. In these Devata realms, more than 80% of the inhabitants were celestial beasts while the rest were humans. Among the 81 Devata realms, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was the only Devata realm where more than 99% of the inhabitants were celestial beasts. This was because if non-celestial beasts were discovered in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, they would be attacked. It was not impossible for non-celestial beasts to stay in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven as long as one was strong enough to deal with all the celestial beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. As for the other Devata realms where celestial beasts lived, they were not as extreme. The celestial beasts there could coexist peacefully with humans and other living beings. Naturally, the celestial beasts in the Devata realms were very united. If humans or other living beings tried to kill the celestial beasts would join forces and attack them. Celestial beasts, especially powerful celestial beasts, were valuable materials. Some could be used to refine pills, some could be used to forge weapons, and some could be used to set up formations. Under such circumstances, if a celestial beast was not strong enough to protect itself, it was destined to become meat on a chopping board. For example, the wings of the green-eyed black eagle, an elementary king-grade celestial beast, under Duan Lingtian's feet, could be used as the main material to forge a duke-grade celestial weapon. If the wings were removed and melted by a king-grade celestial weapon craftsman, it could be forged into a few king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the wings were the least valuable part of the green-eyed black eagle. The green-eyed black eagle had many treasures that were coveted by powerful celestial kings. If one did not have a powerful backer, one would definitely be hunted down by powerful celestial kings if one appeared in public. However, Old Amo and Bai Gang had appeared in the supporting Fall Nation openly. Moreover, it seemed like they had been in the supporting Fall Nation for many years. Duan Lingtian did not believe they would reveal themselves so easily if they did not have a powerful backer. For this reason, Duan Lingtian speculated that both Old Amo and Bai Gang had clans in the Southern Heaven territory. It was also because they were afraid of the celestial beast clans that no powerful celestial beasts dared to attack them. Of course, Huang Jialong was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's deduction. In his opinion, it was common knowledge that celestial beasts who dared to appear in public in the Devata realms ruled by humans had clans to rely on. In the Southern Heaven territory, the Flying Tiger clan is one of the largest clans among celestial beasts. According to Uncle Bai, there are at least 10 dark golden flying tigers in the main clan of the Flying Tiger clan. There are many branch clans under the main clan. In the Profound Nether Mansions district, there's a branch of the Flying Tiger clan. Uncle Bai is from there. Although the branch of the Flying Tiger clan doesn't have a dark golden flying tiger, there are at least 5 golden flying tigers. Moreover, 3 of the golden flying tigers are 10 direction celestial kings. It's also because of this branch of the Flying Tiger clan backing Uncle Bai that he dares to swagger around the streets. King-grade celestial beasts have the ability to leave a soul imprint on the body of their murderer the moment they're killed. Even celestial lords won't be able to remove the soul imprint from their bodies without a period of time. In other words, if Uncle White was killed outside, the murderer would also leave a soul imprint on him, and the clan behind Uncle White would be able to find the murderer through the soul imprint Uncle White left on the murderer and avenge Uncle White. In the Devata realms ruled by humans, due to the low number of celestial beasts, the celestial beasts are very united. Chapter 2955. As for the celestial beast clan that Old Amo belongs to, it's not simple as well. The celestial beast clan behind Old Amo is the Black Feather Eagle clan. The Ink Feather Eagle clan is the same as the Flying Tiger clan. The clansmen are divided into many levels based on their talent. Elder Amo is the green-eyed Dark Feather Eagle of the Dark Feather Eagle clan. The Dark Feather Eagle clan also has the red-eyed Dark Feather Eagle, the orange-eyed Dark Feather Eagle, and the yellow-eyed Dark Feather Eagle that are weaker than Elder Amo. The celestial beasts with higher innate talents than Old Amo include the green-eyed Black Feather Eagle, the blue-eyed Black Feather Eagle, and the purple-eyed Black Feather Eagle. They're mediocre, advanced, and top king-grade celestial beasts respectively. As for the purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagles, their status in the Dark Feather Eagle clan is equivalent to the status of the Dark Gold Flying Tiger clan and the Flying Tiger clan. They are the royal family of the Dark Feather Eagle clan. However, due to the fact that the purple-eyed dark eagle is only a peak king-grade immortal beast while the dark golden flying tiger is a peak king-grade immortal beast, the purple-eyed dark eagle's potential is far inferior to the dark golden flying tiger's. It's rare for a purple-eyed dark eagle to produce an immortal emperor. At the very least, the current patriarch of the purple-eyed black feather eagle clan is only a 10-direction celestial king in the Southern Heaven territory. It's too difficult for an ordinary top king-grade celestial beast to break through and become a celestial lord. Currently, there's only one purple-eyed black feather eagle in the Southern Heaven territory who has successfully broken through and become a celestial lord. Naturally, the purple-eyed black feather eagle isn't part of the black feather eagle clan. The reason the black feather eagle clan is able to thrive in the Southern Heaven territory without a celestial lord is mostly because of the purple-eyed black feather eagle. Huang Jialong paused for a moment after he finished speaking. The Black Feather Eagle clan is able to thrive in the Southern Heaven territory because of a purple-eyed black feather eagle who's not a celestial lord? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. In his opinion, it was impossible. How could the Dark Feather Eagle clan prosper in the Southern Heaven territory when a mere immortal emperor purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagle was not even part of their clan? How did the Ink Feather Eagle clan do it? Could it be that the purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagle had a heaven-defying encounter that allowed it to become one of the strongest celestial emperors? Duan Lingtian thought of this possibility. No. However, Huang Jialong refuted Duan Lingtian's conjecture. The purple-eyed Dark Eagle is only an ordinary one basic celestial lord. With its strength, it's not enough to protect the Dark Eagle clan in the Southern Heaven territory. Why is that? Duan Lingtian felt that there must be some other reason behind this. It's because the purple-eyed Dark Feather Eagle is the mount of the Southern Heaven territory's Southern Heaven celestial lord. Huang Jialong enunciated each word clearly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. As soon as his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though a heavy bomb had been dropped on him. It took him a long time to regain his senses. The one basic celestial lord purple-eyed Dark Eagle was the mount of the Southern Heaven celestial lord? Who was the Southern Heaven celestial lord? He was the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory. He was the only titled celestial lord in the Southern Heaven territory. In the Southern Heaven territory, he only needed to give an order to turn the place into a river of blood and millions of corpses. Even if a celestial lord was guarding the place, they would not be able to withstand his order. No wonder. No wonder, after a while, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. If the purple-eyed Dark Eagle is the mount of the Southern Heaven celestial lord, no one in the Dark Feather Eagle clan would dare to make a move against the purple-eyed Dark Eagle clan. In fact, even if the Flying Tiger clan is stronger than the Dark Feather Eagle clan, no one would dare to make a move on the Dark Feather Eagle clan. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. Duan Lingtian finally understood that both Bai Gang and Old Mo had powerful clans of celestial beasts backing them up. It was also because of this that even those powerful people had to consider the Flying Tiger clan and the Dark Feather Eagle clan behind them if they wanted to attack them. After chatting with Huang Jialong for a while, Duan Lingtian sat down with his legs crossed. He took out the prominent celestial cauldron and continued to refine pills. Brother Duan. You know how to refine pills? Huang Jialong was stunned when Duan Lingtian sat down with his legs crossed and took out the celestial cauldron. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, whether it was Huang Yuanfei or Bai Gang, all of their attention was on Duan Lingtian. Lu Guanglin had long known that Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. Therefore, he was not surprised. However, he could understand why Huang Jialong and the others were surprised. After all, when he found out that Duan Lingtian was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist and could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, as easily as drinking water, he was stunned for more than 10 breaths. Under the watchful eyes of Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, Bai Gang, and Old Mo, Duan Lingtian took out a pile of herbs and began to refine pills. It only took him half an hour to heat up the cauldron. It did not take him long to refine pills. Whoosh! Whoosh. 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 Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Bai Gang widened their eyes in shock when they saw the pills in Duan Ling Tian's hand. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Overarching heaven pills? As for old Mo, who was hurrying on his journey, his huge eyes were filled with disbelief as he involuntarily cried out involuntarily. This was the first time he had seen someone who could refine so many overarching heaven pills in such a short time. Even the supreme celestial alchemists he had met in the past could not refine overarching heaven pills at this rate. So many overarching heaven pills? This brat. He's amazing. Huang Yuanfei and Bai Gang regained their senses one after another. They exchanged a look and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Brother Duan. You're not planning to refine the profound golden pill yourself, right? Huang Jialong gulped as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, based on Duan Lingtian's ability to refine overarching heaven pills, there might not even be a supreme celestial alchemist who could compare to him. Perhaps, only a celestial alchemist at the king grade or above would be able to refine overarching heaven pills as fast as him. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Huang Jialong had guessed Duan Lingtian was planning to refine the profound golden pill himself, he was still shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian admit it. Huang Yuanfei's pupils constricted at this moment. Previously, when the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation told him that Duan Lingtian was able to contact a celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, he had thought Duan Lingtian had found a king-grade celestial alchemist to help him refine the profound golden pill. However, Duan Lingtian had just said he planned to refine the profound golden pill himself. After all, it was not easy to refine the profound golden pill. Even if there were 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Even if there were 100 supreme celestial alchemists, there might not be one who could refine the profound golden pill. Only celestial alchemists at the king grade or above were confident they could refine the profound golden pill. Brat. Do you really plan to refine the profound golden pill yourself? You're not joking. Bai Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You should know that the auction for the golden nematode in the solitary nation will cost a lot of celestial crystals. If the golden nematode is destroyed because of your failure, all the celestial crystals will go to waste." I know. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Bai Gang was about to say something when Huang Yuanfei interjected. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently and asked, "Little Tian, how confident are you that you'll be able to refine the profound golden pill?" More than 90%. Duan Lingtian did not even blink when he said these words. Clearly, he was extremely confident. More than 90%? Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Bai Gang, in particular, looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. "Brat, you can't joke about this. Now is not the time to brag. Uncle Bai, I won't say things that I'm not confident about." Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Gang in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Good, very good. I'll wait and see." Bai Gang was speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian's confident expression. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the one who had consumed the profound golden pill. If he failed to refine the pill, it would be Duan Lingtian's loss. "Little Tian, if you're really confident that you'll be able to refine the profound golden pill, when we obtain the 2 golden nematodes, you can refine another profound golden pill for yourself. We'll let the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation bid for it and sell it to the highest bidder at a sky-high price," Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. Huang Yuanfei was influenced by Duan Lingtian's confidence. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian successfully refining the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was a special prominent celestial pill. Even if it was successfully refined, only one pill could be refined in one cauldron. Even if an emperor-grade celestial alchemist refined the profound golden pill, only one pill could be refined. Huang Cheng, Duan Lingtian was about to address Huang Yuanfei as city governor Huang when he saw Huang Yuanfei's displeased expression. He quickly changed his words and said, Uncle Huang. Although one golden nematode is enough to refine a profound golden pill, I only have one profound spirit flower, and it was given to me by His Majesty. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Even if I obtain the 2 golden nematodes, I'll need another profound spirit flower to refine another profound golden pill. The golden nematode and the profound spirit flower were the rarest ingredients to refine the profound golden pill. The other ingredients could be purchased at a reasonable price. Of course, I've thought of that. Chapter 2956. 10 days later. A gigantic city that was comparable to the capital of the supporting Fall nation appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Naturally, this was also because Elder Mo had slowed down. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current eyesight, under the circumstances that Elder Mo didn't slow down, it would be utterly impossible for him to clearly see the surroundings. The capital of the solitary nation is right in front of us. The imperial auction will be held in 5 days. During this time, the imperial family of the solitary nation has arranged a place for us to stay in the imperial palace. Huang Yuanfei explained when he saw the city was getting closer and closer to them. After a short while, the group entered the city in front of them, which was the capital of the solitary nation. The capital of the solitary nation was similar to the capital of the supporting Fall nation. The capital was vast, and the roads in the capital extended in all directions. Before entering the city, Elder Mo had already retracted his original body and transformed back into his human form. The skinny old man in a black robe reappeared. Under Huang Yuanfei's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others passed through the continents of the supporting Fall nation and arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace of the supporting Fall nation. I'm Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall nation. I'm here to participate in the imperial auction that will be held in 5 days. Huang Yuanfei did not hesitate to reveal his identity to the guards at the entrance of the imperial palace. Soon after, someone came out to greet Duan Lingtian and the others. City Governor Huang, it's really you. The last time we met was 10 years ago, right? The person who came out to greet Duan Lingtian and the others was a middle-aged man dressed in light silver armor. He was tall and sturdy, almost as tall as Bai Gang. Commander He, I'm flattered that you've personally come out to greet me. Huang Yuanfei cupped his hands together and greeted the middle-aged man. Elder Mo is here as well? When the person returned Huang Yuanfei's smile, he also saw Elder Mo standing behind Huang Yuanfei and hurriedly bowed respectfully. He knew Elder Mo was not only a powerful one basic celestial king, but Elder Mo was also a powerful one basic celestial king. He Feng, we fought to a draw 10 years ago. No matter what, we have to fight to our heart's content again. Bai Gang, who was standing beside Elder Mo, clearly recognized this person as he grinned and said. Based on how Bai Gang addressed this person, it was obvious that this person was called He Feng. Bai Gang, even though we fought to a draw back then, it was only an exchange of pointers and not a battle to the death. If it had been a battle to the death, I would have been no match for you in your true form. Hearing Bai Gang's words, He Feng looked at him and said with a wry smile. At least you know your limits. Now that 10 years have passed, I'm sure you've improved a lot. It's rare for me to come here, so you have to find some time to fight with me. As Bai Gang looked at He Feng, he rubbed his palms together. His fighting spirit was rising, and he could not control it. If you really want to fight, then after the royal auction, I'll let you fight outside the city. At that time, you don't have to hold back. Just transform into your true form and fight with me. Hearing Bai Gang's words and sensing Bai Gang's battle intent, He Feng's eyes flashed. Clearly, he was eager to give it a try. Huh. Good. It seems like you've improved a lot over the years. If it was 10 years ago, I'm sure you wouldn't have dared to ask me to transform into my true form and fight with you. Bai Gang laughed. He was not afraid of He Feng's domineering attitude at all. Instead, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. If both of you want to fight, wait until after the auction. Commander He, this is my 4th son, Huang Jialong. You've met him before. Huang Yuanfei quickly changed the topic when he saw Bai Gang and He Feng were itching to fight. First, he looked at his son, Huang Jialong, and then at Duan Lingtian. Then, he said, "This is my son's good friend, Duan Lingtian. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation sent me here to bid for the golden nematode to help my son break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Huang Yuanfei said. He Feng was about to greet Huang Jialong when he heard Huang Yuanfei's words. He instinctively shifted his gaze away from Huang Jialong and looked at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. "Why, you're Duan Lingtian?" He Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe as though he was trying to figure out what was so special about Duan Lingtian. Due to the supporting Fall Nation's neighboring nation, the Solitary Nation had also heard about the appearance of a genius from the supporting Fall Nation during the Southern Heaven combat. He was not even 100 years old, but he had defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the city governor of Passage City, with just one move. Others might not know about Huang Jialong's innate talent and strength, but he knew. For this reason, he was shocked by the strength of the person who had defeated Huang Jialong. He was even more shocked when he found out that the person who had defeated Huang Jialong was a young man who was not even 100 years old. Wait a minute, before Duan Lingtian could reply, He Feng looked at Huang Yuanfei and asked, "City Governor Huang, why you said you're here to bid for the golden nematode to help him break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? You mean he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial?" When He Feng's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had just seen a ghost. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was another genius who had comprehended the power of the law like the genius from the East Ming nation? A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had defeated Huang Jialong, who was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with just one move. In his opinion, unless one had comprehended the power of the law, it was impossible for one to achieve such a feat. He Feng, are you scared out of your wits? Bai Gang laughed heartily when he saw the expression on He Feng's face. I don't think there's such a freak among the 9 participants from the Southern Heaven combat in the Solitary Nation, right? Humph. He Feng glanced at Bai Gang indifferently and snorted. Bai Gang, I was scared by little brother Duan, not you. Why are you acting so smug? After He Feng finished speaking, he ignored Bai Gang and looked at Huang Yuanfei with a wry smile on his face. I was wondering why City Governor Huang would personally lead a team here. As it turns out, the supporting Fall Nation has also found a freak who's on par with the genius from the East Ming Nation. At the same time, He Feng realized he could not let Duan Lingtian and the others stand at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. Therefore, he quickly gestured for them to enter. City Governor Huang, old Mo, little brother Duan, and nephew Jialong, please come in. He Feng called out to Duan Lingtian and the others, but he ignored Bai Gang. However, Bai Gang did not mind. He swaggered into the Imperial Palace with Duan Lingtian and the others. The Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation was similar to the Imperial Palace of the supporting Fall Nation. However, the architectural features, layout of the Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation were completely different. The supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace was majestic, simple, and unadorned. On the other hand, the Solitary Nation's Imperial Palace was resplendent and dazzling. Gold decorations and all kinds of rare treasures could be seen everywhere. Brother Duan, He Feng is the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Solitary Nation. He's also a powerful 10 Directions Celestial Duke. 10 years ago, he was ordered by the Emperor of the Solitary Nation to handle some matters in the supporting Fall Nation. He went to Passage City, and that's how he met my father and Uncle Bai. Don't think that Uncle Bai is competing with him. That's just on the surface. His relationship with Uncle Bai is much deeper than his relationship with my father. After they entered the Imperial Palace, Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to introduce He Feng. Although Duan Lingtian could tell that He Feng was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, he did not expect He Feng to be a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. He did not expect He Feng to be the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Solitary Nation. In the supporting Fall Nation, there were only 2 people who could be considered as the Emperor's right-hand men. One of them was the city governor of Passage City, Huang Yuanfei. The other was the elusive commander of the Imperial Guards in the supporting Fall Nation's Imperial Palace. Since Feng was the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Solitary Nation, it was obvious he was close to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation. Before they arrived at the residence that the Imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for Duanling Tian and the others, Feng would occasionally look at Duanling Tian with a peculiar gleam in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Although Duanling Tian sensed Feng's gaze, he did not pay it any mind. It did not take long before they arrived at the residence that the Imperial Palace of the supporting Fall Nation had arranged for Duanling Tian and the others. The residence was spacious and had 6 courtyards that faced each other. There was a path in the middle, and there were 3 courtyards on each side. City Governor Huang, all of you must be tired after such a long journey. Why don't you take a rest? I'll look for all of you in 5 days and bring all of you to the auction. After making arrangements for Duanling Tian and the others, Feng bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei and left. Father. However, Huang Jialong did not intend to rest. He looked at Huang Yuanfei and said with a smile, I'd like to go to West Lane City with Brother Duan. Do you think it's possible for Grandfather Mo or Uncle Bai to come with us? Huang Jialong was not stupid. He knew they were not in the supporting Fall Nation, and it would be dangerous if they did not have the protection of a powerhouse. West Lane City. Huang Yuanfei looked at Huang Jialong meaningfully. As far as I know, West Lane City in the capital of the Solitary Nation is famous for stone gambling. You want to bring little Tian there for stone gambling, right? Hee hee. Huang Jialong chuckled. He did not deny it since he knew there was no point in denying it. After all, his father was not someone to be trifled with. Stone gambling? Duanling Tian was stunned. Stone gambling in the Devata realms? In his past life, when he was on Earth, he had heard of stone gambling. Generally, one would have to rely on one's eyesight to determine whether a stone was cut open or not. If not, one would suffer a loss. I wonder what's the difference between stone gambling in the Devata realms and stone gambling on Earth, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Yuan Fei, I'll go with them. Chapter 2957. West Lane City, the capital of the Solitary Nation, was famous among the neighboring nations for its stone gambling. Even the neighboring nations such as the supporting Fall Nation and the other nations also had their stone gambling. However, compared to the stone gambling in West Lane City in the Solitary Nation, the stone gambling in those places could only be considered small. Brother Duan, the origin stones in the stone gambling establishments in the supporting Fall Nation are bought from West Lane City in the capital of the Solitary Nation. West Lane City in the capital of the Solitary Nation is one of the biggest stone gambling establishments in the southern part of the profound Nether Mansion's territory. After leaving the Imperial Palace of the Solitary Nation, Huang Jialong explained to Duanling Tian as they made their way to West Lane City. Origin stones? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice. As far as he knew, there was also the term raw stone on Earth, but the raw stone on Earth generally referred to jade that had not been processed or carved. Yes. Huang Jialong nodded. Origin stones are formed when a certain amount of dust accumulates over time. When the dust accumulates to a certain extent, it becomes an origin stone. It's said that even the divine consciousness of the most powerful 10 directions celestial emperors in the Devata realms and the mysterious tidal temple's divine consciousness can't penetrate the origin stone and see what's inside, Duanling Tian explained. Of course, it's only the divine sense that can't penetrate the origin stone. The surface of the origin stone is very fragile. Even the weakest great overarching golden immortal can destroy the origin stone and take out the item inside as long as he uses his full strength. Due to this reason, nobody knows what's inside the origin stones before they're opened. Due to this, the stone gambling market was created in the Devata realms. Huang Jialong explained slowly. Duanling Tian nodded inwardly when he heard Huang Jialong's words. The origin stones in the Devata realms were indeed very different from the origin stones he had heard about on Earth in his past life. The raw stones on Earth referred to jade that had not been processed or carved. On the other hand, the origin stones in the Devata realms were similar to the uncut stones on Earth. The so-called uncut stones in stone gambling on Earth referred to some broken stones that looked very rough and inconspicuous, but in fact, there may be very precious jade in them. Of course, there were also some uncut stones that had a touch of jade color on them, so they would be sold at a very high price. This was because the uncut stones contained a large amount of jade stones. There are different sizes of origin stones. Some origin stones may be damaged due to some external interference, revealing a corner of the contents inside. Under such circumstances, it also means that the contents of this kind of raw stone are basically completely exposed, so this kind of raw stone can no longer be used for stone gambling. The most important part of stone gambling lies in the word gamble. If the contents of the raw stone have been exposed, there's naturally no need to gamble. Huang Jialong's words made Duan Lingtian's origin stones. Although the origin stones in the Devata realms were similar to the raw stones used in stone gambling on Earth in his past life, there were still some differences. For example, in his previous life on Earth, once a green color appeared on the surface of a raw stone, and that green color was a very precious jade, then the value of that raw stone would be raised by a lot. This was because there might be a large piece of jade in the uncut stones. Once it was opened, it would be a huge profit. Naturally, there was also a possibility that there was only a green color on the surface of the uncut stones. If there was no jade in the uncut stones, it would be a huge loss. The reason for this was that on Earth where he lived in his previous life, the people who gambled on stones did not have divine sense. They were unable to detect whether there was an even bigger piece of jade inside through that patch of green. In the Devata realms, the origin stones on Earth were similar to the origin stones on Earth. Unless they were completely covered and could block divine consciousness, once the contents of the uncut stones were exposed, the divine consciousness would be able to detect the whole thing. Jialong, what's in the origin stones? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Based on Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian knew there must be something precious in the origin stones. However, he did not know what it was. However, based on Huang Jialong's interest in stone gambling, it was clear that Huang Jialong was interested in the origin stones. There must be something in the origin stones that Huang Jialong was interested in. Brother Duan, do you know where the origin stones come from? However, Huang Jialong did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, he asked another question. Based on what you said, the origin stones must have been passed down a long time ago. After all, the surface of the origin stones need time to settle. Duan Lingtian said. That's right. Then, do you know there are many little worlds left behind by celestial kings, celestial lords, and celestial emperors in the Devata realms? Huang Jialong asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's common knowledge that the stronger a person is, the more stable the little world is. For example, a little world created by a celestial king is not as stable as a little world created by a celestial lord. Similarly, a little world created by a celestial lord is not as stable as a little world created by a celestial emperor. Huang Jialong continued to explain. A little world isn't permanent. For example, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Southern Heaven Territory is a little world created by a celestial lord to a certain extent. However, the little world was created by a titled celestial lord. However, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm requires the efforts of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords in the Southern Heaven Territory to stabilize it. Due to the uniqueness of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords in the Southern Heaven Territory would also add valuable items such as celestial weapons, medicinal pills, and celestial talismans. Apart from that, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords would also set up tests in the Upper Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, the only places where the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords would personally add treasures and set tests are the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Generally, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords would order some Celestial Lords to add treasures and set tests in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory would add treasures and set tests. For example, the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that we're going to in 4 months is filled with treasures and tests from the profound Nether Mansion. The lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is divided into 108 grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory. The profound nether mansion is only one of the 108 grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly when he reached the end of his sentence. It seems like we've strayed too far from the topic. It's all right. I didn't know about this before. Now that I heard about it, there are 108 grade 6 celestial mansions like the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory. Although Duan Ling Tian's words were calm on the surface, a storm was raging in his heart. As far as he knew, the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation were only two of the 1,000 nations in the profound nether mansion's territory. In fact, there were more than 1,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the profound nether mansion's territory. There are more than 1,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the profound nether mansion. Doesn't that mean there are more than 100,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the 108 grade 6 celestial mansions? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he thought about this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized how insignificant he was. There are more than 100,000 nations like the supporting Fall Nation and the Solitary Nation in the southern heaven territory that's ruled by a titled celestial lord. I'm sure there are many more places like the southern heaven territory in the spirit overarching heaven. After all, there are celestial emperors above titled celestial lords, and there are even more powerful titled celestial emperors. Above titled celestial emperors are the heavenly emperors who rule over Devata realms. As for the Devata realms, there are 81 Devata realms. When he thought up to here, the surging emotions in Duan Ling Tian's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, Huang Jialong continued to say, when I mentioned the southern heaven celestial lords had to spend a lot of effort to stabilize the southern heaven ancient realm, I meant to say that even a little world created by a celestial lord would crumble over time unless a celestial lord spent a lot of effort to stabilize it. However, how many small worlds would be stabilized at the cost of a great deal of effort? Moreover, there are some little worlds that nobody knows where they are. As time goes by, those small worlds will collapse when the time is up. Since little worlds are built in Devata realms, once a little world collapses, everything in it will be swept into the turbulent flow of space in the Devata realms and scattered everywhere. Some of the items in a crumbling little world would be picked up by a lucky person. However, most of the items would be covered by a layer of origin stones as time passes. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, origin stones are often found in Devata realms. For this reason, it's very likely that the items in the origin stones are treasures left behind by powerhouses in Devata realms after a little world collapses. Of course, most of the origin stones are just some useless stones in the long river of time, as well as some worthless things that have been abandoned by people and sealed to form origin stones. Chapter 2958. After listening to Huang Jialong's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the stone gambling in the Devata realms. The stone gambling in the Devata realms was not much different from the stone gambling on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Out of 10 bets, 9 out of 10 would lose. Naturally, that was only a metaphor. Most of the origin stones in the stone gambling market are useless. It's very difficult to find an origin stone that contains a treasure. For this reason, although the stone gambling market is very popular in the Devata realms, there are very few people who can make a fortune by gambling on origin stones. Naturally, there are also some people who secretly obtain the treasures inside the origin stones without revealing it to the public. After all, a man's wealth is his own ruin. As Huang Jialong spoke to Duan Lingtian, he led Duan Lingtian into West Lane City in the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention was also attracted by the West Lane City of the supporting Fall Nation. He saw that in Shifang City, there were many stores of various sizes. Moreover, the things they sold were all pieces of strangely shaped stones. These stones looked very crude. At first glance, there was nothing special about them at all. Are these the origin stones in these shops? Duan Lingtian asked Huang Jialong as he looked at the shops by the side of the road. That's right. Huang Jialong nodded. Then, he beckoned Duan Lingtian over. Both of them walked into the biggest shop they had seen so far. The number of origin stones in this shop far exceeded the number of the shops they had passed before. Although Bai Gang had followed Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian out of the shop, he hid in the dark since Huang Jialong did not like having any elders by his side. However, his attention was always on Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian. If he sensed that something was amiss, he would immediately appear to protect Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, if Huang Jialong and Duan Lingtian were in danger and had to abandon one of them, he would not hesitate to abandon Duan Lingtian. He would not consider how much the emperor of the supporting Fall nation valued Duan Lingtian. All he knew was that the other person was his brother's son. His brother had saved his life more than once in the past. For the sake of his brother's son, even if he had to give up his life, he wouldn't even frown. Are both of you here to buy origin stones? As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong entered the shop, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a medium build walked up to them with a bright smile on his face. You have a lot of origin stones here. Moreover, it seems like they've been categorized. Please introduce them to me, Huang Jialong said. Yes, sir, the middle-aged man replied respectfully. When the middle-aged man said respectfully, he brought Duan Lingtian and the other person to the table at the outermost part of the store where the origin stones were placed. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a few other groups of people choosing origin stones in the store. There were also people wearing the same clothes as the middle-aged man beside Huang Jialong and Huang Jialong, introducing them to each other. It was obvious these people were shop assistants like the middle-aged man beside Huang Jialong and Huang Jialong. Dear customers, this is table number 36 in our shop. The origin stones here are the cheapest in our shop. They're cheap because they're small, so it's impossible to store large items in them. The middle-aged man explained to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong as he looked at the thousands of origin stones on the table. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw that among the thousands of origin stones on the 36th platform, the largest one was only the size of a newborn baby's fist. As for the smallest one, it was only slightly bigger than a spatial ring. Although they're cheap and it's impossible to store large items in them, there's a high chance there's a spatial ring or some extremely precious items in them. The middle-aged man continued to speak. As he finished speaking, there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. If we can obtain spatial rings from these origin stones, it's very likely that they were used by celestial kings, celestial lords, or even celestial emperors. Why don't you say that even if you can obtain a spatial ring from one of these origin stones, it's likely to be a low-grade spatial ring abandoned by ordinary people. Many abandoned spatial rings are empty. Even if there's something in them, it's likely to be worthless. Huang Jialong looked at the middle-aged man meaningfully before he said indifferently, moreover, out of 100 origin stones, there might not be a single spatial ring that contains a valuable item. I didn't know you're so knowledgeable about origin stones. I've misbehaved. The middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed when he heard Huang Jialong's words. However, the awkwardness quickly disappeared. This was because he had always treated customers as if they did not know anything about stone gambling. If they did not know anything about stone gambling, he could easily trick them into buying more origin stones. That way, he would be able to earn a lot of commission. However, if they did, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of them. Brother Duan, do you want to buy a few of the origin stones on this table to play with? Huang Jialong asked with a smile. Let's take a look first. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had just calculated that there were a total of 36 tables in this shop with raw stones. Now, they were looking at the table closest to the entrance of the shop. The raw stones on it were also the smallest batch. Obviously, it was the worst batch of raw stones in this shop. How amazing! These origin stones really can block out divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although he had heard about the origin stones being able to block out divine consciousness, he was still surprised when he saw it for himself. After all, origin stones were formed by the dust in the river of time. Even the dust in the Devata realm is so extraordinary. These origin stones are amazing. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Huang Jialong and shook his head. I'm not interested in the origin stones here. Let's continue looking at the other origin stones. All right. Huang Jialong nodded. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "You, continue to introduce the other origin stones to us." Through the middle-aged man's introduction, Duan Ling Tian gained a certain understanding of the origin stones in this store and even the entire origin stones in the stone gambling market. The larger the origin stones, the more valuable they were. Some of the origin stones were in the shape of weapons. However, due to the layer of origin stones, one's divine consciousness could not penetrate the origin stones to determine the weapon's grade. These origin stones that were in the shape of weapons were usually more valuable. "I'll take all of these sword-shaped origin stones." A faint voice rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. A young man dressed in a brocade robe with an arrogant expression on his face casually took out a large number of prominent celestial crystals and bought more than 30 sword-shaped origin stones. He had bought almost all of the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop. There were only 3 sword-shaped origin stones left. It was obvious they were the origin stones that contained swords that were as tall as a grown man. How generous! These sword-shaped origin stones must be worth at least 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, right? I'm afraid this person is not an ordinary person. Huang Jialong noticed the young man dressed in a brocade robe and the old man standing behind him. "Sir, he's the only son of the city governor of Covered Sword City in the Solitary Nation. He's the young master of Covered Sword City, Han Yunhe." Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, the middle-aged man who accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong said in a low voice, "The young master of Covered Sword City?" Huang Jialong raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "No wonder he only bought sword-shaped origin stones. As it turns out, he's a direct descendant of the city governor of Covered Sword City. As far as I know, the direct descendants of the city governor of Covered Sword City are all sword celestials." Crack. Just as Huang Jialong's words landed, the young city lord of Covered Sword City, Han Yunhe, raised his hand and destroyed a sword-shaped ore. As the origin stone cracked open, it turned into rubble and fell to the ground. A completely black sword also appeared before everyone's eyes. A prominent celestial sword. What a loss. The middle-aged man who accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong said with a sigh. A sword-shaped origin stone is worth more than 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. Let alone a prominent celestial sword, even a duke-grade celestial sword would still be a loss. After all, a duke-grade celestial sword is usually only worth 10 prominent celestial crystals. The better ones can only be sold for 20 to 30 prominent celestial crystals at most. Huang Jialong said. Crack. 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Yunhe, the young governor of Covered Sword City, shattered more than 20 sword-shaped origin stones in just a blink of an eye. The lowest grade among the sword-shaped origin stones was mediocre, while the highest grade was duke-grade celestial swords. Moreover, there were only 2 duke-grade celestial swords. What a loss. What a loss. In just a blink of an eye, more than 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are gone. Stone gambling is indeed a game of the heart. More than 20,000 prominent celestial crystals are gone just like that. Ordinary people won't be able to gamble so much. Young Governor Han's expression hasn't changed at all. His composure is truly shocking. As expected of the son of the city governor of Covered Sword City. Like father, like son. The other people who were watching Han Yunhe opened the sword-shaped origin stone side. Based on their words, they were impressed by Han Yunhe's courage and were envious of his family background. Crack. A moment later, another sword-shaped or stone was opened by Han Yunhe. The sword inside it emitted a faint green light that was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. A king-grade celestial sword. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell it was a king-grade celestial sword. He did not expect Han Yunhe would be able to obtain a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone. Chapter 2959. The higher the grade of a celestial weapon, the more valuable it was. This was common knowledge to all. Although there was a huge difference in value between king-grade celestial weapons, the difference in value between two celestial weapons of similar grades would not be more than 10,000 times. For example, a duke-grade celestial weapon was usually worth 1,000 mediocre celestial crystals or 10 prominent celestial crystals. On the other hand, a prominent celestial weapon was usually worth 10 mediocre celestial crystals, which was 100 times more valuable than a duke-grade celestial weapon. There was a huge difference between a king-grade celestial weapon and a duke-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon was 10,000 times more valuable than a duke-grade celestial weapon. 10,000 times. What did that mean? In other words, the value of a king-grade celestial weapon was equivalent to 10,000 duke-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, this was only based on celestial crystals. Unless a person who owned 10,000 duke-grade celestial weapons sold all 10,000 mediocre celestial weapons for celestial crystals, no one would be willing to exchange a king-grade celestial weapon for a duke-grade celestial weapon. It's a king-grade celestial sword. Heavens! Young Master Han actually obtained a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone. A king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals if it's in good condition. Young Master Han really struck it rich this time. Earlier, we were still talking about how young Master Han wasted tens of thousands of prominent celestial crystals. In just a blink of an eye, he's going to earn at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. Han Yunhe's discovery of a king-grade celestial sword from the sword-shaped origin stone attracted the attention of everyone in the shop. Even some passers-by in front of the shop noticed the commotion and stopped to watch. As the onlookers started to discuss among themselves, more and more people gathered at the entrance of the shop and looked at Han Yunhe with envy in their eyes. Congratulations, young Master Han, for obtaining a king-grade celestial sword. Han Yunhe's salesperson quickly thanked Han Yunhe when he regained his senses. There's nothing to congratulate me for. I spent at least 150,000 prominent celestial crystals on the sword-shaped origin stone for this king-grade celestial sword. Based on the quality of the sword, it's worth about 30,000 to 40,000 prominent celestial crystals at most. Come to think of it, I've lost more than 10,000 prominent immortal crystals. In the face of the salesperson's congratulations, Han Yunhe said indifferently, I'll return the remaining unopened sword-shaped origin stones to you. This way, I won't lose anything by getting this sword. After saying that, Han Yunhe placed the remaining sword-shaped origin stone back on the table. And this was also permitted. As long as the origin stones were unopened, they could return them before they left the shop. This was the rule of the stone gambling market in the Devata realms. After putting away the king-grade celestial sword, Han Yunhe led the people behind him out of the shop under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The group of people outside the shop consciously made way for them. After Han Yunhe's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, many people couldn't help but discuss among themselves. I didn't expect Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, to be able to obtain a king-grade celestial sword here. The direct descendants of Covered Sword City are all sword celestials. Although the city governor of Covered Sword City has several king-grade celestial weapons, there are only 2 king-grade celestial swords. One of them is in the hands of the city governor of Covered Sword City, and the other is in the hands of the Grand Commander of Covered Sword City. For this reason, young Master Han doesn't have a king-grade celestial sword. Although king-grade celestial swords occasionally appear in the black market, they are usually bought as soon as they appear. In the Devata realms, swords are very popular. For this reason, even if young Master Han has enough celestial crystals, it's difficult for him to buy a king-grade celestial sword. Spending 30,000 to 40,000 immortal crystals on a sword-shaped origin stone to obtain a king-grade celestial sword of similar value doesn't sound like a loss, but in fact, young Master Han still made a profit. Even if he made a profit, he should be the one making a profit. Ordinary people aren't as bold as him. As far as I know, the city governor of Covered Sword City only gave him 200,000 prominent celestial crystals to obtain a king-grade celestial sword. Duanling Tian could not help but praise Han Yunhe, the young city governor of Covered Sword City, for his courage and boldness. After all, not everyone who had 200,000 prominent celestial crystals would be bold enough to gamble on a king-grade celestial sword. Since the young master of Covered Sword City is so bold, I'm sure his future achievements won't be inferior to his father's. Huang Jialong sighed emotionally. Among the cities under the solitary country, Covered Sword City was one of the top cities. The city governor of Covered Sword City was one of the strongest celestial dukes in the solitary nation. Following Han Yunhe's departure, the onlookers outside the store also dispersed one after another, and the store regained its tranquility. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong were led by the middle-aged salesman to look at many origin stones. During this time, Huang Jialong was itching to buy some origin stones as well. However, they were all worthless. Since you're buying blindly, why don't you buy the sword-shaped origin stones returned by the young master of Covered Sword City? Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw the origin stones in Huang Jialong's hands had cracked and revealed worthless items. At the very least, if the young master of Covered Sword City finds out about this, he'll be so angry that he'll vomit 3 liters of blood. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only joking when he said this. He did not expect Huang Jialong would actually do as he said. After all, anyone with a good ear could tell he was joking. At the very least, the middle-aged salesman next to Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong shook his head with a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Duan, you have a point. In that case, I'll buy the sword-shaped origin stones returned by the young master of Covered Sword City. There are 13 of them, right? I'll take all of them. Huang Jialong had seen Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, return the sword-shaped origin stones. Therefore, with just a glance, he could tell there were 13 sword-shaped origin stones returned by Han Yunhe. Jialong, I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He did not expect Huang Jialong to take his joke seriously. 13 sword-shaped origin stones were worth 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I'm just playing around with the stone gambling anyway. To me, Huang Jialong, no matter what I do, it's all about being casual. Huang Jialong smiled faintly. He had no intention of buying the 13 sword-shaped origin stones. There's a total of 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in here. You can count them. If there's no problem, give me the 13 sword-shaped origin stones. Huang Jialong raised his hand and placed 13,000 prominent celestial crystals in a spatial ring. Then, he tossed the spatial ring to the salesman and Duan Lingtian. This. The salesman was taken aback. He only regained his senses when Huang Jialong tossed the spatial ring to him. His expression was one of excitement. He did not expect the stranger he had casually picked up would be a wealthy man. He did not even bat an eyelid when he spent 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's right, that's right. Sir, I'll bring the 13 sword-shaped origin stones to you now. After the salesman finished counting the celestial crystals in the spatial ring, he immediately brought the 13 sword-shaped origin stones to Huang Jialong. During this time, the other salesman looked at the salesman enviously. It should be noted that the salesman who served the young master of Covered Sword City was the only one who received the young master of Covered Sword City. Jialong, you're really... That's 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Huang Jialong opening the sword-shaped origin stones one by one. He felt Huang Jialong was being too willful. It's fine, I'm just playing around. It's a surprise if I win, and it's entertainment if I lose. Huang Jialong smiled nonchalantly. At this time, he had already opened 5 sword-shaped origin stones in a row. The best sword he obtained was a Duke-grade celestial sword. He's really rich. Under normal circumstances, it's already considered lucky for a shop like this to have a king-grade celestial sword among all the sword-shaped origin stones. I wonder who this young man is. He's actually able to take out 10,000 prominent celestial crystals so easily. I've never heard of such a person in the solitary nation. However, the Imperial Court's auction is about to begin in a few days. Currently, there are many people from neighboring countries in the capital of the solitary nation. Perhaps, he's a disciple from a neighboring country's aristocratic family. That's possible. There aren't many young people in the solitary nation who are so rich. When Huang Jialong destroyed another 5 sword-shaped origin stones, the customers in the store shifted their attention to Huang Jialong and started whispering to each other. My luck doesn't seem to be that good. There are only 3 sword-shaped origin stones left. Brother Duan, help me open them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Jialong said as he passed the remaining 3 sword-shaped origin stones to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Jialong looking at him expectantly, he did not hesitate and accepted the 3 sword-shaped origin stones. Jialong, don't blame me if I lose. My luck isn't as good as yours. Duan Lingtian joked after he accepted the 3 sword-shaped origin stones. Brother Duan, if you can get a primitive celestial sword from these, I'll give it to you. Huang Jialong, naturally, could tell Duan Lingtian was joking, so he followed suit. So far, among all the sword-shaped origin stones in the shop, whether it was opened by the young master of Covered Sword City or Huang Jialong, the worst one was a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Maybe I can get a primitive celestial sword. It's a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, the smile on Huang Jialong's face widened when he saw the mediocre-grade origin stone was a mediocre-grade celestial sword. Crack. Duan Lingtian continued to open the second sword-shaped origin stone. Whoosh. When Duan Lingtian opened the second sword-shaped origin stone, a mysterious light shone from it. At the same time, a sharp aura filled the entire shop. This commotion caused everyone in the store to be dumbfounded. This is a royal-grade celestial sword? Chapter 2960. Swoosh. 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 The shop was filled with sword chi for a long time before it finally stopped. All of this was due to the sword-shaped origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand that was emitting a dazzling profound light. However, the mysterious light on the sword-shaped origin stone was like the sword aura that shot out from it. It kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. He even so, its extraordinariness had been fully proven through the commotion just now. At this moment, even the king-grade celestial sword that Han Yunhe, the young master of Covered Sword City, had been overshadowed by this half-opened origin stone. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was the first to regain his senses, his eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. The rest of the people were unable to regain their senses for a long time. Duan Lingtian managed to regain his senses in such a short time because the aura from the origin stone was similar to the aura from the 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his hands. He had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons. 1 was a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and 2 were ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. However, the 2 ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons did not belong to him. They were the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut rings and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut rings that belonged to the mysterious young man with the surname Pei. He had obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon during the alchemy conference in the 6 southeastern regions. Currently, he had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon once. He only had 2 more uses left. After using it twice, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would be completely useless. This was the mission of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. This isn't a royal-grade celestial sword, right? Huang Jialong finally regained his senses after Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at the half-opened sword-shaped origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand in disbelief. At this moment, apart from the half-opened origin stone in Duan Lingtian's hand, a sword hilt and a small part of the sword's body could be seen. It was a dark green sword that looked as though it was made of black jade. There were countless tiny engravings on the sword. Some of the engravings on the sword made it seem ancient. In addition, there was a blood-red thread in the middle of the sword. It was moving rhythmically, as if there were traces of blood flowing on it. Crack. 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 At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and gripped the sword hilt. After exerting some force, the origin stones on the sword were shattered and destroyed. A moment later, a dark green sword with a blood-red line in the middle appeared in the middle of the sword's body appeared in the middle. At this moment, the sword's light was completely concealed. It looked as though it had returned to its original state. However, the scene of the sword shining brightly when the origin stone was broken was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people present on the scene. Apart from that, if one's divine consciousness approached the sword, one would be able to tell it was not an ordinary sword. It was not something a king-grade celestial weapon could compare to. A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial sword. Heavens! I didn't expect to see a royal-grade celestial sword in my lifetime. I think the last time a royal-grade celestial weapon appeared in the solitary nation was 1,300 years ago, right? A royal-grade celestial sword. It's a royal-grade celestial weapon. Everyone in the shop, including the shop assistants, had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they regained their senses. At this moment, Huang Jialong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at the people in the shop. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to kill everyone in the shop to prevent the news of the royal-grade celestial sword from leaking out. Alas, Huang Jialong's reaction was too late. The person in charge of the shop, an old man with a white beard, had already crushed a communication celestial talisman when he regained his senses. The communication celestial talisman he had crushed was a soul imprint celestial talisman. There was no way to stop it. Dear customer. After crushing the communication celestial talisman, the old man with a white beard walked out of the shop and looked at Huang Jialong. Clearly, he had seen everything that had happened earlier. He knew the royal-grade celestial sword belonged to Huang Jialong, this sword. Our shop is willing to pay 10 million prominent celestial crystals for it. The old man with a white beard said. 10 million prominent celestial crystals. Hearing the white-bearded old man's words, the group of people in the shop looked at the white-bearded old man as if they were looking at an idiot. They felt that this old man was indulging in fantasy. What a joke. That was a complete royal-grade celestial sword. 10 million prominent celestial crystals. Was he dreaming? 10 million prominent celestial crystals. Huang Jialong was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then, he laughed and said, "Old man, do you think I'm an idiot? Put aside the fact that royal-grade celestial weapons are priceless. If I'm not mistaken, the lowest price for a royal-grade celestial weapon in the profound nether mansion is 1 billion prominent celestial crystals, right?" A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he continued to say, "Moreover, this is the lowest price. Even if someone wants to buy a royal-grade celestial weapon, they might not even be willing to sell it for 1 billion prominent celestial crystals." In the Southern Heaven territory, no one had ever heard of anyone buying or selling royal-grade celestial weapons. Although royal-grade celestial weapons had a price, it was just a rumor. It was 10,000 times more expensive than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. The price of a king-grade celestial weapon was 10,000 times more expensive than a duke-grade celestial weapon. That's right. Do you really think he's an idiot? Based on what I know, this shop belongs to the 9th prince of the solitary nation's imperial family. The 9th prince is the most business-minded prince among the princes of the solitary nation. It seems like the shopkeeper of the 9th prince's shop is planning to force the two young men to sell royal-grade celestial swords to them. If the 9th prince insists on doing this, I'm afraid the two young men won't be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. After all, the 9th prince is backed by the emperor of the solitary nation. A man's wealth is his own ruin. When the remaining customers looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong again, they shook their heads and said, "That's right." Based on their discussion, it was clear they felt Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. At this moment, thud, 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 thud. A series of heavy footsteps rang in the air as a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a white robe walked into the shop. "Dear customer, my shop is closed for the day. Please go to another shop in West Lane City. The white-bearded old man frowned when he saw another customer. At the same time, he looked at the shop assistant standing at the side and said with a frown on his face, "Why aren't you escorting the customer out? Also, close the shop. We're not open for business today." The fewer people who knew about the royal-grade celestial weapon, the better. Earlier, he had received a message from the shopkeeper of this shop, the 9th prince of the solitary nation's imperial family. The 9th prince told him to calm everyone down, and at the same time, close the shop and reject all customers. As for the people in the shop, the 9th prince had told them not to let them leave. At this moment, the 9th prince had left the imperial palace and was on his way to the shop. Since the white-bearded old man was the shopkeeper of this shop, the shop assistants did not dare to disobey his order. They immediately walked toward the white-clad middle-aged man to escort him out of the shop. Humph. However, before they could get close to the white-clad middle-aged man, they heard the white-clad middle-aged man snorting coldly. Almost as soon as the white-robed middle-aged man's voice fell, the few salespeople who were running towards him encountered an invisible wall halfway and were forcibly stopped. In the next moment, they were sent flying backward like arrows before they crashed heavily on the ground in a wretched manner. Gasp. Upon seeing this, the people in the shop could not help but gasp. They knew the middle-aged man did not come with good intentions. "Sir, do you know who's behind this shop?" The white-bearded old man asked in a deep voice as he stared at the middle-aged man. Even though he was the strongest person in the shop, even he was unable to see how the person before him was able to do that. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. He could only rely on the name of the person behind him to scare the middle-aged man away. "Little Tian, show me the sword in your hand." However, the white-robed middle-aged man didn't pay any attention to the old man and completely ignored him. He walked directly to Duanling Tian and smiled lightly as he spoke to Duanling Tian. "Uncle Bai." Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian immediately passed the sword in his hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was none other than Bai Gang, who had been hiding in the dark to protect Duanling Tian and Huang Jialong. Most people would be reluctant to part with a royal-grade celestial sword even if it did not belong to them. However, Duanling Tian did not feel that way at all. Put aside the fact that he had 3 royal-grade celestial weapons in his spatial ring, before he ascended to the Devata realms, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had a sword of the same grade as this one. It was the Jasper Celestial Sword in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After arriving in the Devata realms, Duanling Tian learned that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, and the Jasper Celestial Sword was a royal-grade celestial weapon as well. Although this sword is a royal-grade celestial sword, it's slightly inferior to the Jasper Celestial Sword. In fact, it's slightly inferior to the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. Duanling Tian thought to himself after he passed the sword in his hand to Bai Gang. He watched as Bai Gang flipped the sword over and over again. At this moment, Duanling Tian was unaware that the Jasper Celestial Sword was a royal-grade celestial sword. How could an ordinary royal-grade celestial sword that could enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda be ordinary? It had to be a supreme royal-grade celestial sword. Chapter 2961. They know this person. The white-bearded old man's eyes widened when he saw the purple-clad young man handing the royal-grade celestial sword to the white-clad middle-aged man. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's at least a 6 combination celestial duke. The white-bearded old man was a 4 phenomenon celestial duke. Therefore, he guessed the white-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was at least 2 levels higher than his. If the white-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was only 1 level higher than his, it was impossible for the white-clad middle-aged man to cast a technique that even he could not see through. It seems like these 2 people aren't simple at all, the white-bearded old man thought to himself. However, despite having such thoughts, the white-bearded old man did not mind at all. In his opinion, no matter how extraordinary these 2 people were, it was impossible for them to be stronger than the 9th prince. Most importantly, the 9th prince of the solitary nation had the backing of the 9th prince of the solitary nation. It's indeed a royal-grade celestial sword. Bai Gang nodded as he looked at the sword in his hand. Then, he looked at Huang Jialong and said, Jialong, this sword isn't something we can take. I'm sure you're aware of this as well, right? I know, Uncle Bai. Huang Jialong nodded. As soon as he found out the sword was a royal-grade celestial sword, he knew he and the supporting Fall Nation's Passage City would not be able to take it. In fact, even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation did not have the strength to take it. If the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation insisted on taking the royal-grade celestial sword for themselves, Huang Jialong was certain the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword even if they were not annihilated. After all, the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation was not strong enough to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Even grade 7 clans and sects were not strong enough to take a royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the Windfall Nation. In order to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon, one had to be at least a grade 6 force like the Profound Nether Mansion. A grade 6 force would usually have a 10-direction celestial king. For example, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was a 10-direction celestial king. However, Uncle Bai, suddenly, Huang Jialong seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Bai Gang solemnly and said, This royal-grade celestial sword is mostly thanks to Brother Duan. If it weren't for Brother Duan, I wouldn't have bought the sword-shaped origin stones and obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. Therefore, I hope that Uncle Bai can remember this and report this to them truthfully. Huang Jialong's face was solemn as he spoke. Jialong, you don't have to do this. Duan Lingtian, who had been standing beside Huang Jialong and Bai Gang, overheard their conversation and knew what they were talking about. They had obtained the royal-grade celestial sword in a public place. Since they were not strong enough to protect the royal-grade celestial sword, they could only hand it over to a powerful force who was strong enough to protect it. The Flying Tiger clan was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he did not expect Huang Jialong would claim that he was the one who obtained the royal-grade celestial sword. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that Huang Jialong had given him at least half of the benefits he had obtained from the Flying Tiger clan. Duan Lingtian was touched by Huang Jialong's generosity, but he quickly declined Huang Jialong's kindness. You're the one who bought the sword-shaped origin stones, so the royal-grade celestial sword should be yours. Brother Duan, there's no need to say anything else. I'll make the decision. For the first time, Huang Jialong was so unyielding in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile on his face. He did not think it was necessary for Huang Jialong to act this way. Although he was tempted by the benefits from the Flying Tiger clan, Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary. Nevertheless, he still felt that he should not be rewarded without doing anything. Even if he did contribute, it would not be as much as Huang Jialong made it out to be. Little Tian, just listen to Jialong. He's as stubborn as his father. Once he's set his mind on something, even 10 horses won't be able to change his mind. Bai Gang stopped Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to say something. I've already told Yuan Fei about this. Let's go back now. Bai Gang said again. Just as Bai Gang was about to put the royal-grade celestial sword away and leave with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, 3 figures entered the shop, causing a commotion in the shop. Your Highness, the 9th Prince. Your Highness, the 9th Prince. The shopkeeper, an old man with a white beard, led a group of salespeople in the shop and bowed respectfully at the 3 newcomers. The 3 newcomers were led by a handsome young man dressed in a green robe with golden edges. 2 old men followed behind him. As soon as the 3 of them entered the shop, all of them looked at the royal-grade celestial sword in Bai Gang's hand. Through their divine consciousness, they could easily tell that the sword was not ordinary. Gentlemen, I'm the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this sword even if you take it away. Why don't you sell it to me? Not only will you be able to keep it, but you'll also be able to earn a lot of celestial crystals. The handsome young man was none other than the 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation. He wanted Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to sell the royal-grade celestial sword to him as soon as he spoke. What? 9th Prince, Are you planning to spend 10 million prominent celestial crystals to buy this royal-grade celestial sword as well? Huang Jialong sneered as he looked at the 9th prince of the solitary nation. Even if the other party was a prince of the supporting Fall nation, Huang Jialong would not give him any face if he was displeased with him. He had the confidence to do so. His confidence did not come from his father, but from his uncle Bai, from his grandpa Mo. If his uncle Bai and grandpa Mo were the source of his confidence, then, the Flying Tiger clan and the Ink Feather Eagle clan would be the source of his uncle White and grandpa Mo's confidence. I heard from the shopkeeper that the three of you planned to give the royal-grade celestial sword to a sect in exchange for some benefits. The 9th prince narrowed his eyes when he heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian through the white-bearded old man. May I know which sect the three of you plan to give the royal-grade celestial sword to? Almost as soon as the 9th prince finished speaking, the two old men behind him had already fixed their gazes on Bai Gang like lightning. What? 2 9 palaces celestial dukes want to fight me? Bai Gang looked at the two old men fearlessly as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Bai Gang? The two old men could not help but frown when they heard Bai Gang's name. They found the name familiar as though they had heard it somewhere before. Humph. Is this how the imperial family of the solitary nation treats their guests? It seems like I'll have to talk to the emperor of the solitary nation when I return to the palace. Huang Jialong snorted coldly. Return to the palace? Many people in the shop were shocked when they heard Huang Jialong's words. Based on the young man's words, it seemed like he was a guest in the palace. He's staying in the palace? A guest? Bai Gang? The 9th prince of the solitary nation's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jialong's words and recalled Bai Gang's name. You're Lord Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall nation? The 9th prince asked in a trembling voice as he looked at Bai Gang. It seems like I'm quite famous in the solitary nation. At the very least, you've heard of me. Bai Gang said indifferently. Bai Gang's words confirmed the 9th prince's suspicions. Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall nation? As Bai Gang admitted his identity, the expressions of the two old men behind the 9th prince changed greatly. At the same time, they tacitly withdrew their gazes from Bai Gang and lowered their heads, looking very much like two children who had made a mistake. Bai Gang from the city governor's estate in Passage City of the supporting Fall nation was a member of the Flying Tiger clan. This was not a secret in the neighboring nations of the supporting Fall nation. Even celestial kings like the Emperor of the supporting Fall nation and the Emperor of the solitary nation did not dare to offend someone like Bai Gang who came from a powerful celestial beast clan in the southern heaven territory. Let alone ordinary people in the solitary nation. Swoosh. 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 The expressions of the white-bearded shopkeeper and the few salespeople who had wanted to chase Bai Gang away changed drastically at this moment. What a joke. Not only was Bai Gang a 10-direction celestial duke, but he was also a copper flying tiger from the Flying Tiger clan. Not to mention that he was in the right in this matter, even if he wasn't, even if he killed them in front of the Emperor of the solitary nation, with their status, the Emperor of the solitary nation wouldn't say anything. So it's Lord Bai Gang. Lord Bai Gang, please forgive my subordinates for offending you just now. The 9th prince took a deep breath and said with a smile on his face, does this mean Lord Bai Gang intends to hand the royal-grade celestial sword over to the Flying Tiger clan? However, Bai Gang did not pay any attention to the smiling 9th prince at all. He merely greeted Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong with a smile before he left the shop. The 9th prince and the others could only watch as Bai Gang and the others left. After Duan Ling Tian and the other two left, the 9th prince's expression darkened immediately. He looked at the white-bearded shopkeeper and said in a deep voice, trash. Why didn't you keep those sword-shaped origin stones for me to play with? The reason the 9th prince owned a shop in West Lane City was due to his hobby of stone gambling. Occasionally, he would close the shop and play by himself. In fact, the 9th prince owned the shop for fun. He did not intend to make any money at all. Although the white-bearded shopkeeper felt wronged, he did not dare to make a sound. In his heart, he knew that at this moment, not saying anything was the best response to this furious ninth prince. Meanwhile, both of you are quite lucky to obtain a royal-grade celestial sword from an origin stone. Once the royal-grade celestial sword arrives in the Flying Tiger clan's hands, based on the patriarch's forthright character, he won't mistreat you. Bai Gang said with a smile on his face as he made his way back to the imperial palace. Uncle Bai, don't just talk about us. You're a member of the Flying Tiger clan. I'm sure your clan leader won't mistreat you for helping them obtain the royal-grade celestial sword, right? Huang Jialong said mockingly. Chapter 2962. A bright smile appeared on Bai Gang's face when he heard Huang Jialong's words. Just as Huang Jialong had said, the Flying Tiger clan would not mistreat him since he had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword for the clan. After all, the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory only had one royal-grade celestial weapon before this. Based on this, one could see how important the royal-grade celestial sword was to the Flying Tiger clan's branch. A royal-grade celestial weapon was too precious. There was not a single royal-grade celestial weapon craftsman in the Southern Heaven Territory. Most of the royal-grade celestial weapons in the Southern Heaven Territory were either royal-grade celestial weapons craftsmen from the past or royal-grade celestial weapons craftsmen from the Southern Heaven Territory. Or, it could be obtained from a raw stone through stone gambling. For this reason, royal-grade celestial weapons were not sold in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even if they had a price, nobody would sell them to outsiders. In the Southern Heaven Territory, royal-grade celestial weapons were priceless treasures. Boy! A hoarse voice suddenly rang from Duan Lingtian's body, startling him. Senior Chaos Divine Flame? He could tell the voice belonged to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior, what's the matter? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame were looking for him for a reason. Naturally, they would not look for him for a reason. After all, it was obvious they could not communicate with him for a long time. It was as though communicating with him would deplete their energy, causing them to fall into a deep slumber to recover. I can vaguely sense the aura of a Chaos Divine Earth in the vicinity. It's very weak, so it should be a first-form Chaos Divine Earth, the Chaos Divine Flame said. That's right. I thought I sensed something familiar earlier, but I couldn't confirm what it was. As it turns out, it's the Chaos Divine Earth. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Profound Divine Metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Boy, you have to work harder to help me find a first-form Profound Divine Metal. That way, I'll be able to transform into a third-form Profound Divine Metal. Only then will my senses catch up to the primal Chaos Divine Flames. A hint of displeasure could be heard in the Profound Divine Metal's voice. It was displeased that the primal Chaos Divine Flame was in its third form while it was only in its second form. Just like now. The primal Chaos Divine Flame could clearly sense that it was the Chaos Divine Earth's aura. He felt that the aura was somewhat familiar, but he could not confirm what it was. Chaos Divine Earth? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? That's one of the divine elements, just like us. The Chaos Divine Flame said, the Profound Divine Metal, Chaos Divine Earth, Clear Heavens Divine Wood, and World-Cleansing Divine Water are collectively known as the 5 divine elements. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask more about the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Flame seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. It continued, I know you are very curious about the 5 divine elements, but it is not suitable for you to know too much now. Knowing too much won't do you any good. All you need to know is that as long as we continue to grow, it will only be beneficial to you. In fact, if you can help us transform and evolve to our final form. At that time, in the entire Great Thousand World, there will be almost no one who can compete with you. A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it finished speaking. You're really daring to dream about our final forms. However, if that day really comes, no one in the Great Thousand World will be able to compete with this lad. The Profound Divine Metal's voice was slightly indifferent at first, but it was filled with anticipation as it spoke. It was clear it was looking forward to evolving to its final form as well. Naturally, it knew it would be extremely difficult to achieve that. Almost no one in the Great Thousand World will be able to compete with me. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Naturally, he knew the Great Thousand World mentioned by the Chaos Divine Flame did not only include the mundane realms and Devata realms, but it also included mysterious realms that were separated from the Devata realms like the Divine Offering Land. Senior, where's the Chaos Divine Earth? Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks when he recalled the Chaos Divine Earth that the Chaos Divine Flame had mentioned earlier. He wanted to see if he could obtain the Chaos Divine Earth. Currently, he had the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal in his body. If he obtained the Chaos Divine Earth as well, he would have 3 of the 5 divine elements. It's in the direction you left earlier. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. The direction you left earlier? Doesn't that mean it's in West Lane City? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Brother Duan? Little Tian? At the same time, Huang Jialong and Bai Gang came to a halt as well when they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly coming to a halt. They looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Jialong, Uncle Bai. I want to return to West Lane City to have a look. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huang Jialong and Bai Gang. Return to West Lane City? Bai Gang and Huang Jialong were taken aback. Then, they asked with a smile, why? Brother Duan, do you still want to try your luck? Something like that. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little Tian, why don't we return first and come back another day? Although he had the support of the Flying Tiger clan, he still felt uneasy with the royal-grade celestial weapon in his possession. He had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the powerhouses from the Flying Tiger clan arrived. If he hid the royal-grade celestial sword, no one would be able to obtain it even if they killed him. Under such circumstances, even a desperado would not dare to take the risk. On the other hand, if the royal-grade celestial sword was in his possession, it was likely that some celestial kings would take the risk to obtain it. After all, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon. As a copper flying tiger and a celestial beast, it was not worth it for some powerhouses to take the risk and offend the Flying Tiger clan. However, the value of a royal-grade celestial weapon far surpassed his celestial beast form. It was worth it for some powerhouses to take the risk. Uncle Bai, why don't you and Jia Long return first? I'll be back in a while. You don't have to worry about me. If anything happens, I'll send a message to Jia Long immediately, Duan Lingtian said. This, while Bai Gang was still hesitating, a gust of wind blew in front of the 3 of them. Then, a black figure appeared in front of them. Grandfather Mo. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up when he saw the person. The person was none other than Old Mo. Old Mo, you came at the right time. I'll leave the 2 of them to you. Bai Gang greeted Old Mo and returned to the imperial palace as quickly as he could. He had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the 9th prince of the solitary nation spread the news of the royal-grade celestial sword. Although the emperor of the solitary nation had learned about the royal-grade celestial sword from the 9th prince, Bai Gang was not worried the emperor of the solitary nation would take the risk. The reason the emperor of the solitary nation was willing to be the emperor of the solitary nation was due to his limited innate talent. Even if he had the royal-grade celestial sword, his strength would not increase much. Moreover, he would not be able to keep the royal-grade celestial sword. Moreover, if he took the risk, he would have to give up the bloodline he had left behind in the solitary nation. After all, he was not a sectless cultivator. Therefore, it was impossible for the emperor of the solitary nation to snatch the royal-grade celestial sword from Bai Gang. However, even if the emperor of the solitary nation did not take the risk, it did not mean the sectless celestial kings would not take the risk as well. After all, sectless cultivators were all alone and had no ties. Even if they had ties, at most, they would have a disciple who could leave the solitary nation, the profound nether mansion, and the southern heaven territory with them. For this reason, Bai Gang knew he had to hide the royal-grade celestial sword before the sectless celestial kings learned about it. Bai Gang gave a simple greeting and left. This caused Old Mo to involuntarily frown for a moment. However, he quickly relaxed his frown. Old Mo, at this moment, Duan Lingtian greeted Old Mo, Grandfather Mo, why are you here? Huang Jialong asked. Your father was worried Bai Gang would encounter someone who would take the risk, so he asked me to come and help him. It seems like he was overthinking things. Old Mo said, news of Bai Gang's royal grade celestial sword hasn't spread yet. Not many people know Bai Gang possesses a royal grade celestial sword. After Old Mo arrived, he accompanied Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong back to West Lane City. With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duan Lingtian entered a small shop in West Lane City. It was not far from the 9th Prince's shop. Dear customer, the origin stones in this shop have a high chance of containing treasures. If you're interested, just let me know. If you buy a lot, I'll give you a discount. There was only a shopkeeper in the small shop. He welcomed Duan Lingtian and his two companions with a smile on his face. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about the origin stones, Huang Jialong was. Therefore, he was not worried the shopkeeper would ask for a sky-high price. Is the Chaos Divine Earth inside the origin stone? With the Chaos Divine Flame's guidance, Duan Lingtian finally found the origin stone that contained the Chaos Divine Earth. It's really inside the origin stone. The origin stone that enveloped the primordial divine earth was about 1 foot in size. It was a rectangular origin stone. I'll take this origin stone. Duan Lingtian picked up the origin stone. Then, he casually picked a few origin stones that were slightly larger than the one in his hand. I'll take these as well. These origin stones aren't in the shape of weapons. Even if they contain celestial weapons, they'll only be small celestial weapons. Moreover, their grades might not be high. For this reason, they're usually worth less than sword-shaped origin stones and saber-shaped origin stones. After Duan Lingtian finished choosing the origin stones, Huang Jialong said as though he was teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson. These origin stones are worth about 300 prominent celestial crystals on average. Chapter 2963. The shopkeeper's expression darkened when he heard Huang Jialong's words. He knew he would not be able to make much money from Huang Jialong. Nevertheless, he was still able to make a profit, so he had to continue his business. After spending more than 1,000 prominent celestial crystals, Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the origin stone. However, he had no intention of opening it. Instead, he put it away in his spatial ring. Brother Duan, aren't you going to open it? Huang Jialong asked with a smile. I'll open it when I get back. If there's another royal grade celestial weapon inside, wouldn't everyone know about it? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Do you really think royal grade celestial weapons are as common as cabbages? Huang Jialong did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so worried. He smiled wryly and said, the royal grade celestial weapon is probably the first royal grade celestial weapon to be obtained from an origin stone in the past tens of thousands of years. Royal grade celestial weapon? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock when he heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong. Earlier, he had heard that someone had obtained a royal grade celestial sword from a sword-shaped origin stone. Moreover, the royal grade celestial sword was about to be obtained by the Flying Tiger clan. The origin stone that contained the royal grade celestial sword was from the 9th Prince's shop in the Solitary Nation. The royal grade celestial sword. They obtained it? The shopkeeper only regained his senses when Duan Lingtian and his two companions left the shop. Brother Duan, let's go in and have a look. After leaving the shop, Huang Jialong looked at the inner market of West Lane City. Although Duan Lingtian planned to return to the inner market, he knew there was no rush. Therefore, he followed Huang Jialong around the inner market of West Lane City. The first thing he did was to return to his room and retrieve the origin stone that the Chaos Divine Flame had said contained one of the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth. A first-form Chaos Divine Earth? I wonder what it looks like. With a sense of curiosity, Duan Lingtian began to shatter the origin stone. At the same time, he swept the shattered origin stone aside and looked at the thing inside the origin stone seriously. During this process, Duan Lingtian also extended his spiritual consciousness. A moment later, a yellow tortoise shell appeared under the cover of Duan Lingtian's consciousness. The tortoise shell had countless tiny patterns on it, but now the entire tortoise shell was dark and gloomy. Just as Duan Lingtian swept away all the origin stones on the surface of the tortoise shell, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was because he saw a wave of dusky yellow radiance suddenly appear on the surface of the yellow tortoise shell. Although it was somewhat dim and was extinguished in an instant, it had indeed appeared. You're mistaken. This isn't the first form of the Chaos Divine Earth, it's the third form. Although the profound divine metal was speaking to the Chaos Divine Flame, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the profound divine metal's voice. The third form of Chaos Divine Earth? For the 5 divine elements to evolve into their third form, it would undoubtedly be a difficult process. This could be seen from the Chaos Divine Flame. As for the profound divine metal, it was only in its second form. However, the gray tortoise shell in Duan Lingtian's hand was the third form of the Chaos Divine Earth? I didn't expect it to be the third form of the Chaos Divine Earth. Since it's already in its third form, why is its aura so weak? The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Lad, drip a drop of your blood on it. We'll help you fuse it with your flesh and blood. With us around, you don't have to worry about it rejecting you. The Chaos Divine Flame spoke again to Duan Lingtian. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, Duan Lingtian pricked his index finger and dripped a drop of blood on the tortoise shell in his hand. The blood continued to flow on the fine patterns on the tortoise shell. Following that, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel 2 energies surging out of his body and shrouding the tortoise shell. After a brief moment, a faint earthy yellow light appeared on the tortoise shell. It shone brightly with the golden and gray lights. After a brief moment, the 3 lights trembled. In the end, the golden and gray lights returned to Duan Lingtian's body. The earthy yellow light also returned to the tortoise shell. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see the tortoise shell had disappeared into his palm in a flash. It was as though it had never appeared. It entered my body? Duan Lingtian instinctively looked into his body and discovered the tortoise shell in his right arm. At this moment, the tortoise shell was attached to his right arm. It was small and exquisite, and it was tightly attached to his arm bone. At first glance, it seemed as though it had fused with his arm bone. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could see his 99 heavenly veins were continuously infusing his celestial origin energy into the tortoise shell. To be more precise, the tortoise shell was absorbing his celestial origin energy. During this process, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the celestial origin energy in his body decreasing at a rapid rate. After about 15 minutes, about 20% of the celestial origin energy in his body had been depleted. What is it doing? Duan Lingtian was slightly flustered. If this continued, the celestial origin energy in his body would be completely absorbed by the tortoise shell sooner or later. Don't panic. It has been away from its host for too long, so it's lacking in nutrients. After a few days, it won't absorb your celestial origin energy anymore. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. During these few days, you should cultivate with it and convert the heaven and earth spirit energy into celestial origin energy. This will help it recover and awaken. Awaken? Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes lit up immediately. Did this mean the Chaos Divine Earth would awaken in a few days? Duan Lingtian immediately cast aside all distracting thoughts and began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. However, he did not open the pendant that contained the divine crystal. In the next few days, he did not cultivate to improve his cultivation base. Instead, he cultivated to provide the Chaos Divine Earth with sufficient celestial origin energy. Even if he did not use the divine crystal, he could still provide the Chaos Divine Earth with sufficient celestial origin energy. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian focused on cultivating in his room. He was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. In the outside world, the news of the royal-grade celestial sword had spread like wildfire. Almost all of the sectless celestial kings in the solitary nation who had received the news came to the capital of the solitary nation to look for Bai Gang. However, even if he was being stared at by a group of people, Bai Gang still remained indifferent, and he even issued a statement that caused the group of immortal kings and independent cultivators to feel extremely helpless. I've hidden the royal-grade celestial sword. Perhaps, one of you might be able to find it, but it might not necessarily be the person who killed me who found it. I don't think anyone would be willing to be hunted down by the Flying Tiger clan after killing me without obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword, right? Bai Gang's statement made the sectless celestial kings who had gathered in the capital of the solitary nation feel extremely helpless. Did Bai Gang really hide the royal-grade celestial sword? Could he be lying to us? Perhaps, the royal-grade celestial sword is still in his possession? If you were him, do you think you'd dare to keep the royal-grade celestial sword in your possession? Wouldn't that be seeking death? We can't rule out the possibility that he's just trying to trick us. However, who would be willing to take the risk at this time? After all, killing him is equivalent to offending the Flying Tiger clan. No one would be willing to take the risk at this time. It's a pity we received the news too late. We didn't have time to make a move before Bai Gang hid the royal-grade celestial sword. Although many sectless celestial kings were willing to take the risk, they did not want to take the risk since they might not be able to obtain the royal-grade celestial sword. For this reason, over the next few days, more and more sectless celestial kings left the capital of the solitary nation. Only a few of them stayed behind to observe. 3 days later. It was the day before the imperial court of the solitary nation held the imperial court's auction. Tomorrow was the day the imperial court of the solitary nation would hold the auction. It's finally over. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he sensed the tortoise shell that seemed to have merged with his right arm was no longer absorbing his celestial origin energy. At the same time, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The profound divine metal? The chaos divine flame. It's in its third form as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, a childish voice rang from his body. It was the voice of a young boy who had just learned how to speak, 99 heavenly veins. This is a good host. Hey! Both of you, get out of this host now. I want this host. The childish voice sounded, clearly satisfied with Duan Ling Tian's host. At the same time, it seemed like the childish voice wanted to chase the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame away. Oh. You've got quite a temper. Since you dared to provoke both of us at once, it seems like you won't understand the situation you're in if we don't teach you a lesson. The chaos divine flame's mocking voice rang in the air. Profound divine metal, it seems like we'll have to work together again. That's exactly what I wanted. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian looked into his body and saw a gray energy surging out of the chaos divine flame. It intertwined with the golden energy that surged out of the profound divine metal before it shot toward his right arm. To be more precise, it shot toward the tortoise shell on his right arm. Just as the two energies were about to collide with the tortoise shell, a layer of khaki light appeared on the surface of the tortoise shell. At the same time, a vast khaki light surged out of the tortoise shell and collided with the energies of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. After a few moments, stop. Stop. Aren't the two of you shameless? Even if you want this host, you should fight me one by one, right? Chapter 2964. Although the chaos divine earth was taunting the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame, its childish voice was not intimidating at all. As one of the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine earth had its own pride. Naturally, it would not coexist with the other divine elements. For example, when the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame were still in their second forms, the chaos divine flame had thought about it for a long time before it agreed to coexist with the profound divine metal. At that time, the profound divine metal had offered to help the chaos divine flame devour other chaos divine flames in the future. Only then did the chaos divine flame reluctantly agree. After that, the profound divine metal had fulfilled its promise and helped the chaos divine flame devour another chaos divine flame that was in its second form, allowing it to enter its third form. Although the chaos divine earth sounds like a child who has just learned how to speak, it's obvious it doesn't want to coexist with the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to deduce this from the chaos divine earth's words. However, he was not worried about this at all. After all, he believed the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame, who were also divine elements, would have thought of this and would have a solution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to guide him to the chaos divine earth. Hee. The chaos divine earth chuckled. The profound divine metal chuckled when it heard the chaos divine earth's taunt. Little guy, it seems like you don't understand the situation. The chaos divine flame and I have come to an agreement to coexist in the same body. We'll work together to deal with the outside world. It doesn't matter if you want to chase one of us out, the other one won't stand by and do nothing. So, you little brat, do you understand the situation now? The profound divine metal's smile widened when it finished speaking. As a second form profound divine metal, being able to oppress the third form chaos divine earth was definitely something to be proud of. Who's the little guy? You're only in your second form, and I'm already in my third form. I should be the one calling you little guy. The chaos divine earth's childish voice was filled with anger. However, due to its childish voice, its anger was not threatening at all. With that voice of yours, aren't you just a baby? Isn't it normal to call you little guy? The profound divine metal teased, what do you think? The little fellow was not convinced. Why don't you play with us again? Shameless. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. The chaos divine earth roared. One-on-one? We're both divine elements, but I'm only in my second form while you're already in your third form. I'd be an idiot to fight you one-on-one. The profound divine metal ignored the chaos divine earth's provocation and said, all right, let's get down to business. Little guy, do you plan to stay with us or leave this body? If my guess is correct, the reason why your aura was so dispirited was because your previous host body had died. Furthermore, when that host body was destroyed, you were also heavily injured. The profound divine metal guessed. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine earth fell silent for a moment before it said, as one of the 5 divine elements, don't you have your own pride? Don't you feel that being in the same body is a blasphemy to your pride? Pride? The profound divine metal laughed. I used to think the same way, the chaos divine earth said. Back then, when the profound divine metal asked me to share a body with it, I was reluctant to do so due to my pride as one of the 5 divine elements. However, what it said to me at that time made me waver. Later on, it was proven that I made the right choice. Putting aside my pride as one of the 5 divine elements and sharing a body with one of the 5 divine elements was beneficial to me. The chaos divine flame said. What did it say to you? A hint of curiosity could be heard in the chaos divine earth's childish voice. At that time, I was only in my second form, and it was also in its second form, the profound divine metal. It told me that if I encountered other chaos divine flames in their second form, it would help me devour them. Later on, I did encounter another chaos divine flame that was in its second form. With its help, I successfully devoured it and evolved into its third form. I managed to retain my consciousness. The chaos divine flame continued to speak. Upon hearing this, the chaos divine earth fell silent. As long as you stay here with us, it won't be difficult for you to devour a third form chaos divine earth and transform into a fourth form chaos divine earth with our help. The profound divine metal said. Even so, if I encounter a fourth form chaos divine earth, even with your help, I won't be able to stop it from devouring me. Once it devours me, its host will perish as well. At that time, you will lose your host, and your vitality will be greatly damaged. You might even be devoured by other profound divine metals and chaos divine flames because of the lack of a suitable host. The chaos divine earth voiced out its concerns. There are gains and losses. It's fine as long as you accept it. You can't just look at the losses and ignore the gains. Let go of your pride and have a bright future. So what if there's darkness behind you? Don't look back. The Chaos Divine Flame chimed in. Let go of your pride and have a bright future. So what if there's darkness behind you? The Chaos Divine Earth repeated the Chaos Divine Flame's words over and over again. After 15 minutes, it finally decided to stay in Duan Lingtian's body with the Profound Divine Metal and Chaos Divine Flame. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was the master, he had no say in the conversation between the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth. He did not even have the right to choose. Fortunately, he was satisfied with the outcome. The Chaos Divine Flame can be used as a celestial flame, and the Profound Divine Metal can be used as a defensive celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, the Chaos Divine Earth, Chaos Divine Flame, and Profound Divine Metal are all 5 divine elements. It should be able to help me in some way, right? Meanwhile, the Profound Divine Metal and Chaos Divine Flame were still communicating with the Chaos Divine Earth. Why are you in the Origin Stone? The Chaos Divine Flame asked. Many years ago, when I was still in my second form, I encountered another Chaos Divine Earth in its second form. We were evenly matched during that battle, and our hosts perished during our battle. I was lucky enough to devour it and successfully evolved into the third form of the Chaos Divine Earth. Although I had evolved to the third form, my energy was not enough for me to find another host. For this reason, to protect myself, I could only form a layer of Origin Stone on my body to reduce the loss of energy in my body. In the Origin Stone, I fell into a deep slumber. You know what happened after that. Under your guidance, this host found me. You found another host, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Although the 5 divine elements could exist without a host, they would not die if they did not have a host for a long time. However, the energy in their bodies would disappear, and they would fall into a deep slumber. If another 5 divine element of the same element found them while they were in a deep slumber, even if they were in a higher form, they would still be devoured and absorbed by the other 5 divine elements. For this reason, 5 divine elements with intelligence in their second form or higher would try their best to find a suitable host to reduce the risk of being devoured. Moreover, with a host body, they would have the opportunity to devour other 5 divine elements, which would allow them to further transform and evolve. As expected. Apparently, the Profound Divine Metal's guess was right. Ha 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 ha, suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside. The sound was like thunder, and one could vaguely hear that it was coming from a place far away. I, Bai Jinyu, finally have a royal-grade celestial weapon. After the laughter stopped, an old and loud voice rang in the air. It was so loud that it seemed to resound in the capital of the solitary nation. Bai Jinyu? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Is this person one of the 2 vice-patriarchs of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion? When Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian mentioning the royal-grade celestial weapon, he instantly knew Duan Lingtian was from the Flying Tiger clan. After Bai Gang reported the news of the royal-grade celestial sword to the solitary nation, the members of the Flying Tiger clan rushed to the capital of the solitary nation. Based on his words, it was clear he held a high position in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. To be able to rush here from the Flying Tiger branch clan in just a few days. This person is most likely one of the 2 vice-clan leaders of the Flying Tiger branch clan. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned from Huang Jialong that he was a member of the imperial family. The Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion had a total of 5 golden flying tigers. Moreover, 3 of the golden flying tigers were 10-direction celestial kings. Generally speaking, a peak-advanced king-grade celestial beast like the golden flying tiger could easily break through and become a 9 palaces celestial king as long as they did not die prematurely. However, it was extremely difficult to advance any further. One had to have a certain amount of luck to break through and become a 10-direction celestial king. The 3 golden flying tigers in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion were all 10-direction celestial kings. I heard from Jialong that Uncle Bai told him there's only 1 royal-grade celestial weapon in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the Profound Nether Mansion. The two vice-clan leaders who are 10 Directions Celestial Dukes are also 10 Directions Celestial Kings. Chapter 2965. Duan Lingtian speculated. Bai Jinyu should be the stronger of the two vice-clan leaders of the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion. While Duan Lingtian was speculating, the capital of the solitary nation was in an uproar. Bai Jinyu? He came personally? Heavens! Bai Jinyu is the second strongest person in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. His strength is second only to the patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan. The Flying Tiger clan's branch has a royal-grade celestial weapon in the clan leader's possession. Now that another royal-grade celestial weapon has appeared, it's only natural that it belongs to Bai Jinyu. I didn't expect him to come. If it's him, we won't be able to obtain the royal-grade celestial sword. Although many sectless celestial kings had left the capital of the solitary nation, more and more powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion's territory had arrived. The temptation of the royal-grade celestial sword was too great. The 3 sects and 2 clans were not strong enough to obtain the royal-grade celestial weapon since they were only grade 7 forces. However, since they had close ties with the profound Nether Mansion, it would not be difficult for them to obtain the royal-grade celestial weapon as long as they obtained permission from the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, many powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans came to obtain the royal-grade celestial sword that had appeared in the capital of the solitary nation a few days ago. Apart from the 3 sects and 2 clans, there were also powerhouses from other forces, including celestial beast clans and sectless cultivators. Naturally, there were also powerhouses from grade 8 clans and sections. They were here to join in the fun. Since their forces were not as strong as the solitary nation, they knew the royal-grade celestial weapon was not something they could obtain. Swoosh! At this moment, almost everyone in the capital of the solitary nation heard the earth-shattering sound of a sword whistling in the air. The people who witnessed the huge sword light blooming in the sky above the capital of the solitary nation could clearly see that there was a huge sword light. In the north of the solitary nation, a towering mountain was split in half by this sword ray. Some people approached the mountain peak to take a look, only to see that not only was the mountain peak split in half, but even the crack between the mountain peaks was so deep that one could not see the bottom. The might of this sword shocked everyone. This is the power of a 10 Directions Celestial King using a royal-grade celestial weapon. That's not an ordinary 10 Directions Celestial King. That's a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast, the Golden Flying Tiger. His strength far surpasses ordinary 10 Directions Celestial Kings. That's right. Once the Golden Flying Tiger, a 10 Directions Celestial King, reveals its true form and uses the royal-grade celestial sword, there are very few human 10 Directions Celestial Kings who are a match for it. How terrifying. I'm afraid only a handful of people in the profound Nether Mansion are capable of snatching the royal-grade celestial sword from him, right? Most of them have royal-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, it's impossible for them to make a move. That's right. Even if they want to snatch the royal-grade celestial sword from Bai Jinyu, considering the Flying Tiger clan's background, they won't make a move. Most importantly, the royal-grade celestial sword was obtained by the Flying Tiger clan through stone gambling. It's only natural that it belongs to them. A few days later, the royal-grade celestial sword was found in the capital of the solitary nation. Due to the strength and background of the royal-grade celestial sword's owner, no one dared to object to him obtaining the royal-grade celestial sword. At this moment, the powerhouses from the various sects who had come from afar also left. They returned to where they had come from. As for the powerhouses from the grade 8 clans and sects, they stayed behind for the time being. This was because the imperial family of the solitary nation would be holding the imperial auction tomorrow. If they did not come for the royal-grade celestial sword, they would not be interested in the auction. However, since they were here, they naturally wanted to join in the fun. In the imperial palace of the solitary nation, Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation were staying in the residence. Brother Duan. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and out of the courtyard when Huang Jialong's voice rang from outside. Brother Duan, let's go. Uncle Bai and the senior from the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion are waiting for us. A hint of excitement could be seen on Huang Jialong's face when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Huang Jialong's words. The senior wants to reward us for obtaining the royal grade celestial sword for him and the Flying Tiger clan, Huang Jialong said. According to Uncle Bai, the Flying Tiger clan hates owing people favors. Once they owe someone a favor, they'll return it as soon as possible. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. As it turned out, the powerhouse from the Flying Tiger clan's branch was going to reward them immediately. Jialong, the royal grade celestial sword, Duan Lingtian was about to say he did not contribute when Huang Jialong interrupted him. Brother Duan, there's no need to beat around the bush. Both of us know how I obtained the royal grade celestial sword. If it weren't for your suggestion, I wouldn't have been able to buy the sword-shaped origin stones. If I didn't buy the sword-shaped origin stones, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the royal grade celestial sword. For this reason, it's all thanks to you, Huang Jialong said. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect his joke back then would result in a royal grade celestial sword. Moreover, it would bring him so many benefits. The powerhouse from the Flying Tiger clan's branch would definitely not be stingy since he had obtained the royal grade celestial sword. There was no doubt about this. Since Huang Jialong had said so much, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. After all, he knew it would be pointless for him to say anything. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian had a good understanding of Huang Jialong's character. At the same time, he was 100% certain Huang Jialong was a friend of Duan Lingtian. He was certain Huang Jialong was a good friend. After all, not everyone was willing to share such benefits with others. After this incident, Huang Jialong's position in Duan Lingtian's heart had changed. He now regarded Huang Jialong as a true friend. In other words, Huang Jialong was a true friend of Duan Lingtian. He had acknowledged Huang Jialong as a friend. After living 2 lives, Duan Lingtian did not have many friends. Although there were people who would occasionally appear by his side, most of them were just passers-by in his life. Bai Jinyu was an old man who was as tall as Bai Gang. His short white hair was spiky, and his face was covered with curly hair. He looked like a white-furred lion. He stood there like an iron tower. His muscles were bulging, giving off an oppressive aura. Vice clan leader, the two of them obtained the royal grade celestial sword from the origin stone. Bai Gang, who was standing next to Bai Jinyu, said respectfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong, who had just entered the main hall. Old Mo and Huang Yuanfei were also present. They stood below Bai Jinyu. Even someone as strong as Old Mo didn't dare to breathe loudly before him. He was merely a one basic celestial king. However, Bai Jinyu was a 10-direction celestial king. Most importantly, he was only a low-level king-grade celestial beast, while Bai Jinyu was a peak high-level king-grade celestial beast. Regardless of their strength, just the difference in the grade of the immortal beast was enough to make him feel suffocated. Not bad, not bad. As soon as Bai Gang finished speaking, Bai Jinyu looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong and nodded his head in satisfaction. I heard from Bai Gang that you're a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though you're not even 100 years old. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dukes in the supporting Fall Nation. Bai Jinyu's eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian as he said, "What a pity. Although there are many humans in the Flying Tiger clan, it's destined that humans won't be able to enter the core of the Flying Tiger clan. They can only be peripheral members of the Flying Tiger clan. With your innate talent, it's a waste for you to be an outer member of the Flying Tiger clan." Bai Jinyu said. "Senior, you flatter me." Duan Lingtian replied modestly. "Alright, I'll be leaving the solitary nation soon, so I'll make a long story short." Bai Jinyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. It was obvious he was in a good mood now that he had obtained the royal grade celestial sword. "I have a wind-type king-grade divine ability and an earth-type king-grade celestial method. Both of you can choose one." Naturally, both of you can't choose the same celestial method because I only have one memory celestial talisman for each of these celestial methods and divine abilities. I'm sure both of you know that the memory celestial talismans that record celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade are different from those that record celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade. The latter can be used repeatedly, but the former can only be used once. After that, it'll disappear completely. Bai Jinyu explained. Duan Lingtian had learned about this when he was in the supporting Fall Nation. The memory celestial talismans that recorded celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade contained a lot of comprehension of the laws. Therefore, they could only be used once. Earth-type king grade celestial method? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, choose the Earth-type king grade celestial method. As long as you obtain the king grade celestial method, I'll be able to help you quickly comprehend and master the law of Earth. At that time, your strength will increase tremendously. A hint of pride could be heard in the chaos divine Earth's childish voice when it reached the end of its sentence. King grade divine ability? King grade celestial method? As soon as Bai Jinyu finished speaking, whether it was Bai Gang, Elder Mo, or even Huang Yuanfei, they were all shocked. Chapter 2966. In the Devata realms, whether it was celestial weapons, celestial methods, or divine abilities, there was a huge gap between the Duke grade and the King grade. Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities were similar to Heaven grade, Earth grade, Black grade, and Yellow grade celestial methods and divine abilities. On the other hand, celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade were not divided into offensive celestial methods and divine abilities, defensive celestial methods and divine abilities, movement celestial methods and divine abilities, and offensive and defensive celestial methods and divine abilities. Celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade revolved around the law. The comprehension of the law of a king grade celestial method and divine ability was ever-changing. The same law could be used for offense, defense, or even speed. For this reason, king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely precious. They were not inferior to king-grade cultivation methods. It should be noted that celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade, such as Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, were much more valuable than celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade. It seems like Lord Vice Patriarch is really happy to have obtained the royal grade celestial sword. Even he doesn't have many memory celestial talismans that contain king grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Bai Gang thought to himself. Although the memory celestial talismans that contained king grade celestial methods and divine abilities were one-time use memory celestial talismans, it was much more difficult to inscribe than one-time use memory celestial talismans. This was because one had to comprehend the law contained in the memory celestial method and divine ability to a certain extent before one could inscribe a memory celestial talisman that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Based on his knowledge, there was only one person in the Flying Tiger clan who was capable of inscribing king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. That person was none other than the patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan. Moreover, inscribing memory celestial talismans required a lot of energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to inscribe memory celestial talismans endlessly. For this reason, memory celestial talismans that contained king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare and valuable. Earth-type king-grade celestial technique. When Bai Jinyu mentioned the Earth-type king-grade celestial method, Duan Lingtian immediately recalled what the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame had told him. The profound divine metal had said that as long as he evolved to the third form and obtained a metal-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, it would be able to help him quickly comprehend the law of metal. The chaos divine flame had also said that as long as he could obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, he would be able to quickly comprehend the law of fire contained in the celestial method or divine ability. He didn't even need to think about it to be certain. The third form of the chaos divine earth would definitely be able to help him quickly comprehend the law of earth when he obtained earth-type king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, his heartbeat quickened when Bai Jinyu mentioned the earth-type king-grade celestial method. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Monarch Mystique? King Grade Celestial Technique? Huang Jialong was shocked by Bai Jinyue's generosity. It took him a long time to regain his senses. He quickly looked at Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, you can choose first. Huang Jialong said. In truth, he was more interested in obtaining the Wind-type King-grade divine ability. Compared to the law of Earth contained in the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, the law of Wind contained in the Wind-type King-grade divine ability was more offensive. Earth elemental laws were more inclined towards defense and support. However, he was more interested in obtaining the Wind-type King-grade divine ability that contained the law of Wind. He was certain Duan Ling Tian would want this divine ability as well. For this reason, he decided to give the Wind-type King-grade divine ability to Duan Ling Tian. Me? Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. However, he did not decline and looked at Bai Jinyue. Huang Jialong sighed when he saw this. As expected, the Wind-type King-grade divine ability was very tempting to Duan Ling Tian. He did not decline. At this moment, everyone present on the scene shared the same thoughts as Duan Ling Tian. However, when Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Jinyue, his words shocked Huang Jialong and the others. Senior, I want the Earth-type King-grade celestial method. Duan Ling Tian said in a clear voice. Huang Jialong did not decline because he wanted the Earth-type King-grade celestial method as well. After all, he had the Chaos Divine Earth in his body to help him quickly comprehend the law of Earth contained in the celestial method. Brother Duan, there's no need for you to do this. Huang Jialong smiled bitterly. At the same time, he felt slightly ashamed. He had thought Duan Ling Tian wanted the Wind-type divine ability so much that he did not decline. Now, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind to let Huang Jialong have the Wind-type divine ability. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had chosen the Earth-type celestial method. At this moment, the others had the same thought as well. They thought Duan Ling Tian was using this method to let Huang Jialong have the Wind-type divine ability. Little fella, you better think carefully. Bai Jinyu looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, although it's possible for Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities to contain the law of Earth that's more offensive, most Earth-type celestial methods and divine abilities are more defensive and assistive. The law of Earth contained in this Earth-type immortal technique is also inclined toward support. Bai Jinyue said. Why do these fellows look down on the law of Earth? Although only a small portion of the laws of Earth are offensive profundities, the profundities that are offensive profundities of the laws of Earth are definitely top-tier offensive profundities. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's body. It was clearly angry that Bai Jinyue, Huang Jialong, and the others looked down on the law of Earth. Moreover, the law of Earth is the orthodox law of the 5 elemental laws. Apart from the law of space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction, the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of ice are all derived from the law of the 5 elemental laws. In terms of defense, the law of Earth is the best. What's the use of having a powerful offense without a powerful defense? The Chaos Divine Earth was clearly angered. I've made up my mind. I want the Earth-type celestial method. Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Jinyue and said solemnly. After listening to Bai Jinyue and the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. He finally understood why Huang Jialong and the others had such an expression on their faces when he chose the Earth-type celestial method. As it turned out, most people in the Devata realms thought the law of wind was more offensive than the law of Earth. For this reason, most people who had not comprehended a law would prefer the law of wind if they had a choice. If Duan Ling Tian did not have the Chaos Divine Earth in his body, he might have made the same choice. However, now that he had the Chaos Divine Earth in his body, the Earth-type celestial method was the best choice for him. Brother Duan, you don't have to be so modest, Huang Jialong smiled wryly. Jialong, I'm not being modest. I really want the Earth-type celestial method. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Even if Huang Jialong did not believe him, he still had to tell the truth. Naturally, he knew Huang Jialong would still think he was being modest unless he told Huang Jialong about the chaos divine earth. However, he did not bother to explain himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian obtained the Earth-type King-grade celestial method from Baizhenyue. The Earth-type King-grade celestial method was called the Black Rock Prison. Crack. After Duan Lingtian crushed the memory celestial talisman that contained the Earth-type King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, a torrent of information surged into his mind. And this information was about the Black Rock Prison. This King-grade celestial method will help you comprehend the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity. As soon as the information from the memory celestial talisman entered Duan Lingtian's mind, the chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in his mind. The earth elemental profundity is the fundamental profundity of the law of Earth. The gravitational space profundity is an assistive profundity. The chaos divine Earth paused for a moment before it added, although it's an assistive profundity, the gravitational space profundity has offensive and defensive characteristics as well. It was, without a doubt, venting its displeasure at Huang Jialong and the others' disdain for the law of Earth. Since the purpose of celestial methods and divine abilities above the king grade is to comprehend the laws, why is there a need to differentiate between celestial methods and divine abilities? Aren't they all the same? Duan Lingtian asked. It's mainly to differentiate internal assistive profundities. All divine abilities above the king grade contain internal assistive profundity. The chaos divine Earth replied. Internal assistive profundity? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. For example, assistive celestial methods below the king grade are only assistive methods. They can't boost one's celestial origin energy for a short period of time. These assistive methods are called external assistive methods. For example, the gravitational space profundity contained in the Earth-type king-grade celestial method you just obtained is an external assistive profundity. On the other hand, assistive divine abilities below the king grade can boost one's celestial origin energy for a short period of time. These assistive methods are called internal assistive methods. Since this old man has a wind-type king-grade divine ability, it means there's an internal assistive profundity contained in the law of wind in this divine ability. The chaos divine Earth finished speaking in one breath. All divine abilities above the king grade contain internal assistive profundities. As for celestial methods above the king grade, they are all-encompassing. There are profundities that focus on offense, defense, speed, and external assistive profundities. Chapter 2967. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood why there was a distinction between celestial methods and divine abilities at the king grade and above. As it turned out, divine abilities at the king grade and above were all divine abilities that contained the law of internal support. For example, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered, was also a type of internal support technique. Previously, Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, told me that the elementary devouring tactic is a modified version of a powerful divine ability, the advanced devouring tactic, in the Devata realms. The advanced devouring tactic is the famous divine ability of a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. The divine ability of a heavenly emperor must be at the king grade or above. Duan Lingtian recalled that when he was still in the Devata realm, Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had told him about the advanced devouring tactic. Moreover, the advanced devouring tactic is definitely not just a king-grade divine ability. It might even be an emperor-grade divine ability or an emperor-grade divine ability. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. After so many years, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about Hualao again. I wonder where Hualao is now. In the past, when Hualao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda disappeared, Duan Lingtian had thought Hualao had detonated the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and all the celestial weapons in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to save him. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the matter had become more and more confusing. After arriving in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian was finally able to ascertain the truth. The weapon spirit of an emperor-grade celestial weapon could not destroy an emperor-grade celestial weapon even if it detonated itself. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Huolao was still alive. As for the disappearance of Huolao and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he was certain there was an invisible hand behind the disappearance of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. I wonder what kind of law is contained in the divine ability, the great devouring tactic. Could it be the law of devouring that the chaos divine earth mentioned earlier? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, the law of earth is the orthodox law of the 5 elemental laws. Apart from some special laws such as the law of space, the law of devouring, and the law of destruction, the laws of nature such as the law of wind, the law of lightning, and the law of ice are all derived from the laws of the 5 elemental laws. These were the chaos divine earth's exact words. One of them was the law of devouring. Bai Gang, do you want to follow me back to the clan to receive your reward now, or do you want to wait for a while and receive it yourself? Bai Jinyue looked at Bai Gang and asked after he passed the memory immortal talisman to Huang Jialong, Vice Patriarch, I'll go back with you. Bai Gang said without any hesitation. His tone was unusually excited, as if the reward he was about to receive was far more valuable than what Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong had received. All right. Bai Jinyue nodded. Bai Gang left with Bai Jinyue. He did not greet Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong since both of them were immersed in the celestial methods and divine abilities they had just obtained. He did not greet Old Imo and Huang Yuanfei. Based on Old Imo and Huang Yuanfei's expressions, it was clear they knew Bai Gang was going to leave. Father, where's Uncle Bai? Huang Yuanfei asked. He did not see Bai Gang when he regained his senses. It was only natural for Bai Jinyue to leave the capital of the solitary nation and return to the Flying Tiger clan's branch family. However, why was his Uncle Bai gone as well? Your Uncle Bai has returned to the clan. Huang Yuanfei smiled. You're quite lucky to have obtained a king-grade divine ability. Even your father hasn't obtained a celestial method or divine ability that's above the king grade. Huang Yuanfei was truly happy that his son could obtain a king-class divine art. In fact, he was happier than if he had obtained a king-grade divine ability. He has returned to the clan. Why? Huang Jialong frowned. Will Uncle Bai come back? Huang Jialong asked with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Just like how Elder Imo had watched Huang Yuanfei grow up, Bai Gang had also watched Huang Jialong grow up. Thus, Huang Jialong had deep feelings for Bai Gang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He noticed Bai Gang's departure as well. He could sense Huang Jialong's disappointment as well. Don't worry, your Uncle Bai will return once he completes his evolution. Huang Yuanfei continued to say with a smile, it's a good thing for your Uncle Bai to return to the clan. He obtained a royal-grade celestial sword for the Flying Tiger clan's branch family, so the benefits he reaped aren't any less than the 2 of you. Huang Jialong's curiosity was piqued when he heard his father's words. Father, what benefits did Uncle Bai obtain? Moreover, he has to return to the clan to reap the benefits? Your Uncle Bai obtained a chance to enter the cleansing pool that only opens once every 10,000 years in the Flying Tiger clan's branch family. Huang Yuanfei's smile widened when he finished speaking. Bai Gang was his brother. The more benefits Bai Gang obtained, the happier he would be for him. The cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian was still wondering about the cleansing pool and the Flying Tiger clan's branch family when Huang Jialong's eyes lit up with joy. Father. Is this true? Huang Jialong asked excitedly. Uncle Bai. He obtained a chance to enter the cleansing pool. Yes. Huang Yuanfei nodded. That's great. That's great. When I was young, I heard Uncle Bai talk about it more than once. He said his biggest dream is to enter the cleansing pool. Huang Jialong was overjoyed. I didn't expect his wish to come true. Uncle Huang, Jialong. What's the cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yuanfei and Huang Jialong with a puzzled expression on his face. Brother Duan, that purification pool is a spiritual pool that only opens once every 10,000 years. Every time, only one copper-marked flying tiger can enter. In response to Duan Lingtian's confusion, Huang Jialong took the initiative to explain to Duan Lingtian. After the copper flying tiger enters the purification pool, it only needs to cultivate in seclusion for 10 years to absorb the special energy in the purification pool. After 10 years, it'll evolve into a silver flying tiger, a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast. The Profound Nether Mansions branch in the Profound Nether Mansions territory only allows copper flying tigers to enter. Silver-striped flying tigers and golden-striped flying tigers won't be able to enter the pool. It's said that there's a cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan in the Profound Nether Mansions territory that only opens once every 30,000 years. The cleansing pool allows a silver flying tiger to evolve into a golden flying tiger, a peak advanced king-grade celestial beast. Huang Jialong said excitedly, in other words, when Uncle Bai returns after 10 years, he'll no longer be a peak elementary king-grade celestial beast, a copper-marked flying tiger, but a peak intermediate king-grade celestial beast, a silver flying tiger. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Now, he finally understood why Huang Jialong was so agitated earlier. As it turned out, this was how the purification pool and the Flying Tiger clan's branch was. Without a fortuitous encounter, a copper-marked flying tiger will forever remain a 3-talent celestial king. However, once it evolves into a silver flying tiger, it'll be able to break through and become a 6-combo celestial king. A 3-talent celestial king and a 6-combo celestial king were on completely different levels. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian knew this was a great opportunity for Bai Gang to be reborn. Little Tian, tomorrow is the day of the Solitary Nation's Imperial Family's auction. If there's no unforeseen circumstances, the auction will start at night. Huang Yuanfei said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. All right, Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei and old Mo before he left the hall. Huang Jialong followed after him. Brother Duan, what's the name of the Earth-type king-grade celestial method you obtained? Huang Jialong asked curiously after he caught up to Duan Lingtian. Black Rock Prison. Duan Lingtian replied with a glint in his eyes. Black Rock Prison? Based on the name, it seems like the Earth-type celestial method is mainly an assist-type celestial method. It should be a restraining celestial method, right? Huang Jialong asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the Earth-type celestial method, he could roughly guess the effects of the celestial method based on its description. Once the Black Rock Prison was formed, the gravitational force inside would be able to change according to one's will, and one could toy with the opponent imprisoned inside. Apart from that, the gravitational force could be used to control and injure people. The Black Rock Prison could also be formed around one's body to defend against attacks. What about the wind-type divine ability you obtained? Duan Lingtian asked. He was also curious about the wind-type divine ability Huang Jialong had obtained. According to the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame, all divine abilities above the King grade were basically divine abilities that contained an assist-type law. For this reason, Duan Lingtian speculated that Huang Jialong's wind-type divine ability did not contain an attack or speed-type law profundity. It should be an assist-type law profundity. My wind-type divine ability is called the Gathering of Wind and Cloud. It gathers the wind elemental profundity to strengthen one's celestial origin energy. Apart from the wind elemental profundity, this divine ability also contains another profundity from the law of wind called the Gathering Wind profundity. The Gathering Wind profundity is a method of gathering the wind elemental profundity to strengthen one's celestial origin energy. Huang Jialong explained. Huang Jialong's words confirmed the Chaos Divine Earth and the Chaos Divine Flame's earlier words. All divine abilities above the King grade contained an assist-type law profundity. Chapter 2968. During his conversation with Huang Jialong, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the wind-type King grade divine ability, Gathering Wind and Cloud. Brother Duan, why don't we exchange our celestial methods and divine abilities? Give me your Earth-type celestial method, and I'll give you my Wind-type divine ability. Until now, Huang Jialong still thought Duan Lingtian intended to let him have the Wind-type divine ability. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Jialong, I really want the Earth-type celestial method. Brother Duan, although I haven't come into contact with king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, as the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Huang Jialong's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, although the law of wind gathering wind profundity I've obtained isn't an offensive profundity, there are only a few profundities from the law of wind that aren't offensive profundities. The wind-type divine ability I obtain not only allows me to comprehend the gathering wind profundity, but it also allows me to comprehend the wind elemental profundity. The wind elemental profundity is the foundation of the law of wind. All other profundities from the law of wind must be based on this foundation. With a good foundation, it'll be easier for you to comprehend other profundities from the law of wind in the future. Huang Jialong paused for a moment before he continued to say, a person's energy is limited. A person's energy is limited. If you want to go further on the path of the laws, you have to specialize in one law. If you try to comprehend the profundities of the law of earth now, spend some effort and have some achievements, and have the opportunity to obtain an offensive law like the law of wind in the future, are you going to abandon the law of earth and switch to another law? Huang Jialong was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian to give him the earth-type celestial method so he could give the wind-type divine ability to Duan Lingtian. Jialong, upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I plan to cultivate the laws of earth. Even if I have the opportunity to comprehend the laws of wind in the future, I don't plan on switching to the laws of wind. Moreover, it can't be said that the law of earth is definitely inferior to the law of wind. Don't tell me the law of earth is weaker than the law of wind for people of the same cultivation base who have comprehended the law of wind. The laws aren't actually that important. What's important is the person who controls the laws. Duan Lingtian said. The last sentence was what the chaos divine earth had told Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had repeated it to Huang Jialong. Naturally, he felt that the chaos divine earth was right. Moreover, he also knew why Huang Jialong had such thoughts. It was entirely because the laws of wind leaned more towards attack and speed than the laws of earth. Such thoughts had long since taken root in his mind. According to the chaos divine earth, the reason Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and the others had such thoughts was because of this. According to the chaos divine earth, they had only come into contact with a few profundities from the law of earth. More than 80% of the profundities from the law of wind focus on offense and speed. On the other hand, only one profundity from the law of earth focuses on offense and speed. However, the profundities from the law of wind that focus on offense and speed are not inferior to any of the profundities from the law of wind that focus on offense and speed. These were the chaos divine earth's exact words. With your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain profundities from the law of earth in the future. However, most of the people here won't be able to go far. It's already considered good if they can comprehend 2 or 3 profundities from the same law. Since they don't have the opportunity to comprehend all the profundities from the same law, they prefer the law of wind that focuses on attack and speed. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized something. The reason Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and the others thought the law of wind was better than the law of earth was because their horizons were too limited. Naturally, without me, the law of wind will be more helpful to you than the law of earth. Although the law of earth has one profundity that focuses on attack and another profundity that focuses on speed, it's much more difficult to obtain celestial methods and divine abilities that contain both profundities compared to the law of wind's profundities. The chaos divine earth continued to say, with me around, if you want to comprehend the law of earth through celestial methods and divine abilities, you'll be able to comprehend the law of earth at least 10 times faster than someone with the same level of comprehension as you. This is because I'm only in my 3rd form. With my help, you'll be able to comprehend the law of earth 100 times faster than those with the same level of comprehension as you. A hint of temptation could be heard in the chaos divine earth's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. For this reason, boy, you'll have to help me evolve to my fourth form in the future. Duanling Tian found it strange when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice that sounded like an old man speaking in an old-fashioned manner. It's true. The Chaos Divine Flame and I feel the same way. The profound Divine Metal, who had not spoken for a long time, chimed in at this moment. Naturally, with my current strength, I won't be able to help you quickly comprehend the law of metal even if you obtain a king-grade celestial method and divine ability. However, once I evolve to my third form, I'll be able to help you. Now, I only need a first form profound divine metal to reach the third form. A hint of eagerness could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. With its current foundation, even a first form profound divine metal would be enough to help it evolve to its third form. Hey! Chaos Divine Flame, I think it's fate that the three of us are in the same body. Why don't we rank based on who evolves to the third form first? The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air again. It sounded excited as it said, I'm the first one to evolve to the third form among the three of us. I'll be the eldest. Chaos Divine Flame, you'll be the second eldest. As for the profound divine metal, it's only in its second form. Naturally, you'll be the third eldest. I think that's a good idea. It's decided then. Hey! Did you hear that? Don't play dead. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth was the only one speaking in Duanlingtian's body. No matter how much he called out to them, the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound divine metal ignored him. Meanwhile, Duanlingtian bade farewell to Huang Jialong and returned to his courtyard. My lord. As soon as Duanlingtian entered the courtyard, he saw Lu Guanglin standing there. Lu Guanglin greeted him respectfully with bright eyes. It seems like you've stabilized your cultivation base. Duanlingtian smiled faintly. Yes. Lu Guanglin nodded before he said, My lord, please forgive me for not following you around for the past few days. For the past few days, Lu Guanglin had not been by Duanlingtian's side because he was in the final stages of stabilizing his cultivation base. For this reason, Duanlingtian had been acting alone for the past few days. Tomorrow is the day of the Solitary Nations auction. You should rest well tonight. Come with me to the auction tomorrow. Duanlingtian bade farewell to Lu Guanglin before he returned to his room. After returning to his room, the first thing he did was to speak to the Chaos Divine Earth in his body. Stop shouting. It's obvious that they don't want to talk to you. You sound like a child who has just learned how to talk. Do you think they'll let you be their boss? Duanlingtian's words hit the nail on the head, causing the Chaos Divine Earth to fall silent. After a long while, it scoffed and said, I can't control my voice. One day, I'll make them willingly acknowledge me as their boss. You're ambitious. Duanlingtian praised the Chaos Divine Earth. Then, he asked, as the Chaos Divine Earth, don't you have any abilities? Senior Profound Divine Metal can protect my soul and help me fend off soul attacks. It can also conceal my aura. According to him, as long as it evolves into its third form, it can possess my celestial artifact and strengthen its power. Senior Chaos Divine Flame can help me refine pills and forge weapons. Although I don't have a celestial fire, it can help me become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. Duanlingtian intentionally praised the profound divine metal and Chaos Divine Flame so the Chaos Divine Earth could tell him how it could help him. Brat, you've said so much because you want to know how I can help you. Do you think I can't tell? Alas, the Chaos Divine Earth saw through Duanlingtian's thoughts. It chuckled and said, It's not difficult for me to help you in any way you want me to help you. You just have to promise me one thing. The Chaos Divine Earth said. What is it? Duanlingtian asked with a frown on his face. He did not expect the Chaos Divine Earth to be so smart despite its childlike voice and childlike personality. Convince the Chaos Divine Flame and Profound Divine Metal to become my subordinates. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled. Forget it. I don't need your help. With your strength, you're not even worthy of carrying the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame's shoes. How dare you think you can become their boss? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he shrugged. Brat, your provocation won't work. My voice may sound childish, but my thoughts aren't. Don't treat me like a child. The Chaos Divine Earth said, slightly annoyed. You know how to provoke me? I really didn't expect you to be so smart. Alright, I'm not interested in knowing how strong you are for now. I'd like to see how you're going to help me comprehend the law of Earth. Chapter 2969. The Black Rock Prison was an Earth-type king-grade celestial method. The most important profundity it contained was the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. With the gravitational space profundity and the black rock pillars formed by the Earth elemental profundity, the Black Rock Prison would be formed to imprison one's opponent. In order to prevent one's opponent from escaping, the gravitational space profundity would imbue the prison with a gravitational force that would affect one's opponent. In order to master the Black Rock Prison, one must first comprehend the law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity. The Earth elemental profundity was the foundation profundity. All king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities would have a corresponding foundation profundity. For this reason, many people called king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities the foundation of laws. If one did not obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, one would not be able to comprehend a royal-grade celestial method, divine ability, or emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability. After all, royal-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and emperor-grade celestial methods did not have a foundation profundity. If one wanted to comprehend a law's foundation profundity, one had to obtain a corresponding king-grade celestial method or divine ability. This was common knowledge in the Devata realms. Boy, I told you earlier that with my help in my third form, the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of Earth will be 10 times faster than other people with the same level of comprehension. The profundities from the law of Earth I'm talking about are only the profundities from the law of Earth other than the Earth elemental profundity. The Chaos Divine Earth said when it saw Duan Lingtian was about to comprehend the law of Earth using the Black Rock Prison. What do you mean? Are you saying you can't help me comprehend the law of Earth's foundation profundity, the Earth elemental profundity? Duan Lingtian, who was meditating with his eyes closed, frowned when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Of course not. The Chaos Divine Earth said proudly, I can help you comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, in one night. You have to know that if an ordinary person wants to comprehend the fundamental profundity of a law, even if they have a higher comprehension ability, they would still need at least 3 to 5 years without the help of external forces. For those with a lower comprehension ability, they might need a few decades or even 100 years. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say indifferently, in fact, some of the more foolish ones won't be able to comprehend the fundamental profundities of a law. These people are destined to have no fate with the law. Comprehending it overnight? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. The Chaos Divine Earth's words meant that, with the help of the Chaos Divine Earth, he would be able to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Was the Chaos Divine Earth really that powerful? Comprehending the Earth element in a single night. Are you kidding me? Duan Lingtian asked with uncertainty. Humph. You'll find out tomorrow morning whether I'm kidding or not. A hint of displeasure could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it heard Duan Lingtian's words. Relax your body and clear your mind. Then, spread your divine consciousness out. I will guide your divine sense to communicate with the Earth elemental essence in this world. During this process, what you need to do is to sense the characteristics of the Earth elemental essence, as well as other things that you can sense. Once you've familiarized yourself with the Earth elemental profundity, you'll be able to fuse your celestial origin energy with the Earth elemental profundity. At that time, your attacks will be much more powerful. After the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, it fell silent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed the Chaos Divine Earth's instructions and calmed down. He relaxed his body and cleared his mind before he spread his divine consciousness around aimlessly. Initially, Duan Lingtian, who had cleared his mind, did not feel anything. However, after a dozen breaths, he was shocked to discover his divine consciousness had easily penetrated the ground and entered the depths of the earth. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Did the chaos divine earth do this? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he discovered another problem. After his divine consciousness entered the depths of the earth, he could clearly hear vibrations in the air. It was as though the earth in the distance was resonating with his divine consciousness. Thump. 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 A series of vibrations that sounded like a human's heartbeat rang in the air. Thump. 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 A series of rapid vibrations rang in the air. It sounded as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. The sound was so powerful that it seemed as though it could crack the earth. In the end, the vibrations were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was hard to fathom. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered his divine consciousness seemed to have become one with the earth. It was as though he was carrying countless things with the earth. There were buildings rooted in the earth, plants, humans, celestial beasts, and many other life forms. There were also towering mountains and precipitous ridges that seemed to have become one with the earth. Time continued to pass quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. He only knew his divine consciousness had merged with the earth. It felt as though he could sense everything in the earth. During this process, he had also familiarized himself with the earth that formed the earth. He knew the earth was not the same as the loose earth used to carry the plants. The rocks that formed the towering mountains, as well as the rocks that were harder than steel that had been formed over tens of thousands of years, were also soil. However, it was earth that had been baptized by nature for a certain period of time. At some point, Duan Lingtian discovered his divine consciousness had left the earth and entered the air. At this moment, he discovered the air was filled with earth. Even the air was filled with the aura of earth. It was a gentle, thick, and steady aura that gave people a strong sense of security. Is this the earth elemental element? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Time continued to pass. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he discovered the night had already passed. The sun was rising from the east, and it shone on him through the window screen. The earth elemental element, as Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, the air around him began to vibrate. Following that, rays of earth and yellow light began to shine around his celestial origin energy. Soon after, the celestial origin energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body transformed into khaki energy that coiled around his body like khaki pythons. The celestial origin energy that has merged with the earth elemental element is so powerful. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he sensed the power of his celestial origin energy that had merged with the earth elemental element. After obtaining the earth-type king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the differences between king-grade celestial methods and celestial methods below the king grade. Unless one mastered a celestial method or divine ability that could replace a celestial method or divine ability below the king grade, one could still use a celestial method or divine ability below the king grade to fill the gap. Just like Duan Lingtian. The earth elemental element was only a basic profundity from the law of earth. In other words, after Duan Lingtian had merged his celestial origin energy with the earth elemental element, he could still use any technique he had learned in the past to maximize his strength. This was because the earth elemental element did not conflict with his celestial origin energy. With my current strength, I can defeat Jia Long with just one move even without the energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. In the past, Duan Lingtian had defeated Huang Jia Long with just one move. However, he had mostly relied on the remaining energy from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. After that, unless he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again, he would not stand a chance against Huang Jia Long. Now that he had comprehended the earth elemental profundity, overnight, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat Huang Jia Long with just one move. The genius Sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation defeated everyone below the celestial dukes with his heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial cultivation base. It seems like he has mastered the power of the law. Previously, I was surprised by the power of the law. However, it seems like I'm not surprised at all. Even if he has only mastered the fundamental profundity of a law and merged it with his celestial origin energy, as long as he has mastered celestial methods and divine abilities below the king grade, it won't be difficult for him to defeat everyone below the celestial dukes. After comprehending the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of how powerful the law was. Even so, that person's innate talent is extraordinary. After all, he's not even 100 years old, but he has mastered the power of the law and defeated everyone below the celestial dukes in a nation. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brat, do you still doubt me? Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation when the chaos divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. I don't doubt you anymore, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. However, I think if I obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of fire, Senior Chaos Divine Flame, you should be able to help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity overnight, right? This, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth was speechless. After all, the Chaos Divine Flame was indeed able to help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity overnight. If you obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll help you comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, within 3 hours. The primal chaos divine flame's ancient and prideful voice resounded. Chapter 2970. Chaos divine flame, what are you being so smug about? The chaos divine earth said angrily as soon as the chaos divine flame finished speaking. If it wasn't for the fact that this brat has been using you to refine pills and is familiar with you, he would have been able to sense the fire elemental profundity. You're able to help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity in 3 hours? The Chaos Divine Flame's words belittled the Chaos Divine Earth as though helping Duan Lingtian to comprehend the Earth elemental profundity in one night was not worth mentioning. How could the Chaos Divine Earth endure such humiliation? Alas, the Chaos Divine Flame remained calm in the face of the Chaos Divine Earth's anger. The process isn't important. I only care about the results. If you want to be my boss, you have to at least surpass me in a certain aspect. However, based on the current situation, you can't even help him comprehend the fire elemental profundity as quickly as I can. How are you qualified to be my boss? A hint of disdain could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's voice when it spoke. You, the Chaos Divine Flame was so angry that it was at a loss for words. After all, it did not know how to respond to the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Old Flame, you're really ruthless. Little Two is such a talkative child, but he fell asleep because of you. The profound Divine Metal's voice rang in the air. It was obvious it was taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was no longer on the 5 divine elements in his body. His eyes were as bright as the stars as he thought to himself, as it turns out, the Chaos Divine Flame can help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. Moreover, it can help me comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity. Once I obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability, I'll be able to comprehend it. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became excited. At the same time, he was eager to obtain a fire-type king-grade celestial method or divine ability in the near future. The royal auction will only be held when night falls. Let's take a look around the solitary nation's royal palace. Let's go to the library first. When Duan Lingtian remembered the imperial family's auction would only begin at night and it was still early in the morning, he called out to Lu Guanglin and both of them left the courtyard together. I'm sure Jia Long is busy comprehending the wind-type king-grade divine ability right now. I won't disturb him. After taking a look at Huang Jialong's residence, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin out of the palace the solitary nation's imperial family had arranged for them. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's, Dun, and Duan Lingtian, Huang, D and Dn, Sir, the people living in that palace are from the East Ming nation. They are here for the golden nematode that will be auctioned tonight. Lu Guanglin said when Duan Lingtian looked over. The nation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He had come to the imperial family's auction to obtain the golden nematode, one of the main ingredients needed to refine the profound golden pill. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation had personally asked the emperor of the solitary nation for the golden nematode. If the emperors of the Moran nation and the East Ming nation had not asked the emperor of the solitary nation for the golden nematode, the emperor of the solitary nation would have given it to the emperor of the supporting Fall nation as a favor. However, since the emperors of the Moran nation and the East Ming nation wanted the golden nematode as well, the emperor of the solitary nation could only put the golden nematode up for auction. This way, it would be fair and they would not offend each other. After all, it was not wise to offend the emperors of the other nations for the sake of a favor. While Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin were looking at the people from the East Ming nation, the people from the East Ming nation also noticed the duo. These two people are from the supporting Fall nation. Don't tell me that purple-clad young man is the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation, Duan Lingtian? It should be him. I heard that there are only 2 young men among the 5 people from the supporting Fall nation. One of them is Huang Jialong, the young master of the supporting Fall nation's passage city. I've met Huang Jialong before, so I know him. He's not Huang Jialong. As the people from the East Ming nation discussed among themselves, their eyes finally landed on one of the 2 young men who was leading the group. The young man was dressed in a gray robe. He had a cold expression on his face and a sheathed sword on his waist. He looked like a cold-faced swordsman. Duan Lingtian? Hearing the discussions of the group of people behind him, the originally indifferent eyes of the gray-clothed youth flickered for a rare moment. In the next moment, swoosh! His eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His divine consciousness followed the gray-clad young man. In just a blink of an eye, his divine consciousness told him that the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. It's really him. He was certain the young man who had walked out of the supporting Fall nation's temporary residence was the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation. It's him. When the gray-clad young man discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, the silver-clad young man beside him had also discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seems like he's indeed Duan Lingtian. He's not even 100 years old, but he defeated Huang Jialong, the young master of the supporting Fall nation's passage city, with just one move. Huang Jialong is considered one of the strongest peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. He's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he defeated Huang Jialong with just one move. Most importantly, according to the news from the supporting Fall nation, he didn't use the power of the law. The silver-clad young man looked at the gray-clad young man next to him and asked, "Brother Zhu Yun, do you think this is possible?" A hint of fear could be seen in the silver-clad young man's eyes as he looked at the gray-clad young man. Previously, during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation, the gray-clad young man who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below celestial dupes in the East Ming nation had been defeated with just one move. From the beginning until the end, the gray-clad young man did not even draw his sword. He only used his celestial origin energy and the profundity of the law to form a sword and sent the gray-clad young man flying. Even though the gray-clad young man had held back, the gray-clad young man was still severely injured. It took him half a month to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the gray-clad young man was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and he was not even 100 years old. From that moment on, the gray-clad young man had replaced him as the strongest person below celestial dupes in the East Ming nation. The gray-clad young man was completely convinced by the gray-clad young man's strength. The world is full of wonders. It's not impossible for a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial to defeat a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who hasn't comprehended any profundity of the law. The gray-clad young man's eyes were calm, and his voice was emotionless. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyan, the genius sectless cultivator who had risen to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation. "Brother Zhu Yun, are you confident you can win if you fight him?" the silver-clad young man asked. "I don't know much about him, so I can't say I'm confident I can defeat him," Ling Jueyan replied indifferently. It seems like the gray-clad young man is the genius sexless cultivator who appeared in the East Ming nation not long ago. He's really not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Juyan from afar. When he discovered the gray-clad young man was not even 100 years old, he could not help but speculate. In fact, he felt a sense of camaraderie when he saw the gray-clad young man. I wonder if he's a celestial who has reincarnated. If he is, he must have been extraordinary in his past life. If he isn't, his innate talent is heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Guanglin, let's go. After retracting his gaze from Ling Juyan, Duan Lingtian called out to Lu Guanglin before he led the way into the imperial palace. Duan Lingtian's destination was the library in the imperial palace of the solitary nation. The library was a library that the solitary nation opened to its guests. There were many books, some memory celestial talismans, and some floating image pearls inside. The floating image pearls in the library recorded the duels between powerhouses. However, most of the floating image pearls recorded the duels between powerhouses below the Celestial King realm. Even if there were floating image pearls that recorded the duels between powerhouses above the Celestial King realm, they were only celestial kings who had yet to comprehend the profundities of the laws. The solitary nation had a few floating image pearls that recorded the duels between powerhouses above the Celestial King realm who had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but they were not kept in the library. This was because those were valuable items that the solitary nation's imperial palace was unwilling to reveal. In fact, the imperial palace of the solitary nation also had floating image pearls that recorded the duels between celestial dukes who had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but they were not kept in the library. Brother Zhu Yun, do you want me to challenge him and the people from the supporting Fall Nation to a duel on your behalf? If he loses to you, the supporting Fall Nation will forfeit the bid for the golden nematode. The silver-clad young man narrowed his eyes and asked for Ling Juyan's opinion when he saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin leaving. What if I lose? Ling Juyan asked indifferently. Lose? The silver-clad young man's mouth twitched. He did not expect the arrogant Ling Juyan would say such a thing. Moreover, his opponent was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The group of people standing behind the two young men was also confused. They looked at Ling Juyan's back in surprise. It was as though they had just met Ling Juyan for the first time. I'm Ling Juyan, a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I don't care who it is, as long as they can withstand a sword strike from me, I'll admit defeat. Previously, during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation, the young man's arrogant words were out of his mind. However, today, the young man actually said he might lose to the genius sexless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. This was unbelievable. Chapter 2971. In the library of the solitary nation's imperial palace. After revealing his identity, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin into the library. Guanglin, since you're here, you can look through the things that interest you. There's no need to follow me. After entering the library, Duan Lingtian noticed that Lu Guanglin's eyes lit up when he saw the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls on the shelves. He could tell that Lu Guanglin was also interested in the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library of the solitary nation. Thank you, my lord. Lu Guanglin thanked Duan Lingtian profusely before he began to wander around the library. There were thousands of books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. It would take at least a few years to finish reading all of them. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin only had a day to read all of them. Therefore, they could only browse selectively to learn more about the books. Duan Lingtian's figure shuttled back and forth in the library. Duan Lingtian glanced at the books, memory celestial talismans, and floating image pearls in the library. Detailed explanation of the laws and profundities? After a while, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by a shabby and ancient book. He reached out and picked it up. After picking it up, Duan Lingtian discovered that apart from the cover and the first few pages, there was not a single complete page in the back of the book. Some pages were only left with 10 to 20% of them. Only a few words could be seen. Although the book was shabby, Duan Lingtian continued to read it with great interest. This was because he discovered that the shabby book recorded some of the profundities of the laws. For example, the various profundities of the law of earth were recorded in the book. The fundamental profound meaning of the law of earth was the element of earth. Other profound meanings included gravitational space, ground evasion, vibration, recovery. Because the page was incomplete, Duan Lingtian could only see this part of the profound meaning of the law of earth. The fundamental profound meaning of the laws of fire was the fire elemental essence. Other profound meanings included explosion, corrosion, fire elemental technique, but because the page was incomplete, only these profound meanings of the laws of fire could be seen. As for the law of metal, it was even more incomplete. Only the fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, and another profundity called the metal body technique were visible. The laws of wind are rather complete. There are 7 or 8 profound meanings recorded. Duan Lingtian flipped through the books in his hands, feeling dazzled. All sorts of profound mysteries of the laws were displayed before his eyes. The laws of wood, the laws of water, the laws of light, the laws of darkness, the laws of ice, the laws of thunder. Of course, the pages that recorded some of the laws and profundities were incomplete, and only the basic profundities could be seen. Every law has its own fundamental profundity. For example, the law of wood has the wood elemental essence, the law of darkness has the dark elemental essence, and the law of thunder has the thunder elemental essence. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and slowly digested the information he had just read. To a certain extent, the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth were considered profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. Apart from the fundamental profundities, the other profundities of the laws of heaven and earth were divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage. As it turns out, king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities can only help one comprehend the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the rudimentary stage. If one wants to progress further, one must find a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the same profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the initial stage. If one wants to comprehend the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth to the mastery stage, one must not only obtain a king-grade celestial method or divine ability, but one must also obtain an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the same profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. The profundities of the laws of heaven and earth are divided into the rudimentary stage, the initial stage, and the mastery stage. The profundities of the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from one another. Moreover, if one has mastered some complementary profundities of the laws of heaven and earth, the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Duan Lingtian needed some time to digest all the information that the book had given him. Duan Lingtian needed some time to digest all the information. During this day, Duan Lingtian's greatest gain was the information about the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. At the very least, he had gained a deeper understanding of the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, evening had arrived. "My lord, it's about time for us to leave." When Lu Guanglin arrived next to Duan Lingtian was looking at a mirror image pearl that had been recorded. In the mirror image, 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were fighting. Both of them had comprehended the fundamental profundity of the laws of heaven and earth. One of them had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. The other person had comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. Both of them had similar techniques. However, in the end, the person who had comprehended the law of fire emerged victorious. Throughout the entire process, Duan Lingtian came up with an idiom: fire is fueled by wind. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of fire and had fused with the fire elemental profundity celestial origin energy with the fire elemental profundity collided with his opponent's celestial origin energy that had fused with the wind elemental profundity, the wind elemental profundity celestial origin energy soared and defeated his opponent. It seems like the person who has comprehended the law of fire will have an advantage over the person who has comprehended the law of wind. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After withdrawing his divine consciousness from the floating image pearl, Duan Lingtian left the library of the solitary nation's imperial palace with Lu Guanglin. After leaving the library, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin back to the temporary residence that the imperial family of the supporting Fall nation had arranged for them. At this time, Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and old Mo were already waiting in the courtyard. "Brother Duan, you went out?" Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian returning from outside. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I had nothing to do this morning, so I went to the library of the solitary nation's imperial palace to take a look. I thought you'd stay in seclusion like me and focus on comprehending the fundamental profundities of the celestial methods and divine abilities." Huang Jialong smiled. "However, although I've heard that the fundamental profundities of the laws are easier to comprehend compared to other profundities, I still couldn't figure it out even after a day and night." Huang Jialong shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. "Humph." Huang Yuanfei scoffed. "You're trying to comprehend the fundamental profundity of the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity, in just a day and a night? Even in the entire profound nether mansion, there might not be anyone with such innate talent," Huang Yuanfei said. Huang Jialong smiled wryly. He did not expect his words would incur his father's displeasure. It must be because he didn't have the chance to comprehend the law of wind himself. "He must be displeased when he sees my son comprehending the law of wind," Huang Jialong comforted himself inwardly. At the same time, he was secretly pleased. Huang Yuanfei was unaware of his son's thoughts. If he knew, he would have slapped his son twice. How could he criticize his own father like this? "Brother Duan, did you try to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, last night?" Huang Jialong did not dare to argue with Huang Yuanfei, so he shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "How was it?" Huang Jialong asked. "It went well," Duan Lingtian said. "Successful?" When Huang Jialong heard Duan Lingtian's words, he assumed that Duan Lingtian was just brushing him off. Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo naturally had similar thoughts. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined Duan Lingtian had comprehended the Earth elemental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. "City Lord Huang, Elder Mo." After a while, a loud voice came from outside, and a tall figure walked in. The newcomer was clad in silver light armor and had a tall and sturdy build. This person was none other than the commander of the Imperial Guards, He Feng, who had led them to the solitary nation's palace a few days ago. "Commander He." Huang Yuanfei nodded at He Feng, while Elder Mo only nodded at He Feng as a form of greeting. "Where is Bai Gang?" At this moment, He Feng nodded at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong before he looked around and discovered one person was missing from the group of people from the supporting Fall Nation. He followed Senior Bai Jinyu back to the Flying Tiger clan's branch. Huang Yuanfei replied. "What reward does Senior Bai Jinyu intend to give him?" He Feng's eyes widened slightly. He knew Bai Gang had returned with Bai Jinyu to receive his reward for finding a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger clan's branch. The 9th Prince of the Solitary Nation had sent a message to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation when Duan Lingtian and Huang Jialong had obtained a royal-grade celestial sword from a sword-shaped origin stone. When the Emperor of the Solitary Nation learned Bai Gang was going to hand the royal-grade celestial sword to the Flying Tiger clan's branch, he knew Bai Gang was going to be lucky. Senior Bai Jinyu has promised to let him enter the cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch. Huang Yuanfei smiled. Bai Gang was his brother. With such a great opportunity, he was happy for Bai Gang. "What?" He Feng's expression changed slightly as he gasped. The cleansing pool? The cleansing pool in the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound nether mansion? It's said to be able to help a copper flying tiger evolve into a silver flying tiger in just 10 years? That's right. Huang Yuanfei nodded. That fellow. He'll be even more proud of himself in the future. He Feng shook his head with a wry smile on his face. However, his eyes shone brightly. It was clear he was happy for Bai Gang. Chapter 2972. Although the auction held by the Solitary Nation's royal family was called the Royal Auction, it was not held in the royal palace. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, there would be all kinds of people participating in the auction. Naturally, the imperial family of the Solitary Nation would not allow all of them to enter the imperial palace. The imperial auction was held in an auction venue that was 10,000 meters away from the imperial palace of the Solitary Nation. The auction venue belonged to the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. It was usually rented to sects and clans to hold auctions. In the Solitary Nation, the imperial family would hold an imperial auction every once in a while. It had become a tradition in the Solitary Nation. The threshold to enter the imperial auction was usually the highest among all the auctions in the Solitary Nation. Those who could not prove their identity or those with ordinary identities would have to spend a large amount of celestial crystals to enter the auction venue. Duan Lingtian, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was an honored guest of the imperial family of the Solitary Nation. Naturally, they were arranged to enter one of the best rooms in the auction venue. Not only that, but there was also a banner with the words supporting Fall Nation written on it outside the window of the private room that was next to the auction venue. It was obvious the flag was meant to inform the people outside of the room about the identity of the people in the room. I'm afraid this flag is meant for the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Duan Lingtian walked up to the window of the room. With just a glance, he saw that there were 2 room windows nearby that were diagonally facing him. There was also a flag hanging above them. One of the flags had the words East Ming Nation written on it while the other one had the words Moran Nation written on it. At the same time, the people who entered the auction venue also noticed the flags hanging outside the windows of the 3 rooms upstairs. The people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are all here? Even the flags are hanging outside. It seems like the people from the 3 nations are here for the same thing. It seems like I made the right choice to come to the imperial auction of the Solitary Nation. It's a good thing I didn't leave. Initially, I just wanted to stay and watch the show. I didn't expect to see a treasure being auctioned. It must be something extraordinary if it can attract the people from the 3 nations. I'm really looking forward to it. Most of the people from Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces who had gathered in the capital of the Solitary Nation because of the appearance of the Royal Grade Celestial Sword. These people had decided to stay in the capital of the Solitary Nation even after the Royal Grade Celestial Sword had been decided to go to the Imperial auction today. Originally, they just wanted to join in the fun. Who would have thought that a treasure would appear in the Imperial auction held by the Solitary Nation's Imperial family? Moreover, it was a treasure that even the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were interested in. Furthermore, judging from the flags hanging from the windows of the 3 private rooms, the people inside were all sent by the emperors of the 3 countries. In other words, the treasures that appeared in the Solitary Nation's royal auction this time could even tempt the emperors of the 3 nations. The breathing of the people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces quickened. This was especially true for the people from the Grade 8 forces. They were already rubbing their hands together, preparing to bid for that item with all their might. As for the people from the Grade 9 forces, they were well aware of their own limitations, but they were also looking forward to the excitement of the auction. Don't tell me you don't know that the people from the 3 nations are here for the golden nematode that's required to refine the profound golden pill? Just as the group of people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces were discussing among themselves, some of the locals of the Solitary Nation could not help but remind them of the situation. Profound golden pill? Golden nematode? The people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces were disappointed when they heard the people from the Solitary Nation's Royal Grade Celestial Sword. Although the golden nematode was difficult to obtain, it was not a rare treasure. Even if they obtained the golden nematode and gathered all the other ingredients needed to refine the profound golden pill, they might not be able to find someone to successfully refine it. Unless they could hire a celestial alchemist at the king grade or above to refine the pill. Moreover, even a grade 7 force might not have a king grade celestial alchemist, let alone a celestial alchemist. Moreover, the success rate of a Duke-grade celestial alchemist refining the profound golden pill was less than 1%. After all, out of 100 Duke-grade celestial alchemists, there might not even be one Duke-grade celestial alchemist who could successfully refine the profound golden pill. As for prominent celestial alchemists, there might not even be 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists who could successfully refine the profound golden pill. For this reason, the golden nematode was useless to most people even if they obtained it. Little Tian, are you really confident you'll be able to refine 2 profound golden pills with the help of 2 golden nematodes? Huang Yuanfei asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. Uncle Huang, I'm not a boastful person. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian's words were, without a doubt, a reply to Huang Yuanfei. He was not boasting, he was truly confident. All right. I believe you. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a while, the auction hall was filled with people. One could see the bustling crowd through the windows of the private rooms. Not long after, the auction officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Imperial Auction of the Solitary Nation. A skinny, gray-clad old man walked up to the innermost stage of the auction hall. He glanced at the auction hall indifferently as he spoke. This old man is not simple. When the old man walked up to the auction stage, Duan Lingtian had a feeling the old man was not simple. He must be a celestial king. Father, this old man is not simple. At this moment, Huang Jialong could tell the old man was not simple. Moreover, the old man was not as enthusiastic as the other auctioneers. He stood there with a calm expression on his face as though he was saying, "It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not." Of course, he's not simple. He's a one basic celestial king who serves the emperor of the solitary nation. Huang Yuanfei said. As the emperor of the solitary nation, it was only natural that he had many celestial kings by his side. After all, not every celestial king was willing to serve the emperor of a grade 8 nation. A one basic celestial king? Huang Jialong sucked in a cold breath. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained calm. He had already sensed the old man's presence earlier. After all, he had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to boost his strength for a short period of time. Therefore, he was very familiar with the aura of a celestial king. In today's auction, I hope that everyone will be able to get what they want. The gray-clad old man stood on the auction stage and said indifferently, "Next up is the first item of the solitary nation's imperial auction." As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a celestial talisman that shone with a faint purple light appeared in his hand. This is a celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial king who has comprehended the law of thunder's thunder arrow profundity. It's called the Arrow Explosion Talisman. Once this Arrow Explosion Talisman is crushed, it'll release tens of thousands of lightning arrows that will kill anyone below a celestial duke within a radius of 10 meters. The old man explained as he took out the celestial talisman. Apart from powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials, ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestials won't be able to survive within a radius of 100 meters. Even if it's a one basic celestial duke or a two-form celestial duke, the Arrow Explosion Talisman will be able to injure them as long as they're within a short distance. After the old man finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the auction hall before he continued to say, "The starting bid for this Arrow Explosion Talisman is 3,000 prominent celestial crystals." If it was an ordinary auction host, he would have bragged about the value of the Arrow Explosion Talisman. After the old man said what he needed to say, he didn't say anything else. 3,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone made a bid. It was an old man dressed in embroidered robes. "I can buy this Arrow Explosion Talisman for my grandson to protect himself." Clearly, the Arrow Explosion Talisman was a great defensive weapon for those below a celestial duke. There's such a celestial talisman? Duan Lingtian was shocked. It's possible to inscribe such a powerful offensive celestial talisman through the use of the law of thunder? Duan Lingtian knew there were offensive celestial talismans in the past. However, the offensive celestial talismans he knew were of little value. In terms of power, they were nothing compared to the arrow explosion talisman before him. Once the arrow explosion talisman was crushed, anyone below a celestial duke within a radius of 10 meters would die. How terrifying was this celestial talisman? This arrow explosion talisman is considered a low-end law celestial talisman. A powerful law celestial talisman can kill a celestial duke or even a celestial king. Huang Yuanfei said. A law celestial talisman? When Duan Ling Tian learned the offensive celestial talisman was called a law celestial talisman, he was dumbfounded. A law celestial talisman can kill celestial dukes and celestial kings? Yes. Huang Yuanfei nodded. Although a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial duke is precious, it's not difficult to obtain it. As for a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king, it's not easy to obtain it. This is because even a celestial emperor would have to spend a lot of time and effort to inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king. As for a celestial lord, it's basically impossible for him to inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king. After all, there's a limit to how much energy he can infuse into a law celestial talisman. After listening to Huang Yuanfei's words, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the power of a law celestial talisman. A celestial emperor can inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king? Chapter 2973. How powerful was a celestial king? Although Duan Ling Tian had temporarily gained strength comparable to a celestial king through the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he could still sense the strength of a celestial king's celestial origin energy and soul. How could such a powerhouse be killed by a mere celestial talisman? Although celestial emperors can inscribe celestial talismans that can kill celestial kings, it's extremely difficult to inscribe celestial talismans. Moreover, the inscriber has to be a powerful celestial emperor as well. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Yuanfei added, based on what I've heard, most of the celestial talismans that can kill celestial kings are made by titled celestial emperors. Titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as his eyes widened slightly. Titled celestial emperors were powerful celestial emperors who had passed the test of the title temple. They were the cream of the crop among celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian had heard about this when he was still in the borderlands. However, the strongest person in the Southern Heaven Territory seemed to be the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory. Although the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord was a titled Celestial Lord, titled Celestial Lords were considered the cream of the crop among Celestial Lords. Even the weakest Celestial Emperor was stronger than a titled Celestial Lord. There were no Celestial Emperors in the Southern Heaven Territory, let alone the cream of the crop among titled Celestial Emperors. Moreover, it's said that not all Celestial Kings can be killed by the Celestial Talismans inscribed by titled Celestial Emperors. Those celestial kings who can be killed are usually weaker celestial kings who have not comprehended the profundities of a law. Upon hearing Huang Yuanfei's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. If that was the case, he could accept it. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous. After all, how could a celestial king be killed by a celestial talisman? 4,300 prominent celestial crystals, 4,500 prominent celestial crystals. While Duan Ling Tian and Huang Yuanfei were conversing, the price of the law celestial talisman, the arrow explosion talisman, continued to rise. In just a blink of an eye, the price had risen to 4,800 prominent celestial crystals. Based on the power of this arrow explosion talisman, it seems like it was inscribed by a powerful celestial king. Based on the effect of this arrow explosion talisman and the fact that it's a one-time use item, it'll be difficult for the price to exceed 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the next moment, as if to prove Huang Yuanfei's words, after the price of the arrow explosion talisman was raised to 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, no one else increased the price. Although the arrow explosion talisman is not bad and can be given to the younger generation to protect themselves, it can only be used once. In the 1,000 lands, 5,000 superior celestial crystals is the maximum price for a talisman of this level. If you still want to raise the price at this time, then your head must be kicked by a donkey. 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals. This arrow explosion talisman has sold for the price it deserves. Similar whispers could be heard throughout the auction hall. 5,000 high-grade immortal crystals, going once. 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, going twice. On the auction stage, the grey-clad old man said indifferently, 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, going thrice. Sold. As soon as the grey-clad old man finished speaking, he raised his hand. The celestial talisman in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as it shot toward the person who had bid for the arrow explosion talisman. In just a blink of an eye, the arrow explosion talisman arrived in front of the middle-aged man who had bid for the arrow explosion talisman. Swoosh! As soon as the middle-aged man received the arrow explosion talisman, he took out 5,000 prominent celestial crystals and placed them in a spatial ring. Then, he used his celestial origin energy to guide the spatial ring to the old man on the auction stage. This scene could be said to be a perfect example of one hand for the money, one hand for the goods. The second item is a mediocre Duke-grade celestial pill, the Origin Explosion Pill. The starting price for this Origin Explosion Pill is 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. On the auction stage, the old man took out a pill bottle. He took out a pill from the pill bottle and showed it to the crowd before putting it back on the table. An Origin Explosion Pill? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The Origin Explosion Pill was a common celestial pill in the Devata realms. However, it could only be refined by a supreme celestial alchemist. The Origin Explosion Pill was divided into three types: the Supreme Origin Explosion Pill, the King Origin Explosion Pill, and the Royal Origin Explosion Pill. The three types of Origin Explosion Pills were further divided into three grades: primitive, mediocre, and superior. The superior grade was the best while the inferior grade was the worst. A mediocre Duke-grade celestial pill, the Origin Explosion Pill, can elevate a celestial Duke's celestial origin energy by 2 levels in just 15 minutes. Naturally, if a 9th-grade celestial Duke consumes it, his celestial origin energy will only be elevated to the peak of a celestial Duke's celestial origin energy for 15 minutes. A 10-direction celestial Duke would only be able to elevate his celestial origin energy after consuming it. As a celestial alchemist, Duan Lingtian knew a thing or two about the Origin Explosion Pill. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, the price of the Origin Explosion Pill had already risen to 8,000 prominent celestial crystals. After all, the Origin Explosion Pill could turn the tables in a battle between celestial dukes. In the end, the Origin Explosion Pill was sold for 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Following that, the grey-clad old man brought out many other items. However, most of them were celestial talismans, pills, and the like. Although the prices of the items increased, none of them caught Duan Lingtian's attention. The 9th item is a pair of golden nematodes, and they'll be auctioned together. The starting bid for the 2 golden nematodes is 30,000 high-grade immortal crystals. The grey-clad old man announced. However, no one made a bid for the 2 golden nematodes for a few breaths after he finished speaking. Instead, some people began to complain. The starting bid for these 2 golden nematodes is 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. As far as I know, the price of these golden nematodes in the black market is only 15,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, the Solitary Nation's royal auction actually set the starting price at this price. It's because the imperial family of the Solitary Nation knows that the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are after the golden nematodes. The rarer an item is, the more valuable it is. Based on the wealth of the 3 nations, the price of these 2 golden nematodes is definitely higher than the black market price. That's right. Although the black market price of these golden nematodes is higher than the black market price, it's often priceless. As everyone discussed among themselves, an indifferent voice rang from the direction where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated: 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was none other than Huang Yuan Fei who had joined the bidding. Father, you're bidding so soon. This isn't your style. Huang Jialong was slightly surprised. This was not his first time attending an auction with his father. However, even if his father wanted something, he would not be the first to bid. Huang Jialong was dumbfounded by what he saw next. Apart from Huang Jialong, everyone else in the auction hall was shocked as well. I thought the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation want the golden nematodes as well. What? What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned as well. This was because after Huang Yuanfei bid 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation did not bid at all. The people in the auction hall who had been anticipating the people from the three nations to compete for the golden nematodes were in disbelief. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going twice. The grey-clad old man who had been calm all this while began to lose his composure. His voice was a lot louder when he said, going twice. He glanced at the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation's rooms, only to discover that there was still no movement from them. In the end, the grey-clad old man had no choice but to bid again, 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going thrice. As soon as the grey-clad old man finished speaking, it meant the two golden nematodes in his hands belonged to Huang Yuanfei from the supporting Fall nation. What's going on? Didn't the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation come for the golden nematodes as well? I wonder. Are the people from the Moran nation and the East Ming nation asleep? I wonder what the people from the Moran nation and the East Ming nation are thinking. What? What are they doing? While the auction hall was in an uproar, the private rooms where the people from the Moran kingdom and the East Ming kingdom were in were not calm either. In the room where the people from the Moran nation were seated, Uncle Lien, why aren't you bidding for the golden nematodes? Moreover, you told me not to bid. What's going on? The seventh prince of the Moran nation said with a frown on his face as he looked at the blue-clad middle-aged man in front of him. Although the Moran nation might not be able to refine the golden nematodes into the profound golden pill even if they managed to obtain the golden nematodes, there was still a chance. Nevertheless, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, now that they had lost the two golden nematodes, there was no hope at all. The blue-clad middle-aged man was a one-basic celestial king who served the emperor of the Moran nation. For this reason, the seventh prince of the Moran nation could only suppress his anger. Earlier, I received a voice transmission from Huang Yuanfei from Passage City in the supporting Fall nation, so I've decided to give up on the golden nematodes. Facing the seventh prince's question and facing the other people's doubtful gazes, the blue-robed middle-aged man unhurriedly picked up the teacup on the table, and continued to leisurely drink his tea. Meanwhile, in the room where the people from the East Ming nation were seated. Elder Hu? Why did you give up? Moreover, you didn't allow me to bid. Aren't you holding Brother Jueyun back? How are you going to explain this to my father if you don't bring the golden nematodes back? A young man dressed in a silver robe said with a frown on his face as he looked at the old man who was the leader of the group of people from the East Ming nation who had come to the capital of the solitary nation. Second prince, although you're a prince, you're not as calm as little brother Ling. The old man glanced at the silver-clad young man before he shifted his gaze to the gray-clad young man. Chapter 2974. Brother Jueyun, aren't you worried? The second prince of the East Ming nation smiled bitterly when he saw how calm Ling Jueyun was. It was as if he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. I trust Elder Hu. Ling Jueyun looked at the old man who was the leader of the group from the East Ming nation before he shifted his gaze away. The old man looked at Ling Jueyun approvingly and nodded in satisfaction. Little brother Ling, I won't let you down. Based on your words, I'll do my best to obtain the profound golden pill for you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. In the private room where the people from the supporting Fall nation were seated, the gazes of Duan Ling Tian, Huang Jialong, and Elder Mo descended upon Huang Yuanfei. Although the current situation was a little strange, they unanimously felt that Huang Yuanfei must have done something in secret. Father. What did you do? Huang Jialong looked at his father in shock. It was as though this was the first time he had met his father. Duan Lingtian and Elder Mo did not ask any questions, but their eyes were filled with confusion as they looked at Huang Yuanfei. It's nothing. I just sent a voice transmission to the leaders of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation and told them that if they give me the golden nematodes, I'll take out a profound golden pill for them to bid on. Huang Yuanfei replied nonchalantly to the confusion on the faces of the three men from the Duan Lingtian nation. I told them that I can ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine 2 profound golden pills with 2 golden nematodes. However, I'll take one for myself and the other for them to bid on. After Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. The most important person in this matter was Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian failed to refine 2 profound golden pills or only 1 profound golden pill, he would be labeled as a liar. Moreover, he would offend the 2 powerhouses from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. The 2 powerhouses were both one basic celestial kings. Huang Jialong was stunned, and so was Elder Mo. They did not expect Huang Yuanfei would lie to the leaders of the 2 nations and say he could ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him. Naturally, the king-grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, there was no king-grade celestial alchemist here. Duan Lingtian was grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill. At this moment, both of their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. The people from the 2 nations should only be able to ask a duke-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill. Otherwise, the Emperor of the East Ming Nation and the Emperor of the Moran Nation would have taken one of the golden nematodes away before His Majesty even asked the Emperor of the Solitary Nation. It's precisely because they can't ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill that they want both of the golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill. Huang Yuanfei continued to say, for this reason, when they found out I was able to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine a profound golden pill and offered a profound golden pill to them, they were willing to let me have the 2 golden nematodes. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. He knew clearly in his heart that his father was able to make such a decision completely because he trusted this brother Duan. If Duan Lingtian failed to refine the profound golden pill, his father would become enemies with the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. At this moment, old Mo looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yuanfei solemnly and said, I won't let you down. He did not expect Huang Yuanfei to trust him so much. Huang Yuanfei was willing to risk offending the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. If Huang Yuanfei failed to refine the profound golden pill, not only would he offend the 2 celestial kings, but he would also offend the Emperor of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. Little Tian, when do you plan to refine the profound golden pill? Huang Yuanfei asked as he handed the 2 golden nematodes to Duan Lingtian. When Huang Yuanfei won the bid for the golden nematodes, the old man on the stage had sent them to the private room. Huang Yuanfei had also given him 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. Let's wait until the auction ends. Duan Lingtian took the jade box that contained the 2 golden nematodes as he replied to Huang Yuanfei. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Huang Yuanfei and said, Uncle Huang, you can tell the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation to come to the palace we're staying in to bid for the profound golden pill in 10 days. All right. Huang Yuanfei was touched by Duan Lingtian's confidence. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. 10 days? All right. City Governor Huang, I'll bring my men to visit the palace you're staying in 10 days. The celestial kings from the Moran Nation quickly responded. City Governor Huang, will you be able to meet the king-grade celestial alchemist? The celestial kings from the East Ming Nation were clearly interested in the king-grade celestial alchemist. Old Hu, I'm afraid that won't be possible. The celestial alchemist doesn't like to meet outsiders. Huang Yuanfei replied through voice transmission. Naturally, he could not tell the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation that he could not hire a king-grade celestial alchemist and that the person who refined the profound golden pill was a prominent celestial alchemist. In the past, if someone had told him that a prominent celestial alchemist was confident he could refine the profound golden pill, he would not have believed them. However, based on Duan Lingtian's confidence and steadiness, Huang Yuanfei trusted Duan Lingtian. Although it was risky, Huang Yuanfei still trusted him. Nevertheless, he still chose to trust Duan Lingtian. He had a feeling this purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old had something that ordinary people could not understand. For example, when Duan Lingtian was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial and did not use any profundities, he had defeated his son, Huang Jialong, with just one move. In the past, he did not even dare to think about this. Therefore, he had no way of questioning this purple-clothed young man whom he could not see through at all. What a pity! The celestial kings from the East Ming nation were not disappointed when they heard Huang Yuanfei's words. It was obvious they had expected this outcome. The imperial family's auction continued amidst the confusion in the auction hall. Soon after, the people in the auction hall shifted their attention to the next item. They no longer cared about why the East Ming nation and the Moran nation did not compete with the supporting Fall nation for the 2 golden nematodes. These are the golden nematodes. Duan Lingtian opened the jade box, and 2 worms that were as long as an adult's index finger lay in the jade box. The worms were golden in color and as thin as a thread. Although they were lifeless, they gave off a sharp aura. It was as if these golden thread-like worms could easily cut through anything. In fact, a living golden nematode could indeed cut through many things with a swing of its body. It was said that it could even cut a primitive celestial weapon in half with a swing of its body. Mediocre celestial pills could be cut in half with just a few swings of its body. After Duan Lingtian learned that the golden nematode was one of the 2 main medicinal ingredients required to refine the profound golden pill, he went to learn more about it. The golden nematode was a type of celestial beast. However, it was a celestial beast without intelligence. It lived on instinct like a wild beast. While Duan Lingtian was flipping through the golden nematodes, the auction house was bustling with noise and excitement as the sounds of bidding rose and fell. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to the following items. He did not see anything that piqued his interest. Although Duan Lingtian was not interested in any of the items, he did see a few items that piqued his interest. However, he did not manage to buy anything in the end. Based on his expression, it was clear he did not care about the items. It was clear he was only slightly interested in the items. As time passed, the imperial family's auction gradually came to an end. Next up is the last item in the imperial family's auction of the solitary nation. This item is a little special. It was entrusted to us by a senior sectless cultivator who's a 4-phenomenon celestial king. The old man on the stage spoke again. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire auction hall fell silent again. However, it did not take long before the crowd burst into an uproar again. Heavens! A 4-phenomenon celestial king entrusted the item to be auctioned? A 4-phenomenon celestial king's item is definitely something extraordinary. What is it? A king-grade celestial pill? Or is it a special treasure? I can't wait to see what's going on. A 4-phenomenon celestial king's treasure must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, the people from the supporting Fall nation, the East Ming nation, and the Moran nation were in an uproar as well. A 4-phenomenon celestial king entrusted the item to be auctioned? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Although he did not know what the 4-phenomenon celestial king had entrusted the item to be auctioned, he knew it would be extraordinary. However, the items that the 4-phenomenon celestial kings put up for auction were definitely not ordinary. After all, the strongest person in the supporting Fall nation, the East Ming nation, and the Moran nation was only a 3-talent celestial king. Even the emperors of the 3 nations would have to treat a sectless cultivator who was a 4-phenomenon celestial king with respect. Soon after, under everyone's watchful eyes, the grey-clad old man on the stage took out a long jade box. The jade box was 3 feet long, 1 foot wide, and half a foot tall. What's that? When the grey-clothed old man raised his hand and slowly opened the jade box, the gazes of everyone present landed on the jade box one after another. They stared at the jade box without blinking. Chapter 2975. A four-phenomenon celestial king was considered one of the strongest powerhouses in the Thousand Nations territory. How could the items that such an existence would take out to auction be ordinary? For this reason, everyone was filled with anticipation when they heard the old man say that the item was auctioned off by a four-phenomenon celestial king. What did the rogue cultivator who was a four-phenomenon celestial king put up for auction in the solitary nation? I didn't expect to see a four-phenomenon celestial king auctioning off a treasure here. Fortunately, I didn't leave. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to witness such a grand occasion. That's right. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. If it's possible, I'll bid for it at all costs. A four-phenomenon celestial king auctioned off a treasure that's auctioned off by a four-phenomenon celestial king can't be ordinary. The jade box is about to be opened. A group of people stared at the jade box in the old man's hand that was slowly opening. Meanwhile, in the room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated, Duan Lingtian was also looking at the jade box that was slowly opening in the old man's hand. Crack. The jade box was completely opened. At the same time, the item in the jade box was revealed to everyone. A strangely shaped tree branch was quietly lying in the jade box. Although it was a branch that had been separated, it was emerald green. Even the leaves on it were very lush and did not give off the feeling of wilting at all. Logically speaking, if a tree branch was detached from the tree, it would lose its nutrients and would gradually wither away. However, that tree branch was quietly lying in the jade box. It did not show any signs of decay. Not only that, but it also showed no signs of withering. At this moment, anyone who extended their divine consciousness to touch the tree branch would be able to sense the vitality in it. This is, heavens. Why is there such a thing here? Why is there such a thing here? Just when Duan Ling Tian's gaze was attracted by the branch in the jade box, three voices resounded in his body at almost the same time, and the voices were filled with disbelief. These three voices belonged to the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Do all of you recognize this tree branch? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. At the same time, the atmosphere in the room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were seated was tense. What's this? Why does it have such a strong vitality? Not only did this tree branch not wither away, but it also has such a strong vitality. It's not an ordinary tree branch. Who knows what tree it is? Maybe it's some kind of rare material. This thing doesn't look ordinary. Although none of the people present could recognize what the branch in the old man's hand on the auction stage was, they could clearly feel that the branch was not simple. Most of the people who knew it. What's this? Yes. What's this thing? Many curious gazes fell on the old man on the auction stage. Many people couldn't help but ask the old man. Facing the curious gazes, the old man said calmly, "What is this?" "I don't know." Phenomenons of the phenomenons heaveness. Everyone was stunned. I'm not the only one who doesn't know what it is. Even the four-phenomenon celestial king who auctioned it doesn't know what it is. The old man continued to speak. What? Even the four-phenomenon celestial king who auctioned it doesn't know what it is? How? How are we supposed to bid for it? I don't even know what this is. Although this thing doesn't look simple, it doesn't seem to have much value before we know how to use it, right? Many people in the auction hall frowned when they learned that even the four-phenomenon celestial king who auctioned it did not know what it was. Although I don't know what it is, it contains a strong vitality. The old man took the tree branch out of the jade box and showed it to everyone. At the same time, he raised his other hand and slashed it at the tree branch. Buzz! The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. Spurt! A faint sound rang in the air as a deep cut appeared on the tree branch. At the same time, the branch swayed as though it would break at any moment. The crowd was puzzled by the old man's actions when a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. He saw that the broken part of the tree trunk, where the branches were almost cut off, had strands of light green light wriggling, but the broken part was recovering at a very exaggerated speed. About 10 breaths later, the tree trunk that was almost broken completely returned to its original state, as if it had never been damaged. This, unbelievable. This is unbelievable. This is too inconceivable. It was clearly about to break, but in just a few breaths of time, it returned to its original state. This tree branch is definitely not simple. Even if I don't know what this tree branch is made of, I'll do my best to bid for it. It's because of its terrifying recovery ability. In the vast auction venue, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths of air rose and fell like rolling waves, frequent to the extreme. The starting bid for this nameless tree branch is 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. The old man said loudly on the auction stage. After he finished speaking, he quickly added, every bid must be at least 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. Moreover, the imperial family of the solitary nation is also interested in this tree branch. Therefore, I'll bid for it as well. The old man added. As soon as he said this, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Even the imperial family of the solitary nation was interested in this nameless tree branch. It seems like the 4 phenomenon celestial kings are really auctioning this tree branch. Otherwise, the imperial family of the solitary nation would have already bid for it. Even so, it's possible that the imperial family of the solitary nation is deliberately raising the price of this nameless tree branch. We have to be careful. No matter what, this nameless tree branch is really tempting. I'm afraid the final bid won't be lower than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's equivalent to the price of 2 king-grade celestial weapons. In the auction hall, the sounds of discussion and whispers continued without end, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. At the same time, a voice rang from the private room where the people from the Moran nation were seated. The person who made the bid was none other than the leader of the group from the Moran nation. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe and had a dignified expression on his face, 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as the person from the Moran nation made the bid, the old man on the auction stage said, doubling the price of the nameless tree branch. Wow! An uproar broke out instantly. Not only was the old man the second person to bid for the nameless tree branch, but he had also doubled the price of the nameless tree branch. After the old man finished speaking, he added, this is the price that the imperial family of the solitary nation has set. If someone bids more than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, the imperial family of the solitary nation will no longer bid for it. As soon as the old man finished speaking, no one made a bid for the nameless tree branch. The imperial family of the solitary nation has set the price at 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. It seems like the imperial family of the solitary nation doesn't think much of the nameless tree branch. Well, it's normal. Even the 4 phenomenon celestial kings couldn't find any clues about the nameless tree branch. Therefore, the imperial family of the solitary nation has no use for it, 200,000 prominent celestial crystals for a collector's item. That's too extravagant. That's right. It's equivalent to exchanging 2 king-grade celestial weapons for a collector's item. It's impossible for ordinary people to have such boldness. The people from the Moran nation remained silent for a long time. It was clear that they had given up on bidding for the nameless tree branch, 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once. The old man on the auction stage began to count down 210,000 prominent celestial crystals. An old voice rang from the private room where the people from the East Ming nation were seated. It was none other than the old man from the East Ming nation, 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. Huang Yuanfei, who was in the private room where the people from the supporting Fall nation were seated, joined the bid as well. Father, do you know what the nameless tree branch is? Huang Jialong didn't expect his father to participate in the auction and was stunned for a moment. No, I don't. Huang Yuanfei shook his head in response to Huang Jialong's question. I just think it's not as simple as it looks, so I'm just casually bidding for it. If someone else raises the price again, I won't buy it anymore. Casually bidding for it? Huang Jialong was speechless. He did not expect his father to be even more willful than him. Old Mo, do you know what the nameless tree branch is? Huang Yuanfei asked the old man next to him who was frowning. I don't know. The old man shook his head. 260,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the auction hall, a middle-aged man raised his bid, surpassing Huang Yuanfei's bid in one fell swoop. The middle-aged man instantly became the center of attention. Isn't he Gu Zheng, the vice-sect leader of the Great 8,000 Hands sect? It's him. I didn't expect him to be here as well. It seems like Gu Zheng is interested in the Nameless Tree branch as well. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, not only were the 1,000 celestial kingdoms in the 1,000 nations territory Grade 8 forces, but there were also some sects and clans that were Grade 8 forces as well. However, most of the Grade 8 sects and clans were not as strong as Grade 8 celestial kingdoms. Even so, they were still stronger than Grade 9 forces, 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the vice-sect leader of the 1,000 Hands sect, Gu Zheng, an indifferent voice sounded out from the private room and shifted everyone's attention. It's the people from the supporting Fall Nation again? The voice came from the private room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated. Chapter 2976. Boy, you must get it. Whatever it takes. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth urged Duan Lingtian to bid for the Nameless Tree branch. Under such circumstances, although Duan Lingtian did not know what the Nameless Tree branch was, he still hastily raised the price. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Duan Lingtian's bid. All the celestial crystals in his possession amounted to about 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. Apart from celestial crystals, he also had king-grade celestial weapons that he could sell in exchange for celestial crystals. Before he came here, Huang Jialong had told him that he could use some items as collateral in exchange for celestial crystals. For example, a complete king-grade celestial weapon could be used as collateral for 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the profound Nether Mansion's 1,000 nations territory, a complete king-grade celestial weapon could be sold for at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals or even more. Not only are my king-grade celestial weapons complete, but they're also not the worst king-grade celestial weapons. I'll lose a lot of money if I use them as collateral. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Then, he thought about the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's reaction. However, it's worth it if I can get the Nameless Tree branch. Although they had not told him what the Nameless Tree branch was, it was clear that they had not told him what it was. Based on their reaction, it was clear the Nameless Tree branch was not ordinary. Could this Nameless Tree branch be one of the 5 divine elements, the clear heaven's divine wood? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The 5 divine elements corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 divine elements were the profound divine metal, the clear heaven's divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from the chaos divine flame. Brother Duan? Huang Jialong stared at Duan Lingtian, dumbfounded, when he saw Duan Lingtian joining in the bidding 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. As for Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo, their gazes also landed on Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, do you know what that is? Huang Yuanfei asked tentatively. I don't know. Faced with Huang Yuanfei's question, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just feel that this thing isn't simple. If I miss it, I might regret it. This thing is indeed not simple. In my life, this is the first time I've seen such a strange phenomenon. Huang Yuanfei said. If this thing is a medicinal ingredient used to refine celestial pills, the celestial pills refined with this would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, Huang Jialong regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Brother Duan, are you suspecting that this Nameless Tree branch is some kind of alchemy material? However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was staring at the Nameless Tree branch in the old man's hand. It was as though he did not hear Huang Jialong's question. Huang Jialong was not the only one who thought Duan Lingtian was silent. Even Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo thought Duan Lingtian had acquiesced to Huang Jialong's words. That's not the clear heavens divine wood. If it's just the clear heavens divine wood, the three of us wouldn't have lost our composure. When the chaos divine flame heard Duan Lingtian asking if the tree branch was the clear heavens divine wood from the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame immediately denied it. If it's not the clear heavens divine wood, then what is it? Duan Lingtian asked. It's the divine tree of life. The profound divine metal said. The divine tree of life? What's that? Duan Lingtian asked again. Lad, you don't need to know what the divine tree of life is. All you need to know is that if you obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, you'll have a chance to comprehend the law of life, one of the top laws in the world, the chaos divine flame said. The chaos divine earth continued to speak. Its childish voice was filled with sincerity as though it was worshipping Buddha. The law of life isn't something that can be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. The strongest law that can be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities can only be considered a second-tier law. The law of life, on the other hand, is one of the top laws in the world. The chaos divine earth added. As one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, the nameless tree branch won't only allow you to comprehend the law of life. It has many other uses as well. It'll be very beneficial to you in the future. The profound divine metal paused for a moment before it continued to say, naturally, it'll be of great help to us as well. A hint of eagerness could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it finished speaking. Lad, as long as you obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, I won't just tell you what I can help you with. If you need help, I'll help you unconditionally. The chaos divine earth said again. Its childish voice was filled with eagerness. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the chaos divine earth's words. It seemed like the main branches from the divine tree of life were of great help to the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the profound divine metal. Otherwise, they would not have urged him to obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life so eagerly. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals. Gu Zheng, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Hands sect, raised the price again after Duan Lingtian had placed his bid. This time, his bid was even higher than Duan Lingtian's. Before the crowd could react, Duan Lingtian's voice rang again. Duan Lingtian said, 350,000 prominent celestial crystals. He added another 40,000 prominent celestial crystals as soon as he opened his mouth. Gu Zheng frowned upon hearing this. He did not expect someone from the supporting Fall Nation's private room would bid for the nameless branch in such a manner. This time, Gu Zheng stopped bidding after Duan Lingtian made his bid. To him, the reason why he participated in the auction was because he was curious about the nameless tree branch and wanted to collect it for himself. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals was the limit of what he could afford. I don't think the bidder from the supporting Fall Nation's private room is Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, right? Based on the voice, it seems to be a young man. As far as I know, there are only 2 young people from the supporting Fall Nation who came this time. One of them is Huang Yuanfei's son, Huang Jialong. The other one is Duan Lingtian, a genius sectless cultivator who recently appeared in the supporting Fall Nation's Southern Heaven combat. This voice must belong to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, many people guessed that the bidder was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Could it be that he knows the divine tree of life? In the private room where the people from the East Ming Nation were seated, a gray-clad young man with a cold expression on his face had a subtle glint in his eyes. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyan, the genius sectless cultivator who rose to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. As soon as the old man on the stage opened the jade box, Ling Jueyan recognized it as one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. The main branch of the divine tree of life was a precious treasure to ordinary people. Ordinary people would be able to comprehend the law of life if they obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life. However, it was useless to Duan Lingtian. This was because the law of life and his clan's law of life restrained each other. Moreover, his bloodline prevented him from comprehending the law of life for the rest of his life. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going once. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going twice. After Duan Lingtian made his bid, no one else made a bid. At this moment, the old man on the stage began to count down. I wonder if Duan Lingtian really recognized the main branch of the divine tree of life or if he's just trying to keep it. If it's the former, then this Duan Lingtian is not a simple person. After all, even in the small Southern Heaven territory, including the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, I don't think anyone can recognize the main branch of the divine tree of life. If it's the latter, then this Duan Lingtian can only be considered lucky. Ling Jueyun thought to himself as he stood by the window of the private room when he saw the main branch of the divine tree of life was about to be obtained by Duan Lingtian. He had no intention of telling the people from the East Ming nation that the main branch of the divine tree of life was the culprit. This was because he knew the people from the East Ming nation would not understand or believe him even if he told them about it. Moreover, there was a risk of exposing his identity. For this reason, he did not say anything to the people from the East Ming nation. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going thrice. At this moment, the old man on the stage announced the winner of the divine tree of life. With this, Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the divine tree of life. Brother Duan, you don't have enough celestial crystals, right? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian in the private room. I have about 25 million mediocre celestial crystals, which is equivalent to 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. As for the remaining 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, I'll just take out a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian smiled. Although he did not have enough celestial crystals, he would have enough if he took out a king-grade celestial weapon. Little Tian, there's no need to pawn a king-grade celestial weapon. Huang Yuanfei stopped Duan Lingtian and said, I'll lend you 100,000 prominent celestial crystals first. You can return the remaining prominent celestial crystals to me after you sell the profound golden pills. In that case, thank you, Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew Huang Yuanfei was doing this for his own good. If he pawned a king-grade celestial weapon, he would definitely suffer a loss. Huang Yuanfei clearly did not want him to suffer a loss. Therefore, he did not refuse. Moreover, he was confident he could refine 2 profound golden pills with the 2 golden nematodes. As long as he sold 1 profound golden pill, it would not be difficult for him to earn 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. When Huang Jialong saw Duan Lingtian giving away the spatial ring that contained enough celestial crystals and putting the divine tree of life away, he could not help but exclaim, Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. I really have to hand it to you, Brother Duan. Chapter 2977. Duan Lingtian did not have many prominent celestial crystals in his possession. In fact, he had almost used up all his prominent celestial crystals when he was buying origin stones in West Lane City of the Solitary Nation. Naturally, he did not have many prominent celestial crystals, but he had a lot of mediocre celestial crystals. He had killed a 9 palaces celestial duke and a 1 basic celestial king from the blissful sect and a 10 directions celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect in the borderlands. The wealth that the 3 of them had brought to him was shocking in the borderlands. The 3 of them had given him more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals. As such, the number of intermediate immortal crystals he had in his possession was shocking. He had more than 25 million intermediate immortal crystals. 100,000 prominent celestial crystals and 25 million mediocre celestial crystals. Is this sectless genius from the supporting Fall Nation taking advantage of this opportunity to take out all his mediocre celestial crystals? The grey-clad old man on the auction stage was shocked when he saw the number of mediocre celestial crystals in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a genius. Not many people in the Southern Heaven territory possessed more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals, let alone the Solitary Nation. After all, mediocre celestial crystals were of a low grade. Naturally, this was the grey-clad old man's opinion. At this moment, the grey-clad old man did not know that there was another area at the edge of the Southern Heaven territory outside the formation barrier. It was called the Borderlands. There were only primitive celestial crystal veins in the borderlands. The most they could produce was mediocre celestial crystals. Although there were some prominent celestial crystals in the borderlands, most of them came from the central area. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian had plundered some wealth in the borderlands, there were only a few thousand prominent celestial crystals. Most of them were mediocre celestial crystals. Naturally, there were also many primitive celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you. Where did you get the 25 million mid-grade immortal crystals? While Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in shock, Huang Yuanfei, an elder Mo, also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. I obtained these mediocre celestial crystals when I was in the borderlands. It's rare to see prominent celestial crystals in the borderlands. Duan Lingtian said. The imperial auction held by the solitary nation's imperial family came to an end after Duan Lingtian obtained the main branch from the divine tree of life. Of course, outsiders did not know that it was the main branch of the divine tree of life. Even if someone said that it was the main branch of the divine tree of life, they didn't know what it was, let alone its true value. Not many people in the spirit overarching heaven knew about the divine tree of life, let alone the southern heaven territory. After the auction ended, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin, Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Elder Mo back to the solitary nation's imperial palace. Along the way, He Feng, the commander of the solitary nation's imperial guards, caught up with them. As soon as he caught up with them, he immediately asked Huang Yuanfei. As soon as he caught up with them, he asked, City Governor Huang, how did you do it? The people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation aren't ordinary people. It's unbelievable that they gave up on bidding for the golden nematodes. A hint of curiosity could be seen in He Feng's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. Commander He, are you the one who's curious? Or is that person the one who's curious? Huang Yuanfei asked as he looked at He Feng. Huang Yuanfei emphasized the words that person. His Majesty is indeed curious. That's why he sent me a message. However, I'm curious as well. After all, the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation came for the 2 golden nematodes, but they gave up on bidding at the crucial moment. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you must have done something, City Governor Huang, He Feng said. Huang Yuanfei nodded. It's nothing. In response to He Feng's question, Huang Yuanfei said indifferently, I told them that as long as I obtain the 2 golden nematodes, I'll be able to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine 2 profound golden pills. I'll keep 1 profound golden pill for myself. As for the other profound golden pill, I'll let them bid for it. For this reason, they gave up on bidding for the 2 golden nematodes. It was clear Huang Yuanfei did not intend to hide this matter. Naturally, he knew he would not be able to hide it even if he wanted to. 10 days later, one of the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation would not be able to obtain the profound golden pill. Under such circumstances, they would not continue to hide this matter. A king-grade celestial alchemist? He Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Huang Yuanfei's words. He did not expect to receive such an answer. Although the emperors of the solitary nation could hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, they would have to pay a high price. The emperors of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation wanted to obtain the 2 golden nematodes because they did not want to pay a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist. They only wanted supreme celestial alchemists who were confident in refining the profound golden pill. For this reason, the higher the number of golden nematodes, the higher the success rate. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is really bold. He Feng exclaimed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He Feng thought the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was willing to pay a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to help Duan Lingtian become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the southern heaven ancient realm opened. The emperor of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation could not compare to him. However, it did not cross He Feng's mind that the person who wanted the 2 golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill was not a king-grade celestial alchemist, but Duan Lingtian himself. After He Feng and Duan Lingtian returned to the solitary nation's imperial palace, they bade farewell to each other and left. After that, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the palace that the imperial palace of the solitary nation had arranged for them. Little Tian, if there's anything you need to refine the profound golden pill, just let me know. I'll do my best to help you. Huang Yuanfei said to Duan Lingtian after they returned to the imperial palace. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he still felt pressured when he thought about how he would offend the celestial kings of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation if he could not produce the profound golden pill in 10 days. Don't worry, Uncle Huang. I won't let you down. After informing Huang Yuanfei, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and began to refine the profound golden pill. He was the only one who knew he was not an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. Ordinary prominent celestial alchemists relied on prominent celestial fires to refine pills, but Duan Lingtian relied on his chaos divine flame to refine pills. Although the third form of the chaos divine flame was comparable to a prominent celestial fire, it was not something a prominent celestial fire could compare to. In fact, in many aspects, even a high-grade celestial fire could not compare to a prominent celestial fire. Hee hee. Little boy, didn't you say you'll help this brat as long as he obtains the main branch from the divine tree of life? The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. Based on its words, it was clear it was talking to the chaos divine earth. Although it won't be difficult for him to refine the profound golden pill with Old Hua's help and his innate talent in alchemy, he still can't guarantee a 100% success rate. If you make a move, I'm sure you can guarantee a 100% success rate. Duan Lingtian nodded. When Duan Lingtian heard the profound divine metal's words, he had already guessed the chaos divine earth would be able to help him refine the profound golden pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the profound divine metal's words. As long as the chaos divine earth helped him, it would be able to refine the profound golden pill? Although the chaos divine earth was confident it would be able to refine the profound golden pill, it was only 80 to 90% confident it would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, after listening to the profound divine metal's words, it was clear the chaos divine earth would be able to refine the profound golden pill. When Duan Lingtian thought about the pressure Huang Yuanfei would have to endure, he took a deep breath and prepared to ask the chaos divine earth for help. There's no need for you to remind me. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the chaos divine earth's voice rang in the air. Of course, I remember what I said. After snorting at the profound divine metal, the chaos divine earth turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Brat, take out your pill cauldron." Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian took out his pill cauldron even though he did not know what the chaos divine earth wanted. As soon as the prominent celestial pill cauldron was taken out, Duan Lingtian could feel the chaos divine earth in his right arm glowing with a yellow light. A moment later, a khaki-colored energy shot out from his hand and entered the upper-grade celestial artifact pill cauldron. Swoosh! The pill cauldron shook, and Duan Lingtian saw a layer of yellow light on the surface of the pill cauldron. The chaos divine earth can be fused with a celestial alchemist's pill cauldron to increase the success rate of refining pills. With the chaos divine earth and my help, you'll be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. The chaos divine flame's voice rang in the air. Let's begin. The chaos divine flame reminded Duan Lingtian when it realized he was still in a daze. Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian began to refine the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was one of the most difficult prominent celestial pills to refine. The steps to refine it were extremely complicated. However, Duan Lingtian was able to refine it with ease. After all, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills had surpassed most Duke-grade celestial alchemists and was almost on par with King-grade celestial alchemists. While Duan Lingtian was refining the profound golden pill, the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation learned about the profound golden pill from their leader. The reason they did not bid for the 2 golden nematodes during the imperial family's auction was because the supporting Fall nation invited a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation is really bold. I don't think the emperor of the supporting Fall nation is that bold. I suspect the king-grade celestial alchemist from the Flying Tiger clan is willing to help Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2978. The Flying Tiger Clan? To be more precise, it's the Flying Tiger Clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Now that you mention it, I remember that the vice-clan leader of the Flying Tiger Clan came to the capital of the Solitary Nation 2 days ago for a royal-grade celestial weapon. I'm afraid you're unaware that Duan Lingtian obtained the royal-grade celestial weapon from a sword-shaped origin stone. He gave the royal-grade celestial weapon to Bai Gang, a copper flying tiger from the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. Bai Gang is one of the people who accompanied the leader of the group from the supporting Fall Nation. It makes sense now that Duan Lingtian obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger Clan's branch. It's enough for them to send a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him. Although the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation were in their respective palaces, their speculations were the same. The leader of the group from the supporting Fall Nation promised me that he'll offer a profound golden pill to us and the Moran Nation in 10 days. The old man said to the people from the East Ming Nation. The profound golden pill. Ling Juyan's expression changed slightly when he heard the old man's words. Previously, he had only wanted 2 golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill. However, since no king-grade celestial alchemist was willing to refine the profound golden pill, Ling Juyan was only slightly hopeful that the 2 golden nematodes would be able to refine the profound golden pill. But now, with the refined profound golden pill, the little bit of expectation in his heart disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of anticipation. Elder Hu, I'm determined to obtain the profound golden pill. Ling Juyan said to the old man through voice transmission, I roughly know the upper limit of the celestial crystals that His Majesty has set for the 2 golden nematodes. If you can help me obtain the profound golden pill, not only will I return your personal celestial crystals, but I'll also owe you a favor. Ling Juyan's words revealed his determination to obtain the profound golden pill. Little brother Ling, with your words, I will definitely do my best. The old man replied with a voice transmission. His eyes were filled with determination. He had high hopes for Ling Juyan. In fact, during their journey from the East Ming Kingdom to the Solitary Kingdom, he vaguely felt that Ling Juyan was not a rogue cultivator, but someone from a big family. Although his words and actions were filled with indifference, there was also an air of nobility that made him feel ashamed many times. Therefore, he believed that as long as he helped Ling Juyan, he would definitely be rewarded in the future. It was only a matter of time. No wonder Elder Hu gave up on bidding for the 2 golden nematodes. It turns out that the people from the supporting Fall Nation made such a promise. Hearing the old man's words, the second prince of the East Ming Kingdom and the other people of the East Ming Kingdom were enlightened. It turned out that the person from the supporting Fall Nation had promised to offer a profound golden pill to the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Moran Nation also learned from the middle-aged man that the person from the supporting Fall Nation was going to offer a profound golden pill to them and the people from the East Ming Nation. A profound golden pill, a profound golden pill. The 7th prince of the Moran Nation looked at the middle-aged man eagerly and said in a deep voice, Uncle Yen, I know Father gave you an upper limit on the number of celestial crystals to bid for the 2 golden nematodes. However, our goal is not the golden nematodes, but the profound golden pill. Therefore, I hope you can ignore the upper limit. If it's necessary, Uncle Yen, you can pay me some celestial crystals first. I'll ask Father to return the celestial crystals to you when we return to the nation. The 7th prince of the Moran Nation was extremely excited when he learned he had a chance to obtain the profound golden pill. As long as he obtained the profound golden pill, he would be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At that time, he was confident he would become the strongest person below celestial dukes in the Moran Nation. Although he was not as talented as Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation and Ling Juyan from the East Ming Nation, it was still enough for him to perform better in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Don't worry, Your Highness. I know what to do. The middle-aged man replied indifferently. In the palace of the Solitary Nation, there was a palace in the middle of the palace. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation had just finished listening to He Feng's words. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation wants a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for Duan Lingtian? As soon as He Feng finished speaking, the emperor of the solitary nation shook his head and said, "That's impossible. I know the emperor of the supporting fall nation very well. He's not that bold." The emperor of the solitary nation said confidently. As the emperor of the solitary nation, which was adjacent to the supporting fall nation, he knew the emperor of the supporting fall nation very well. The price of hiring a king-grade celestial alchemist was too high. The emperor of the supporting fall nation was the kind of person who would not act unless he was certain Duan Lingtian would bring him great benefits. Otherwise, he would not pay such a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist. If the emperor of the supporting fall nation didn't hire a king-grade celestial alchemist, could it be Huang Yuanfei? He doesn't have the ability to do that, right? He Feng frowned slightly. He doesn't have the ability to do that. The emperor of the solitary nation said indifferently, however, don't forget about the people around him. For example, Bai Gang. Bai Gang? Upon hearing the emperor of the solitary nation's words, He Feng's eyes widened as a thought appeared in his mind. Your Highness, are you saying that Duan Lingtian obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon from the sword-shaped origin stone and asked the Flying Tiger clan to send a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him? Apart from that, I can't think of any other possibilities. The emperor of the solitary nation said. After listening to the emperor of the solitary nation's words, He Feng was certain this was the truth. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye for people in the Devata realms. 10 days later. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes as a bright smile appeared on his face. I've finally become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura had changed slightly. With just a thought, the celestial origin energy that appeared on his body was no longer the same as before. This was because Duan Lingtian had officially become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill's efficacy is really strong. With a wave of his hand, a pill bottle appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It contained one of the 2 profound golden pills he had refined a few days ago. As for the other profound golden pill, he had consumed it a few days ago. He had only regained consciousness after he had completely digested its efficacy and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I'm sure Uncle Huang has been waiting for a long time. When Duan Lingtian walked out of his room, he immediately looked up and saw it was almost noon. It seemed like the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation had arrived. Brother Duan, you're finally out. Before Duan Lingtian could look away, a relieved voice rang in his ears. He could tell it was Huang Jialong's voice. Jialong, Duan Lingtian finally saw Huang Jialong standing next to Lu Guanglin in the courtyard. Brother Duan, did you succeed? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. Right now, his father and elder Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Kingdom and Moran Kingdom in the main hall of the temporary residence they were currently residing in. The people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation had come for the profound golden pill. Duan Lingtian was worried because he did not know if the profound golden pill had been successfully refined. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and shook the pill bottle. Then, he tossed the pill bottle to Huang Jialong as though it was a piece of trash. Is this the profound golden pill? Huang Jialong took the pill bottle with a solemn expression on his face. He opened the bottle and saw the pill lying inside. The fragrance of the pill assailed his nostrils. Coupled with the unique glow on the pill, Huang Jialong could tell it was the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up when he confirmed the pill bottle was the profound golden pill. He knew Duan Lingtian had succeeded. Brother Duan, did you only manage to refine 1 profound golden pill, or did you refine 2? Huang Jialong asked. He heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed the pill bottle contained the profound golden pill. What do you think? Duan Lingtian deliberately revealed the aura of his soul to Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong was aware of Duan Lingtian's strength. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up as a bright smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, Brother Duan, I didn't expect you to be able to refine 2 profound golden pills. Huang Jialong sighed. To think that I didn't have high hopes for you. I even thought father was blind to trust you so much. It seems like I'm not as good as father after all. As Huang Jialong lamented, a hint of guilt appeared on his face. Congratulations, my lord. At this moment, Lu Guanglin also congratulated Duan Tian. A hint of admiration could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Although he had confidence in his master, when he learned that his master had really refined 2 profound gold pills, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably shocked. The people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation should be here by now, right? Duan Tian asked. They're in the main hall. Father and old Mo are entertaining them. Since you've come out of your closed-door cultivation, let's go together. I'd like to see how many celestial crystals the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation are willing to pay for the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong was anxious when he first arrived. However, when he returned, he no longer felt anxious. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Chapter 2979. It was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian's residence to the main hall of the imperial residence. Along the way, Huang Jialong said guiltily, Brother Duan, I didn't believe you'd be able to refine the profound golden pill. You won't blame me, right? Clearly, he was very concerned about this matter. After all, to a certain extent, this was because he did not trust Duan Lingtian. Why would I blame you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. If I were you, I wouldn't believe I'd be able to refine the profound golden pill. After all, the profound golden pill is not an ordinary prominent celestial pill. However, I'm only a prominent celestial alchemist. After refining the profound golden pill, Duan Lingtian finally realized how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. It was no wonder it was rumored that not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists would be able to refine the profound golden pill. In fact, not even 1 in 100 supreme celestial alchemists would be able to refine the profound golden pill. If I didn't have the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, I wouldn't even have a 10% chance of successfully refining the profound golden pill with my current level of mastery in the alchemy Dao. Before refining the profound golden pill, Duan Lingtian had no idea how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. However, he now had a deeper understanding of the difficulty of refining the profound golden pill. If it were not for the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, he would not have been able to refine the profound golden pill. However, I didn't expect the Chaos Divine Earth to possess a cauldron and increase my success rate. Moreover, it seems like it can possess a defensive celestial artifact to increase its defensive ability. Previously, Duan Lingtian had thought the Chaos Divine Earth would be able to help him. However, he was still pleasantly surprised when he learned about the Chaos Divine Earth's ability. In the main hall, Huang Yuanfei and Old Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. There were 3 people from the East Ming nation. Only 2 people from the Moran nation had come. Brother Duan, the old man in the lead, is a one basic celestial king from the East Ming nation. His name is Hu Qin, Duan Lingtian said. As for the 2 young men beside him, the silver-robed young man is the second prince of the East Ming nation, while the gray-robed young man is the genius rogue cultivator, Ling Juan, who made a name for himself during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation. Before entering the main hall, Huang Jialong had already introduced the people from the East Ming kingdom and the Moran kingdom to Duan Lingtian. There are 2 people from the Moran nation. One of them is a one basic celestial king of the Moran nation. His name is Lian Jingxing, the other person is the 7th prince of the Moran kingdom. By the time Huang Jialong finished his introduction to Duan Lingtian, they had already crossed the threshold and entered the main hall. Father. Huang Jialong entered the hall and directly walked in front of Huang Yuanfei and handed over the pill bottle. Huang Yuanfei's eyes brightened when he saw Huang Jialong's action. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he still felt pressured when facing the celestial kings from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation. Uncle Huang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian followed Huang Jialong to Huang Yuanfei's side. Little Tian, thank you for your hard work. Huang Yuanfei nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. At this moment, he had already learned from his son that Duan Lingtian had successfully refined 2 profound golden pills. Moreover, he had already consumed one of them and successfully became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Little Tian, allow me to introduce you. After Duan Lingtian arrived, Huang Yuanfei introduced the 5 people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he also introduced Duan Lingtian to the 5 people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. So, this is the genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation who participated in the Southern Heaven combat. You're indeed young and capable. Lian Jingxing, the celestial king from the Moran Nation, glanced at Duan Lingtian before he turned to look at Ling Juyin from the East Ming Nation. I wonder who's stronger between little brother Duan and little brother Ling? Lian Jingxing was clearly trying to drive a wedge between the two of them. Alas, his attempt to drive a wedge between them was futile. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin looked at each other and smiled at each other. It was as though they had just met for the first time. There was no hint of hostility in their eyes at all. Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he saw this. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was acquainted with the genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming Nation. However, what he did not know was that Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyin did not know each other at all. They had only met once yesterday morning, and there was nothing else between them. In fact, they did not even speak to each other at all. They know each other? Lian Jingxing's expression was slightly unsightly. He did not expect his attempt to drive a wedge between the two of them would end in this manner. City Governor Huang, you asked your son to retrieve the profound golden pill earlier. Now that he's back, he's passed this pill bottle to you. Is the profound golden pill in this bottle? Hu Qing, the celestial king from the East Ming Nation, asked solemnly as he looked at the pill bottle in Huang Yuanfei's hand. That's right. Huang Yuanfei nodded as he poured the pill out of the bottle. It was a pill that emitted a faint fragrance and was shrouded in a unique light. The profound golden pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation confirmed it. It was indeed a profound golden pill. Since the profound golden pill is here, let's not waste any more time. City Governor Huang, please state the starting price. Lian Jingxing urged as he looked at Huang Yuanfei. At this moment, Hu Qing also looked at Huang Yuanfei. There's no need for a starting price. Both of you, please state the price. Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. He was not worried that either of them would back out at the last minute since the profound golden pill was extremely important to both of them. In that case, I'll throw a brick to attract jade. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, Lian Jingxing immediately made a bid. He offered 200,000 high-grade celestial crystals. This price was equivalent to the price of 2 ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, this was the highest price the Emperor of the Moran Nation could bid for the 2 golden nematodes. The Emperor of the Moran Nation did not think it was worth it to bid any higher. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as Lian Jingxing finished speaking, Hu Qing immediately made a bid and added 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was as though the prominent celestial crystals were just a pile of rocks in his eyes. Elder Hu, you're really bold. Lian Jingxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's bid. He gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals, 400,000 prominent celestial crystals. Hu Qing's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently. Lian Jingxing's expression changed immediately. The 7th prince of the Moran Nation's expression changed as well. They did not expect Hu Qing from the East Ming Nation would bid 400,000 prominent celestial crystals for the profound golden pill without batting an eyelid. After all, the profound golden pill had appeared in the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory before. However, the price of the profound golden pill on the black market was, at most, 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was rare for the price to exceed 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. After a few breaths, Lian Jingxing remained silent. Huang Yuanfei looked at Lian Jingxing and asked, Mr. Lian, are you going to continue bidding? Uncle Lian. The seventh prince of the Moran nation cried out anxiously as he looked at Lian Jingxing, 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Lian Jingxing took a deep breath and stared at Hu Qing intently before he said in a deep voice, Elder Hu, if you continue bidding, I'll give up on the profound golden pill. However, is it really worth it to spend 500,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy a profound golden pill for an outsider? Lian Jingxing asked with a hint in his voice. He had bought the profound golden pill for the seventh prince of the Moran nation. The seventh prince of the Moran nation was a direct descendant of the Moran nation's imperial family. However, Hu Qing was bidding for the profound golden pill for an outsider. For this reason, Lian Jingxing asked Hu Qing. I know whether it's worth it or not. However, I still have to thank Brother Lian for giving up the profound golden pill, Hu Qing said indifferently. 510,000 prominent celestial crystals. Hu Qing said calmly. Then, he bid again. Humph. Lian Jingxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's bid. He scoffed before he left with the seventh prince of the Moran nation. The seventh prince of the Moran nation's expression was unsightly when he left. However, he knew he would not be able to obtain the profound golden pill today. 500,000 prominent celestial crystals was the limit he could afford. He did not think it was worth it to spend more than that. Congratulations, Elder Hu. Huang Yuanfei raised his hand and returned the profound golden pill to Hu Qing when he saw the seventh prince of the Moran nation and the seventh prince of the Moran nation leaving. Hu Qing also took out 510,000 prominent celestial crystals and handed them to Huang Yuanfei. Farewell, City Lord Huang. After the transaction was completed, Hu Qing bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei before he left with Ling Jueyun and the second prince of the East Ming nation. For a time, only Duan Ling Tian and the others were left in the spacious hall. Little Tian, you can keep this summer ring. Huang Yuanfei removed the ownership of the spatial ring Hu Qing had given him and passed it to Duan Ling Tian. I've counted the spatial ring. There's a total of 510,000 prominent celestial crystals inside. Not a single one more or less. Uncle Huang, what are you doing? Duan Ling Tian did not reach out to take the spatial ring. Although I'm the one who refined the profound golden pill, you're the one who bought the golden nematode for me. The other profound spirit flower that I used was also given to me by you, Uncle Huang. Of these 510,000 high-grade immortal crystals, I'll take 200,000 at most. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with determination when he spoke. He had his principles, and he knew how to repay kindness. However, Huang Yuanfei was equally determined. Little Tian, you're going overboard. If it weren't for you, who can guarantee that the materials wouldn't be wasted? How about this? I'll take 10,000 prominent celestial crystals, and you can keep the remaining 500,000. Chapter 2980. In the end, Duan Ling Tian gave in to Huang Yuanfei's demands and accepted the 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. According to Huang Yuanfei's words, His Majesty gave me 30,000 prominent celestial crystals to bid for the 2 golden nematodes. His Majesty is willing to pay so much for you because he wants you to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial so that you'll stand out in the southern heaven ancient realm and be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans. His Majesty will then be rewarded generously by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Therefore, you don't have to feel guilty. Just treat the 10,000 prominent celestial crystals as compensation for selling the profound spirit flower to you. You don't have to feel guilty, and you don't have to feel like you owe me a favor. These were Huang Yuanfei's exact words. However, despite Huang Yuanfei's words, Duan Ling Tian was certain he owed Huang Yuanfei a favor. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that Huang Yuanfei's words were not cheap. Let alone 500,000 prominent celestial crystals, even if it was only 100,000 or 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, it was still a huge sum to Huang Yuanfei. Now that we've settled our business in the solitary nation, it's time for us to return. Huang Yuanfei looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Little Tian, go back and get ready. We'll return to the supporting Fall Nation tomorrow morning." "Yes, Uncle Huang." Duan Lingtian nodded. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin along with him to meet up with Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo. When they arrived, the group stood on Elder Mo's main body and was led by Elder Mo on the way. When they returned, it was the same. However, when they returned, there was one person missing. It was none other than Bai Gang, who had left the solitary nation a few days ago. Bai Gang did not return to the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he returned to the Flying Tiger clan with Bai Jinyu, the vice-patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan. During their journey, Duan Lingtian cultivated and comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity with the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison method. Now that he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his cultivation base had improved as well. One more step and they would become celestial monarchs. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, he had quickly comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. The gravitational space profundity was one of the profundities of the law of Earth. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, Duan Lingtian was gaining new insights every second. Whether it's Earth, the mundane realms, or the Devata realms where I'm currently in, there's a gravitational force. Earth's gravity, under the circumstances of not using any power, one's body will fall towards the Earth's core. It's a gravitational force that belongs to the direction of gravity. As for the gravitational space profundity of the Earth laws, it does not only allow one to comprehend a downward gravitational force. Instead, it allows one to comprehend a gravitational force in any direction. For example, when the gravitational space power Upanishad shrouded something, it could use the gravitational force to move it everywhere, and not just in one direction. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity through the Earth elemental profundity and the Black Rock Prison celestial method. During this time, he gained a deeper understanding of the gravitational space profundity. He knew the gravitational space profundity was one of the most powerful profundities in the law of Earth. Once I comprehend the gravitational space profundity, I'll be able to master the Black Rock Prison celestial method. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew he only needed to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the initial stage to master the Black Rock Prison celestial method. This celestial method would only allow him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. If he wanted to improve his gravitational space profundity, he would have to obtain a royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. A royal-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity would allow him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the initial stage. If he wanted to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the mastery stage, he would have to obtain an emperor-grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. About 10 days later, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. After greeting Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Old Mo, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin returned to their residence in the Origin Gathering Hall. As soon as they entered their room and closed the door, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. "Boy, take out the main branch from the divine tree of life that you obtained from the solitary nation." Although Duan Lingtian did not know why the profound divine metal had asked him to do so, he still took out the main branch from the divine tree of life. After so many days, the main branch from the divine tree of life was still as green as ever. "Now, drip a drop of blood on it," the profound divine metal said. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to prick his finger, the chaos divine flame's voice rang in his mind. Although he has 99 heavenly veins and his innate talent is enough to gain the divine tree of life's approval, he's not a celestial duke and hasn't established his own little world. I'm afraid he's not strong enough to gain the approval of the divine tree of life, right? Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian realized the profound divine metal had asked him to do so to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. Now that he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be beneficial to him if he gains the approval of the divine tree of life. Moreover, he'll be able to sense the powerful life energy in the divine tree of life and increase his chances of comprehending the law of life. The profound divine metal said, I know he's not a celestial duke and hasn't established his own little world, so he's not strong enough to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. However, that's if he doesn't have our help. If we work together, we'll be able to deceive everyone and gain the approval of the divine tree of life. Although it'll consume a lot of our energy, it'll be worth it. Letting the divine tree of life recognize him as its master in advance can also help him refine and absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the greatest extent, increasing his cultivation speed. Although the divine crystal in his hand can also help him absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the greatest extent, it can't be refined. You should know the difference between the purified heaven and earth spirit energy and the unpurified heaven and earth spirit energy on his cultivation speed. After listening to the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame fell silent for a moment before it said, You're right. We all hope he'll grow stronger as soon as possible. If that's the case, we'll work together to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. The chaos divine earth won't have to do anything. After all, we still have to help him comprehend the law of earth, the chaos divine flame said. That's right. That's why I don't want the chaos divine earth to do anything. The profound divine metal reminded Duan Lingtian, boy, don't waste time. Hurry up and drip your blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life. Although Duan Lingtian only understood half of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame's conversation, he could tell they were doing it for his own good. For this reason, he did not hesitate to prick his finger and drip a drop of blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life. Drip. As soon as Duan Lingtian's blood landed on the main branch of the divine tree of life, green halos appeared on the main branch of the divine tree of life. The halos blocked Duan Lingtian's blood, making it difficult for Duan Lingtian's blood to enter the main branch of the divine tree of life. At this moment, swoosh. Swoosh. The two energies that were not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian intertwined with each other and whistled out of his body. The gold and gray energies merged with each other and merged with Duan Lingtian's blood. The vast energy seemed to be compressed and condensed at this moment. After all, the volume of a drop of blood was only so big. When the golden and gray energies merged with Duan Lingtian's drop of blood, the drop of blood seemed to have become extremely heavy. Drip. Another soft sound rang out. That drop of blood directly broke through the layer of jade-green halo. The whole process was like a drop of water penetrating a stone. Drip. 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 There was a soft sound, which meant that a layer of green light had been pierced through. After a few times, the rings of green light around the tree of life were all pierced through. Drip. In the end, Duan Lingtian's blood fell on the sacred tree of life as he wished. To be precise, it fell on the main branch of the sacred tree of life. This was not the complete divine tree of life. It was only one of the main branches of the Lord of Life. The blood fell and fused with the main branch of the tree of life. In an instant, it was like water and milk, completely fusing into one. At that moment, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed a mysterious connection between him and the main branch of the sacred tree of life. Through this connection, he could clearly sense the powerful life force contained within the main branch of the divine tree of life. This powerful life force gave him a majestic and boundless feeling. He had never felt such a powerful life force from anyone or anything. Whoosh! While Duan Lingtian was still feeling the powerful life force of the main branch of the divine tree of life, the main branch of the divine tree of life turned into a ray of light and entered his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and looked inside himself. When he discovered the location of the main branch of the divine tree of life, he was scared out of his wits again. Heavens! What did he see? The main branch of the divine tree of life was like the roots of an old tree, tightly entrenched in his heart. At the same time, a powerful life force surged into his heart and spread throughout his body. Chapter 2981. However, even after Duan Lingtian had retracted his aura, he could still clearly feel the boundless vitality in his body. However, it was no longer as ostentatious as before. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his entire body was filled with vitality. It was as though he had been reborn. What's the divine tree of life? I feel like every single part of my body has been infused with an extremely powerful life force. Under such circumstances, I wonder if my recovery ability will be as good as the tree of life's main branch. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he recalled what had happened during the auction in the solitary nation. At that time, the old man on the auction stage had almost severed the main branch of the divine tree of life. However, in just a few breaths, the branch had returned to its original state. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and looked at his left arm. In the next moment, he raised his right arm, and a faint beam of light swept past his left arm, leaving a wound that was 1 inch deep. Normally, with his physique as an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would be able to heal such a wound in just a day even if he did not use his celestial origin energy or take any pills. However, as soon as the wound appeared, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to discover that the wound on his arm had disappeared. Although he did not use his celestial origin energy or take any pills to heal the wound, it only took him 2 breaths to heal it completely. In the time of 2 breaths, Duan Ling Tian witnessed his wound wriggling and healing at an extremely exaggerated speed. This, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect he would have the same recovery ability as the divine tree of life. As soon as the divine tree of life acknowledged you as its master, it shared its recovery ability with you. Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze when the chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in his ears again. This is just one of the main branches from the divine tree of life. One of the main branches of the divine tree of life. How many main branches does the divine tree of life have? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Apart from the main trunk, the divine tree of life has a total of 80 main branches. Including the main trunk, it has 81 main branches, the same number as the main branches in the Devata realms. However, what you've obtained is only one of the 80 main branches of the divine tree of life that's inferior to the main trunk. Just this main branch alone possesses such amazing self-healing and recovery abilities. You can imagine how terrifying the self-healing and recovery abilities of a complete tree of life are. The chaos divine earth's voice, when it reached the end of its sentence, its voice trembled slightly. It was clear it knew how terrifying a complete divine tree of life was. I've only obtained one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. Apart from the main trunk, it's one of the other main branches of the main trunk. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He had thought that the main branch of the tree of life he had obtained must be very important to the tree of life, since it possessed such terrifying self-healing abilities. It did not cross his mind that it was only one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. Moreover, it was one of the main branches that was not that important. Although you've only obtained a small part of the divine tree of life, it's enough to show how lucky you are. This isn't something an ordinary person can possess. The Hongmeng divine tree continued, you've already seen the regenerative ability of this small branch of the divine tree of life. You can imagine how powerful the complete divine tree of life is. It's not something an ordinary person can destroy. Moreover, the divine tree of life can only be found in the realms of gods. There's only one divine tree of life in each realm of gods. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian interrupted the chaos divine earth. Realms of gods? Duan Ling Tian immediately thought of the divine offering land where Kerr and his family and friends were. Could the divine offering land be the realm of gods that the chaos divine earth had mentioned? Duan Ling Tian thought so because of the strength of the people from the divine offering land. Kerr's cousin in her past life, Yun Qingyan, had easily defeated the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Although they were not master and disciple, Feng Qingyang was forced to flee to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, Feng Qingyang was already the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, the solitary destructive heaven. The divine offering land is separated from the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian remembered the words of Xia Jia, Kerr's third uncle in her past life. For this reason, when the chaos divine earth mentioned the realms of gods, the first thing that came to his mind was the divine offering land. What? Boy, you haven't heard of the realms of gods? The Chaos Divine Earth asked when it saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. After all, you're still far from knowing about the realms of gods. The realms of gods. Are they superior to the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian asked. Sort of. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. Sort of? What do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian frowned. The realms of gods are much smaller than the Devata realms. However, the powerhouses in the realms of gods are much stronger than those in the Devata realms, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Chaos Divine Earth said, since ancient times, there have only been 18 realms of gods. It said that the 18 realms of gods were created by 18 supreme powerhouses. They're different from Devata realms and mundane realms. The former is created by humans, while the latter is created by humans. Supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the divine offering land was indeed one of the realms of gods. Moreover, there were only 18 realms of gods like the divine offering land since ancient times. In the beginning, only the family and friends of the 18 supreme powerhouses and their descendants lived in the realms of gods. Later on, their descendants would enter the Devata realms to look for their partners and bring them back to the realms of gods. As time passed, more and more people came to the realms of gods. Some of them even wanted to enter the realms of gods to break through the shackles of becoming a celestial emperor and become a god. This was because there were many people who were stronger than celestial emperors in the realms of gods. They were called gods. Their strength was far stronger than celestial emperors. Some of them could even easily defeat heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice grew louder as it spoke. A hint of warning could be heard in its voice as it continued to say, for this reason, boy, you might think that heavenly emperors in the Devata realms are invincible. As Duan Lingtian continued to communicate with the Chaos Divine Earth, he gained a deeper understanding of the realms of gods. The divine offering land was indeed one of the realms of gods. Since ancient times, there were only 18 realms of gods. It was not because there were only 18 supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods. It was because there were only 18 realms of gods in the realms of gods. Once a new supreme powerhouse was born, as long as he could kill another supreme powerhouse, he would be able to destroy the other supreme powerhouse's realms of gods and create his own realms of gods. On the other hand, if one was killed instead, he would die, let alone create his own realms of gods. Apart from that, 6 of the realms of gods existed in the same space, parallel to each other. Every 10,000 years, 2 of the realms of gods would collide with each other, and this would last for 1,000 years. At that time, the realms of gods would tremble, and the spatial passages leading to the Devata realms would be closed. During this time, those who were in the Devata realms would not be able to return to their realms of gods, and those who were in the Devata realms would not be able to return to their realms of gods. It seems like the divine offering land and another realm of gods gave me these 1,000 years of time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, the divine offering land is going to enter an eventful period, so Kerr won't be forced to marry during this time. However, once peace is restored in the divine offering land, Kerr will be forced to marry. Kerr's father and Yunqing Yen will threaten Kerr with the lives of my family and friends. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists when he thought about this. His eyes were bloodshot as he thought to himself, I'm too weak. I'm too weak now. There are many gods in the realms of gods. Many of them are even stronger than heavenly emperors. After learning about the existence of the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian felt even more insignificant. Although the realms of gods were not as big as the Devata realms, the heaven and earth spirit energy in them was much more abundant than in the Devata realms. It was difficult for a Devata realm to produce a god that was stronger than a celestial emperor. However, the realms of gods could easily produce a god. This was the biggest difference between the realms of gods and the Devata realms. Boy, do you know how the supreme powerhouses who created the realms of gods were born? The Chaos Divine Earth asked with a chuckle. How? Duan Lingtian asked. Most supreme powerhouses have at least one of the 5 divine elements with them. Most of their strength comes from the 5 divine elements, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Duan Lingtian nodded. The final form of the divine elements? Duan Lingtian was confused. He had 3 divine elements by his side, so he naturally knew how difficult it was for the divine elements to transform and evolve into their final forms. Yes. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, the 5 divine elements can help any living being become a supreme powerhouse. Once the omnipotent expert is born, the final form of the 5 divine elements will also be born at the instant of the omnipotent expert's birth. By borrowing the power that appeared at the same time as the omnipotent expert's birth, they will be able to give birth to their own bodies. Chapter 2982. The profound divine metal and primal chaos divine flame in our bodies are also from this. As long as the 5 divine elements evolves to the second form, they'll be able to gain sentience. Sentience is a new form, but because we have inherited memories, we know what we are and what we'll face in the future. We'll either be devoured by the same 5 divine elements, lose our sentience, and disappear from heaven and earth. Or, we'll continue to devour the same 5 divine elements until we reach our final forms. At that time, we'll be able to help our host become a supreme powerhouse and leave the 5 divine elements to form our own bodies. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice sounded a little dejected as it continued to say, in the long river of history, there are very few 5 divine elements who manage to reach their final forms. I only hope that the 3 of us will be able to reach the end if we follow you. When the Chaos Divine Earth reached the end of its sentence, it did not seem to be very confident. Duan Lingtian remained silent. After a while, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, why can there only be 18 realms of gods? Why can't there be a 19th realm of gods? No. That's because of the law of heaven and earth. The law of heaven and earth states that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth. The Chaos Divine Earth said, even the strongest powerhouses can't change that. The law of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? The law of heaven and earth is vague. No one can say for sure what it is, but it exists. For example, the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms is one of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, it's also one of the laws of heaven and earth in the Devata realms. Very few people can cultivate to godhood. It's also one of the laws of heaven and earth that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth. In this world, the strongest known experts are those supreme experts who have the ability to establish outstanding divine planes. But even those supreme experts are like ants in front of the laws of heaven and earth. There was once a supreme powerhouse who tried to create a 19th realm of gods. Do you know what happened to him in the end? The Chaos Divine Earth asked Duan Lingtian. What happened? Duan Lingtian was curious. Since this realm could only hold 18 realms of gods at most, it would be a violation of the laws of heaven and earth if someone tried to create a 19th realm of gods by force. The laws of heaven and earth sent down heavenly punishment and instantly obliterated him. Moreover, it was the type that turned him into ashes. Said the Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A supreme expert. The existence that stood at the pinnacle of this world was reduced to ashes in front of the heavenly punishment of the heavens and earth? At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized just how terrifying the laws of heaven and earth were. That was definitely an existence that could not be defied. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and changed the topic. You said earlier that most people who become ultimate powerhouses have the divine elements in their final form by their side. Based on what you're saying, there's actually someone who managed to become a paragon without the 5 divine elements by his side? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes, the Chaos Divine Earth replied. The Chaos Divine Earth nodded before it continued to say, those people's comprehension abilities surpass heaven and earth. They've comprehended one of the 4 top laws to its peak and mastered it. That's how they're rewarded by the law of heaven and earth, allowing them to be reborn and become supreme powerhouses. The 4 supreme laws? Duan Lingtian asked curiously, don't tell me you're referring to the first-tier supreme laws that are impossible to comprehend in celestial methods and divine abilities? That's right. The Chaos Divine Earth replied, the strongest law in celestial methods and divine abilities can only be considered as the second-tier supreme laws. As for the laws, they are generally divided into two great echelons. The first echelon only has 4 laws, while the second echelon has many. The Chaos Divine Earth's tone changed slightly when it mentioned the first-tier supreme laws. Apart from the law of life, what are the other 3 types of laws in the first-tier supreme laws? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The other 3 types of laws are the law of time, the law of space, and the law of death. The Chaos Divine Earth replied to Duan Lingtian solemnly, the law of time and the law of space are collectively known as the law of spacetime. The law of life and the law of death are collectively known as the law of life and death. The supreme laws in heaven and earth are the law of spacetime, the law of life, and the law of life and death. Nothing can escape from the 4 supreme laws. The Chaos Divine Earth said in one breath. The law of time, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death correspond to time, space, life, and death respectively. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Indeed. Nothing could escape from time, space, life, and death. Time was constantly flowing, and nothing in the world could go against it. Space was the foundation upon which all things stood. Life was the foundation of everything. Death was the calamity of everything. With the same cultivation base, the profundities comprehended from the laws are similar as well. However, if one has only comprehended the second-tier supreme laws, and the other has comprehended the first-tier supreme laws, the latter will be able to suppress the former. It's because he has comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. The Chaos Divine Earth said, of course, the 4 supreme laws are powerful, but it's extremely difficult to comprehend them. First of all, one needs a fortuitous encounter. Secondly, one needs a high level of comprehension. The 4 supreme laws have a high requirement for one's comprehension. The Chaos Divine Earth paused for a moment before it continued to say, for this reason, we can only say that you'll have a chance to comprehend the law of life after obtaining the divine tree of life, but we can't guarantee that you'll be able to comprehend the law of life. Since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you'll be able to sense its powerful vitality. This is also your fortuitous encounter with the law of life. If you're lucky and have a high level of comprehension, you'll be able to comprehend the law of life. However, if you're unlucky and have a low level of comprehension, you won't be able to comprehend the law of life even if the divine tree of life acknowledges you as its master. Moreover, not just anyone can make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master. The most important condition to make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master is to possess 99 heavenly veins. Apart from that, you must be a celestial duke. However, it's not difficult to deceive the heavens with some tricks. The most important condition is that even a supreme powerhouse can't deceive the heavens. This is also a restriction set by the law of heaven and earth. Everyone has to abide by it. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized that the reason the divine tree of life had acknowledged him as its master was because he possessed 99 heavenly veins. Are there many people with 99 heavenly veins? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. According to my inherited memories, in this world, under the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the number of people with 99 heavenly veins that exist at the same time in each era will not exceed 100. Apart from that, not everyone with 99 heavenly veins can become a supreme powerhouse. Only a small number of supreme powerhouses possess 99 heavenly veins. However, those people, without exception, are the best of the best among the strongest. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to explain. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Having 99 heavenly veins was only a small part of his advantage. It would not affect his future achievements. Apart from myself, Huan is the only other person with 99 heavenly veins I've met in my life. I didn't expect there to be so many people with 99 heavenly veins like me and Huan in this world. As for those with 99 heavenly veins, in this world where experts are as common as the clouds, there should be many who have fallen. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Apart from that, don't think you're amazing just because you possess 99 heavenly veins. In fact, if news of you possessing 99 heavenly veins spreads, even supreme powerhouses without 99 heavenly veins might try to kill you. That's because once an existence with 99 heavenly veins becomes an omnipotent expert, their strength will surpass the majority of omnipotent experts without 99 heavenly veins. Throughout history, there have been countless geniuses with 99 heavenly veins who died in the hands of supreme powerhouses when they were on the verge of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Of course, before you've truly matured and become a supreme expert, those who don't possess 99 heavenly veins won't target you. After all, at that time, you're not even worth mentioning in their eyes. Because of that, with the warning of history, as long as one knew about this period of history, one would not easily expose the fact that one possessed 99 heavenly veins. Having 99 heavenly veins is both a blessing and a curse. Therefore, boy, although you possess 99 heavenly veins, it's best if you don't reveal it so easily. Otherwise, you'll be killed when you reach that level. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was heavy when it reached the end of its sentence. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. It was fine if he did not know about it in the past. However, now that he knew about it, he would not easily reveal that he possessed 99 heavenly veins. No matter what happens in the future, the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and I will do our best to help you. However, you'll have to depend on yourself to see how far you can go. Chapter 2983. Unless you're really unlucky and die halfway, we won't change hosts so easily. After all, we won't be able to find a better host than you, the Chaos Divine God said. Huang Xiaolong nodded. It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian realized the reason the 5 divine elements were willing to stay in his body was because he had 99 heavenly veins. He was the most suitable host for any of the 5 divine elements. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to process the information that the Chaos Divine Earth had just told him. Although it was not a lot of information, it was still shocking. The realms of gods. Supreme powerhouses. The 4 supreme laws. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He asked the Chaos Divine Earth again. Previously, the Profound Divine Metal said that the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life is beneficial to all of you as well, right? Yes. Since you've obtained the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life, your body will undergo a complete transformation. You'll possess powerful healing abilities. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. In that case, we'll be affected as well. If we encounter another 5 divine element in the future, we won't have to fear them even if we have to fight them one-on-one. After all, the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life will provide us with an endless supply of vitality. To put it simply, now that the Profound Divine Metal and Primal Chaos Divine Flame are in a deep slumber, even if the 3rd form Chaos Divine Earth tries to devour and assimilate me, I won't be afraid of it since I have the Divine Tree of Life's main branch to provide me with strong life energy. Even if I'm injured, I'll be able to recover quickly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life was. Even if the Chaos Divine Earth, Chaos Divine Flame, and Profound Divine Metal were injured, the main branch could help them heal quickly. Lad, the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life has acknowledged you as its host. It's not just a change in your physique. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled before it said, now, try cultivating it. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the Tai mystic skill, a king-grade divine art. This was also Duan Lingtian's first time cultivating after the main branch of the Divine Tree of Life had recognized him as its master. When Duan Lingtian absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy, he discovered his current speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster than when he had the help of the divine crystal. He actually broke through the limit. Duan Lingtian originally thought that with the help of the divine crystals, the speed at which he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already the limit. But now, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much faster than when he had the help of the divine crystals. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that, after the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, it didn't immediately flow into his heavenly veins. Instead, it flowed into the main branch of the divine tree of life around his heart. After circling around the main branch, it flowed into his heavenly veins through his heart. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that after the world energy of heaven and earth circulated around the main branch of the divine tree of life, it became extremely pure. There were no impurities at all. The efficiency of circulating the world energy of heaven and earth in one's body was several times higher than the usual amount of world energy of heaven and earth. It feels like, my cultivation speed is at least 10 times faster than when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the world energy of heaven and earth. He did not expect the divine tree of life to bring him such benefits after it had recognized him as its master. The divine crystals paled in comparison to the divine tree of life. How is it? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, the chaos divine earth asked, "Do you feel the benefits of the divine tree of life now? How can it be so great? Previously, when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals, my cultivation speed wasn't even 1/10 of what it is now." Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with astonishment. "It's not that great." The chaos divine earth said indifferently, "The divine crystals you mentioned are rare in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, they're not rare at all. As for the divine trees of life, they can only be found in the realms of gods. Moreover, there's only one divine tree of life in each realm of gods. This is the law of heaven and earth. In other words, there are only 18 divine trees of life in this world, and you've obtained one of the main branches of one of the divine trees of life." The chaos divine earth continued to say, "Let alone those from the Devata realms, even those from the realms of gods might not have such fortuitous encounters. After all, not just anyone can destroy the divine tree of life. Even a supreme powerhouse wouldn't be able to do so. The divine tree of life would only be damaged when the realms of gods collide. The damaged divine tree of life would lose some of its branches and fall into the spatial turbulence before it's lost in a Devata realm. Generally speaking, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck. Naturally, there are also those who don't know what's good for them and give them away. Just like the main branch of the divine tree of life you obtained. That bullshit immortal king didn't know what was good for him, so you took advantage of him." Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood the origin of the main branch from the divine tree of life. When the realms of gods collide, will the divine tree of life lose many of its main branches? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Not necessarily. Some divine trees of life might lose more than a dozen main branches when they're heavily damaged. Some divine trees of life might only lose a few main branches when they're not damaged. Some divine trees of life might be damaged, but they'll heal themselves in time and won't lose a single main branch. In this world, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck, the chaos divine earth said. Duan Lingtian nodded. If the main branch from the divine tree of life in my body is exposed, will it be taken away by others? Duan Lingtian asked. After experiencing the benefits of the main branch from the divine tree of life, he wished the main branch would stay rooted in his body forever. First of all, the main branch from the divine tree of life will only acknowledge those who possess 99 heavenly veins as their master. Even if you drip a drop of blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life, it won't acknowledge you as its master. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the chaos divine earth continued to explain, secondly, although ordinary people can't make the main branch of the divine tree of life acknowledge them as their master, they can still carry it with them and use it to comprehend the law of life. Of course, it'll be more difficult for them to comprehend the law of life under such circumstances. This is because if the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, the person who owns it won't be able to get close to it and sense its powerful vitality. If the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, it can be taken away. However, If the main branch of the divine tree of life recognizes its master as its master, even if its master is killed, it'll tear a hole in space and escape into the chaotic current of space when its master's heart stops beating. Therefore, since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you don't have to worry about it being taken away by others. Those who are capable of discovering the main branch of the divine tree of life will also discover that the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master. Unless they have a grudge against you, they won't kill you and harm you without benefiting themselves. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian was certain the divine tree of life in his body would not be taken away by others. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that some powerful beings would steal the divine tree of life from him after discovering it. Divine Crystal. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a necklace pendant appeared in his hand. When he opened it, the divine crystal was inside. It was the divine crystal that Huan had left for him. Now that I have the main branch of the divine tree of life, the divine crystal is useless to me. Huan, where are you? Every time Duan Lingtian saw the divine crystal, he would be reminded of Huan, who had left it for him. Usually, he could suppress his emotions. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life had replaced the divine crystal, he could no longer suppress his emotions. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was akin to a saint land in the Southern Heaven territory. There were many entrances to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Southern Heaven territory that were located in Grade 6 celestial mansions. The authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was usually in the hands of the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Generally, Grade 6 celestial mansions would delegate the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to Grade 7 forces. Naturally, Grade 7 forces that were granted the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were all subordinate forces of Grade 6 celestial mansions. Even if they were not direct subordinates of Grade 6 celestial mansions, they would be indirect subordinates of Grade 6 celestial mansions. As a Grade 6 celestial mansion, the Profound Nether Mansion had a total of 5 Grade 7 forces in its territory. They were known as the 3 sects and 2 clans. As the name implied, the 3 sects and 2 clans consisted of 3 sects and 2 clans. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Profound Nether Mansion was located above a lake called the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake was a vast lake with clear water. The surface of the lake was shrouded in a layer of mist that resembled white clouds. This was where the name, Scaling Cloud Lake, came from. Over the past few days, the Scaling Cloud Lake that was rarely visited by people from all over the place was now filled with people from all directions. These people were gathered here for the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that would open in 3 days. This is the Scaling Cloud Lake. A group of people flew over from the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake? This is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Profound Nether Mansion? Chapter 2984. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and the others from the supporting Fall Nation. After traveling from the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 3 days in advance. It was the Scaling Cloud Lake. Your Majesty, is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the bottom of this lake? Huang Jialong asked curiously as he stood next to Duan Lingtian and looked at the leader of the group of people. The leader of the group was a tall and majestic middle-aged man. He was none other than Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. However, Hu Lin-yi did not wear the dragon robe that he usually wore in the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he wore a long dark golden robe that made him look very low-key. Apart from the emperors of the thousands of Grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory, even the 3 sects and 2 clans would send their powerhouses to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, Hu Lin-yi did not dare to wear the dragon robe that symbolized the emperor. Previously, when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, an emperor from a Grade 8 celestial kingdom had come to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm wearing a dragon robe. In the end, he was killed by a powerhouse from the 3 sects and 2 clans for not showing any respect to the 3 sects and 2 clans and the Profound Nether Mansion. Since then, no other emperor from a grade 8 celestial kingdom dared to wear a dragon robe in such a place. It's not at the bottom of the lake. It's above the center of the lake. Hu Lin-yi smiled in response to Huang Jialong's question. Huang Jialong was the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Even in the past, Huang Yuanfei had taken great care of this capable son of his, let alone now that Huang Yuanfei's status in Passage City had changed. Ever since Bai Gang, a powerhouse from the city governor's estate in Passage City, obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon from the Flying Tiger clan, a grade 6 force in the profound Nether Mansion, Hu Lin-yi knew Bai Gang was no longer the same person he used to be. After Huang Yuanfei returned, Hu Lin-yi learned Bai Gang would return as a silver-striped Flying Tiger in 10 years. At that time, he knew that even he couldn't treat Passage City as the Passage City of the past. Therefore, whether it was Huang Yuanfei or Huang Yuanfei's son, he did not dare to slight them in the slightest. This time, the leader of the supporting Fall Nation was none other than the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Lin-yi. An old man stood next to Hu Lin-yi. He was a one basic celestial king from the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family. The remaining 9 people, including Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong, were the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. Among them were Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family, and Huang Jia-chao, the son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong was Huang Jialong's younger brother. There were also 5 other people, 3 men and 2 women. Both women had outstanding appearances, especially one of them. Very few women could compare to her in terms of beauty. She was also a rogue cultivator. Beside her was an old lady. She was also a one basic celestial king. The old lady was also a rogue cultivator. During their journey, Duan Lingtian had heard about the old lady from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. For this reason, not only was he aware the old lady was a one basic celestial king, but he was also aware she was the grandmother of the woman next to her. The woman's name was Meng Qiuyu. Meng Qiuyu's grandmother was called Meng Pa. Meng Qiuyu is stronger than He Qian. Duan Lingtian's gaze lingered on Meng Qiuyu for a moment before he shifted his gaze to the other woman among the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was He Qian, the daughter of a powerful clan in the supporting Fall Nation. Let's go. Let's go. Hu Lin-yi said before he took the lead and flew into the sky above the scaling cloud lake. Duan Lingtian and the others followed closely behind him. So many people. Before entering the scaling cloud lake, Duan Lingtian saw many people. However, as he neared the center of the scaling cloud lake, he saw a huge crowd of people. They were so dense that they looked like dark clouds. It was as though a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. Brother Duan, I've told you before that there will be more than 15,000 people entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Now that the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is about to open, I'm sure there will be more people coming. Take the supporting Fall Nation as an example. There are 3 people from each of the sects who came. Even if each of the sects only sent 2 or 3 people, it's still a huge number. When Huang Jialong saw the shock in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he said with a smile, when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens in 3 days, I'm sure there will be at least 20,000 people gathered above the scaling cloud lake. Duan Lingtian lifted his eyes to look at his surroundings. After a rough calculation, he found that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people in his field of vision. This place was only close to the center of the scaling cloud lake. It was not the center of the scaling cloud lake. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is opened by powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They'll usually arrive a day before the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to distribute accumulative point jades to those who are preparing to enter the lower realm. Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, explained to Duan Lingtian and the others as he led them to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Accumulative point jades? Duan Lingtian and the others were confused when they heard this. After all, none of them knew about the rules of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The accumulative point jade is a type of celestial artifact that the 3 sects and 2 clans specially prepared for all of you. Naturally, it can only be considered as a low-grade celestial artifact. Moreover, unlike other celestial artifacts, not only does it not possess any offensive or defensive abilities, but it also cannot assist all of you. They don't have any offensive or defensive abilities, Hu Lin Yi explained. Moreover, every accumulative point jade is unique to its owner. In the beginning, each accumulative point jade only contains 1 point. If you want to accumulate more points, you'll have to kill other people to obtain more points. Hu Lin Yi glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others who were preparing to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, those who were unaware of the rules to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including Duan Lingtian, gasped when they heard the rules. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a place where overarching heavenly supreme celestials can kill each other? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he glanced at Huang Jialong. It was no wonder Huang Jialong had told him the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a cruel place. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to escape alive. Huang Jialong did not tell him the reason. Huang Jialong knew the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would tell him later. He did not want Duan Lingtian to think too much about it. There are many fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, such as cultivation methods, celestial methods, divine abilities, medicinal pills, precious materials, king-grade celestial weapons, and so on. However, it's up to your luck and strength to obtain them. You can hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm until the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if you don't obtain anything, you'll still be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, those who were weaker sighed in relief. They had regretted winning a place in the Southern Heaven combat after learning about the dangers in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As long as they could hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it would not be difficult for them to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. For a time, they calmed down and decided to hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Perhaps, they would be able to obtain some treasures while keeping a low profile in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It did not cross their minds at all. Your Majesty, when will the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Lingtian asked. Previously, they would only reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after 60% of the people who entered the lower realm have died. However, once the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is reopened, you won't be able to obtain any points even if you kill the person who entered the lower realm. Correspondingly, after you enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll only be able to kill each other and obtain points once the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is reopened. Does this mean it's the same this time? Duan Lingtian asked again. 60%. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, the few overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were not confident in their strength began to feel anxious again. This ratio, in other words, based on the ratio, only 4 of the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation would be able to survive after entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be the same. Hu Lin Yi glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others before he said indifferently, in other words, the 9 of you only have a 40% chance of surviving. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more likely you'll be able to survive. Even if you're not strong, you'll still be able to survive by relying on luck and keeping a low profile. Naturally, I hope you'll try your best to obtain as many points as possible. After all, you'll only be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans if you manage to rank high on the scoreboard. Hu Lin Yi continued to speak. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not agree with Hu Lin Yi's words. Naturally, they knew why Hu Lin Yi said that. If they managed to survive and rank high on the scoreboard, Hu Lin Yi would naturally be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans since he was the one who had recommended them. The higher one's ranking was, the better the reward would be. On the other hand, the lower one's ranking was, the worse the reward would be. Huh? Isn't that Emperor Hu from the supporting Fall Nation? Chapter 2985. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard the voice, they noticed Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, had stopped in his tracks. They followed Hu Lin Yi's gaze and looked in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 12 people flying toward them in the distance. Moreover, they were flying toward them. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in a green robe. He had a dignified aura about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Behind him, 2 old men followed him like shadows. One of the old men carried a sheathed sword on his back, while the other carried a sheathed saber on his waist. Their expressions were solemn, and their gazes were cold. They gave off a murderous aura. Behind the 3 of them were another 9 people. Most of the 9 people were young. There were only 2 middle-aged men and 1 old man. Only one of them was a woman. Emperor Shui. Hu Lin Yi raised an eyebrow when he saw the person in the lead. He quickly led Duan Lingtian and the others forward. Brother Duan, they must be from the southern Qi nation. I've seen the leader with my father before. He's Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Just like his majesty, he's a 2-form celestial king. Huang Jialong's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, his majesty doesn't have a good relationship with Shui Mingkai. I'm afraid a battle of words is inevitable. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. At the same time, as Hu Lini and Shui Mingkai approached each other, everyone could clearly feel the tension between them. Emperor Shui. Hu Lin Yi stopped when he was near Shui Mingkai. He looked at Shui Mingkai coldly. Emperor Hu, I heard the supporting Fall nation recruited a genius sectless cultivator during the Southern Heaven combat half a year ago. He's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he defeated a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with just 1 move. Moreover, that peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was the most outstanding son of the city governor of Passage City. Shui Mingkai looked at Hu Lini and asked with a faint smile, "May I know who that genius is?" As soon as Shui Ming finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the group of people standing behind Hu Lin Yi. His gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had done his research on Duan Lingtian, the genius sectless cultivator who had won the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall nation. I've also heard that your second prince is a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of thunder. He's so strong that he's the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the Nanqi nation. Don't tell me you want your second prince to spar with Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall nation? A sneer appeared on Hu Lin Yi's face when he heard Hu Lin Yi's words. If the supporting Fall nation did not have Duan Lingtian, Hu Lin Yi would not have the confidence to face Emperor Shui today. However, with Duan Lingtian, Hu Lin Yi was confident he could face Emperor Shui today. In Hu Lin Yi's opinion, Hu Lin Yi was confident. Even if Duan Lingtian could not defeat Emperor Shui's second prince, it would not be difficult for Hu Lin Yi to come to a draw with Hu Lin Yi. As expected, no one knows me better than Emperor Hu. What do you think? Emperor Hu, are you interested in making a bet? Let's bet on the outcome of the battle between my second prince and that genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall nation called Duan Lingtian. Shui Mingkai narrowed his eyes as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hu Lin Yi frowned when he heard Shui Mingkai's words. In the next moment, Hu Lin Yi's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, Shui Mingkai, and I are sworn enemies. He wants to make a bet with me because he wants to embarrass me if I lose. If you're willing to help me, I'll pay for the bet if you lose. If you win, you'll have to pay for his loss. Apart from that, I'll also give you something as a reward for helping me. If it's a draw, I'll pay you as well. In Shui Mingkai's opinion, it was only natural that he had the right to represent his son. However, in Hu Lin Yi's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only a sectless cultivator. He only had a beneficial relationship with Duan Lingtian. If he wanted Duan Lingtian to help him, he would have to obtain Duan Lingtian's permission first. You're too kind, Your Majesty. I'll agree to your request, Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. At the same time, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Hu Lini said, the second prince of the southern Qi nation was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder. Ever since I comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, I've never fought anyone before. An opponent like this is perfect for me to test my strength. It'll allow me to have a better understanding of my current strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Duan Lingtian's permission, Hu Lini's heart settled. At the same time, he looked at Xue Mingkai and narrowed his eyes. Since Emperor Xue wants to bet, I'll play along. But what do you want to bet? Let's bet a king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Mingkai said calmly. To him, the bet was secondary. What he wanted to do the most was to humiliate his old rival, Hu Lini, in public. Sure. Hu Lin-yi was not surprised that Xue Mingkai only wanted to bet a king-grade celestial weapon. After all, he knew why Xue Mingkai proposed this bet. However, how could his thoughts not be the same? Since Xue Mingkai wanted to humiliate him, how could he not want to humiliate Xue Mingkai as well? The second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder? I've heard of the second prince of the southern Qi nation. It's said that he's a genius in cultivation. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak great overarching golden celestial. The most shocking thing is that he has comprehended the law of thunder. A person has to comprehend at least one profundity from a law before they can claim to have comprehended the law of thunder. In other words, the second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. At this moment, 3 young men from the supporting Fall nation who were standing near Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong whispered among themselves. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity is so strong. I'm afraid he'll be defeated with just one move. One of the young men didn't continue. His gaze fell on Huang Jialong, and it wasn't difficult to tell that he wanted to say Huang Jialong's name. Humph. Huang Jialong snorted and glanced at the young man indifferently. The young man's face turned pale, and his body trembled in fear. Huang Jialong's background was far superior to his. Moreover, Huang Jialong's strength was not something he could compare to. A few moments later, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and stood next to Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Huang Jialong's action drew Huang Jialong's attention back to Duan Lingtian. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He knew very well that Huang Jialong could kill him without any hesitation if he wanted to. Even if Huang Jialong killed him in front of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, it would not be a crime. The other 2 young men shut their mouths tightly at this time. They didn't dare to say anything more for fear of provoking Huang Jialong. Brother Duan, are you confident? The second prince of the southern Qi nation isn't a simple person. Huang Jialong asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I haven't met him yet. How can I be confident? I'll just do my best. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. He's here. As soon as Duan Lingtian replied to Huang Jialong's voice transmission, the people from the supporting Fall nation saw a figure standing in front of them. Among the 9 people behind Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi state, a young man with a medium stature stepped forward and stood beside him. The young man's build was similar to Xue Mingkai's, and his face resembled Xue Mingkai's as well. If it were not for the fact that he was so young, people might have mistaken him for Xue Mingkai's brother. The second prince has comprehended the law of thunder. Back then, he defeated the 8 of us with just one move. Apart from the young man who had just stepped forward, the other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had come to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm looked at the young man's back with a burning gaze. The young man who had stood in the southern heaven combat of the southern Qi nation was like an invincible god of war. The law of thunder is too terrifying. The second prince's celestial origin energy contained the thunder elemental profundity. If he didn't stop in time, at least half of us would have died. I heard that the sectless genius from the supporting Fall nation didn't use the power of a law during the southern heaven combat. I don't think he has comprehended the law yet. Not everyone can comprehend the law. First, one needs to have high comprehension ability. Secondly, one needs an opportunity. After all, not everyone can obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the power of a law. The other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had obtained a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm whispered among themselves. They were certain the sectless genius from the supporting Fall nation, Duan Lingtian, would be defeated by the second prince of the southern Qi nation, Xue Jingyu from the southern Qi nation. The second prince of the southern Qi nation stood next to the emperor of the southern Qi nation and looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall nation. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. At the same time, the emperor of the southern Qi nation and the supporting Fall nation began to retreat. The people from the southern Qi nation and the supporting Fall nation followed suit, creating space for Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu to fight. Huh? Someone's fighting over there? It seems like they're from 2 different forces. Huh? Isn't that Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation? That's Xue Ming Kai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. They're sworn enemies. It seems like the overarching heavenly supreme celestials they brought are going to fight? Chapter 2986. Huh? Isn't that Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation? It's him. Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, is no ordinary person. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended the law of thunder. His innate talent is one of the best among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like Xue Jingyu is going to fight someone. The emperor of the southern Qi nation and the emperor of the supporting Fall nation have always been at odds with each other. It seems like the second prince of the southern Qi nation is going to fight someone from the supporting Fall nation. The purple-clad young man must be one of the people from the supporting Fall nation to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I heard that half a year ago, a genius sectless cultivator appeared in the supporting Fall nation's southern heaven combat. He didn't comprehend any laws, and he defeated the second strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall nation with just one move. Is it possible that the purple-clad young man is the sectless prodigy from the supporting Fall nation? Among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall nation, only that sectless prodigy is strong enough to fight the second prince of the southern Qi nation. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who hasn't comprehended any laws is definitely not a match for the second prince of the southern Qi nation. As Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu stared at each other, more and more people began to gather. Some of them even recognized Xue Jingyu. At the same time, many of them guessed that Duan Lingtian was the person who had shocked the supporting Fall nation during the southern heaven combat 6 months ago. Make your move. If I make the first move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make your move. Xue Jingyu said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with confidence. It was as though he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in just a second if he made a move. How arrogant! Many people exclaimed. They thought Xue Jingyu was arrogant. Humph. He's arrogant because he has the right to be arrogant. Many of them felt that Xue Jingyu's arrogant. Duan Lingtian's arrogant. Duan Lingtian, he has the right to be arrogant. I just don't know if Brother Duan can defeat him. Huang Jialong stood aside and looked calmly at Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu. Although he already had a rough understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength, he also knew that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity of the laws of earth. However, considering that Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the profundity of the lightning element, he did not dare to say that Duan Lingtian would definitely win. Of course, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose. He felt that this battle was very likely to end in a draw. Since the second prince is so courteous, I won't refuse. Facing the arrogant Xue Jingyu, Duan Lingtian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and stepped into the air. With just a single step, he traversed an extremely long distance. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body gushed out of his 99 heavenly veins. At the same time, he also executed various immortal arts and divine abilities that he had mastered. Elementary devouring tactic. Purple Qi from the east. Immovable King Ming. A golden Buddha statue with purple lightning swirling around its body appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. A whirlpool seemed to have appeared in the Buddha statue and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Swoosh. 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 A long rod appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as he channeled his celestial origin energy into the rod, it began to vibrate violently. The slightly dim light on the rod suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian charged toward Xue Jingyu and waved the long rod in his hand. A long rod with purple lightning swirling around it appeared in the hand of the golden Buddha silhouette that was shrouded in purple lightning. As soon as the rod moved, clouds began to gather. Boom! 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 As Duan Lingtian's body moved, the void trembled violently as terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Who said Duan Lingtian is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He's clearly a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian has broken through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? If that's the case, doesn't this mean his strength has increased by another level compared to 6 months ago? Duan Lingtian did not bother to conceal his celestial origin energy that surged out of his body. Some of the more powerful ones could easily tell his celestial origin energy was that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? A sneer appeared on Xue Jingyu's face as his celestial origin energy began to rise from his body. If that's all you've got, I'll be able to defeat you with just one move. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was considered rare among overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Xue Jingyu did not think much of him. In fact, Xue Jingyu felt that Duan Lingtian was too weak. Based on Duan Lingtian's current strength, he did not think he could defeat Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, with just one move. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Huang Jialong was widely acknowledged as the second overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation. The first overarching heavenly supreme celestial was Hu Ji-yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation. Let's wait and see. In the face of the arrogant Xue Jingyu, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as usual. His tone was light, and there was no fluctuation in his emotions at all. Swoosh. 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 As Duan Lingtian drew closer to Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned purple as soon as it came into contact with the air. After his celestial origin energy turned purple, it turned into bolts of lightning that intertwined with one another. It was dazzling. In the next moment, Xue Jingyu stepped into the air, and the bolts of purple lightning twined around his body, following him like a shadow. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into the god of thunder. This is the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. He's using the law of thunder's thunder elemental profundity as soon as he makes his move. It seems like Xue Jingyu intends to defeat Duan Lingtian once and for all. Based on how easily he can control the thunder elemental profundity, it's obvious he has completely mastered the law of thunder's fundamental profundity. With his strength, he should be ranked in the top 100 among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the southern heaven ancient realm this time, right? A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Xue Jingyu making his move. Many of them looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Buzz. 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 When Xue Jingyu made his move, the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity roared. A portion of the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity transformed into lightning blades. Hundreds and thousands of thunder sabers roared out. Between each thunder saber, there was a purple thunderbolt, which complemented each other. Condense. Xue Jingyu cried out as a 4-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. The hundreds and thousands of lightning sabers were suddenly shrouded by a gray energy before they merged into the long saber in Xue Jingyu's hand. The long saber shone brightly with a dark light. Its aura was even more terrifying than Duan Lingtian's long rod. Clearly, the long saber was also a king-grade celestial weapon. Buzz! Purple lightning bolts wreaked havoc on the celestial saber as Xue Jingyu charged out with a gray energy shrouding it. It was clear Xue Jingyu had also cast a celestial method and 2 divine abilities when he used the thunder elemental profundity. I'll defeat you with a single saber strike. Without warning, Xue Jingyu shouted again. His entire body was surrounded by lightning, and in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. As for the long blade in his hand, it was as if it had transformed into a thick bolt of lightning at this moment. It was held in his hand and whistled as it shot out. On the long saber, thunderbolts swallowed and spat out like the wind, cutting the air into pieces. One could vaguely see faint traces of the air cracking in the void. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Xue Jingyu's body was surrounded by lightning as he held a terrifying bolt of lightning in his hand. The bolt of lightning was like a poisonous snake as it stared at Duan Lingtian. As he charged toward Duan Lingtian, lightning bolts intertwined on his body and formed a lightning net in front of him. A saber wall that was shrouded in gray energy could be vaguely seen on the lightning net. The saber wall was intertwined with the lightning net to form a powerful defense. I'd like to see if your defense is stronger than mine. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian smiled mockingly. Then, he raised his left hand and an umbrella appeared in his hand. Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Lingtian called out to the Chaos Divine Earth before he tossed the umbrella out with his left hand. The golden Buddha silhouette caught the umbrella in its hand. Golden light shone on the umbrella as purple energy shrouded it like a shadow. At the same time, the celestial origin energy shrouding the umbrella turned khaki as a heavy aura rose from it. The Earth Elemental Profundity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had used the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. As soon as he used the Earth Elemental Profundity, a khaki energy surged out of his body and merged with the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand. This khaki energy was the Chaos Divine Earth's energy. Due to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity had attracted the attention of the onlookers, the appearance of the Chaos Divine Earth's energy was not conspicuous at all. Is that the Earth Elemental Profundity? Heavens! Who said that the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation hasn't comprehended a law? This is the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. This genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. He's not even 100 years old. His innate talent is terrifying. A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Duan Lingtian using the Earth Elemental Profundity. Since most of the onlookers' attention was on the Earth Elemental Profundity and the Chaos Divine Earth's energy were similar to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity, nobody noticed the khaki energy that had entered the umbrella. Boom! Rumble. Chapter 2987. Duan Lingtian used the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity to block Xue Jingyu's lightning net. Apart from that, the Golden Buddha raised his umbrella to block Xue Jingyu's lightning-fast celestial saber. The Earth Elemental Profundity? Although Xue Jingyu was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden use of the Earth Elemental Profundity, he was like an arrow that had been knocked. It was too late for him to change his attack. If he changed his attack, it would not be as powerful as it was now. For this reason, he could only grit his teeth and endure. You've comprehended the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity, and I've also comprehended the law of Thunder's Thunder Elemental Profundity. My Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are definitely not inferior to yours. I'd like to see how you're going to face me head-on. Xue Jingyu sneered disdainfully as he thought to himself, if Duan Lingtian dares to face me head-on, I'm sure he'll be at a disadvantage. Chaos Divine Earth, are you sure you're capable of blocking his attack? You should know that I won't be able to block his attack. At most, I'll be able to block a portion of his attack. Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Earth when he saw Xue Jingyu charging toward him like a bolt of lightning. Brat, how dare you doubt me? Just watch and see. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was filled with anger and embarrassment. Clearly, it was angered by Duan Lingtian's words. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian calmed down and unleashed his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity. This was the first time he had unleashed his celestial origin energy without holding back since he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, his celestial origin energy had been boosted with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity. Its strength was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy. Boom! Rumble. The long staff in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a dragon. When the celestial core power, which was infused with the earth element, surged out, the long staff in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that rose from the surface of his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. The staff rose and fell as if it contained an earth-shattering power. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's staff and Xue Jingyu's immortal saber crossed each other, as if intentionally avoiding Xue Jingyu's immortal saber. The next moment, the long staff in his hand, with the power of thunder, smashed fiercely into the thunder net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body. This Duan Lingtian actually dodged Xue Jingyu's direct attack. Is he planning to perish together with Xue Jingyu? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that they'll perish together. But, it's certain that both sides will suffer. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. I wonder if Xue Jingyu will choose to perish together with Duan Lingtian or retreat with only minor injuries. However, if that's the case, Xue Jingyu will only suffer minor injuries, and Duan Lingtian won't be injured. It won't be difficult for Xue Jingyu to defeat him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a daredevil. He dodged Xue Jingyu's attack and attacked Xue Jingyu's body, allowing Xue Jingyu's attack to land on his body. This scene shocked the onlookers. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong was dumbfounded. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, and the others who were standing next to him were also dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so ruthless. At this moment, many onlookers felt their scalps go numb when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. This purple-clad young man was a madman. Moreover, he was a madman who did not care about his own life. You want to perish together? All right. I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see who's more injured, you or me. Xue Jingyu was frightened by Duan Lingtian's daredevil attack. He was furious as well. He swung his celestial saber with all his might as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's long rod landed on the lightning net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body with a loud bang. At the same time, it slowed down a little. It was clear the rod had suffered a lot of resistance. Chi! At the same time, the celestial saber in Xue Jingyu's hand shot out lightning bolts in all directions and landed on the umbrella held by the golden Buddha silhouette. The khaki-colored light on the umbrella rippled like a stone falling into a calm lake. After about a breath, the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian's attack. Although Duan Lingtian's long rod's energy was slightly depleted by the lightning net, it still managed to shatter the lightning net. On the other hand, no matter how hard Xue Jingyu tried to wield the celestial saber in his hand, and no matter how hard the khaki-colored light on the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shook, he still could not break the umbrella's defense. Boom! After the lightning net was shattered, Duan Lingtian brought his long rod down on Xue Jingyu's body. Whoosh! At this moment, the silhouette of a suit of armor suddenly appeared on Xue Jingyu's body. The golden light on the armor was so dense that it seemed as though nothing could penetrate it. Upon closer inspection, one could see purple lightning bolts intersecting in the golden light. It was clear the golden light had been infused with Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the thunder elemental profundity. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? I've long heard that the imperial family of the southern Qi nation has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon called the Golden Light Celestial Armor. I didn't expect the second prince of the southern Qi nation to have it. The emperor of the southern Qi nation is really generous. It's only natural that the emperor of the southern Qi nation gave the second prince of the southern Qi nation to protect himself since he's about to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy is much stronger than Duan Lingtian's second king-grade celestial weapon. It's an offensive defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The crowd was still in shock when they saw the golden armor on Xue Jingyu's body. I was just about to stop, but I didn't expect Xue Jingyu to be wearing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was about to withdraw his hand, stopped. The rod that contained a tyrannical force smashed onto the golden armor. This time, the golden light celestial armor lasted for 3 breaths. However, after 3 breaths, the golden light celestial armor was destroyed. Xue Jingyu's robe was torn to shreds, revealing a dimly glowing armor. It was none other than the golden light celestial armor, the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the southern Qi nation's imperial family. Since most of Xue Jingyu's strength was focused on offense, there was a limit to the amount of energy he could use on his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, it was still shocking that the golden light celestial armor could last for 3 breaths. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's staff had only expended a little of its energy after Xue Jingyu's first layer of defense, the golden light celestial armor. This time, Duan Lingtian's staff was mostly depleted by the golden light celestial armor. The remaining energy landed on Xue Jingyu's body and sent him flying. However, he was only slightly injured. Bang! After the onlookers saw Xue Jingyu's body fly out like an arrow from a bow, they heard a loud sound. It was a very solid sound. Barf! As his body was sent flying, the pale-faced Xue Jingyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, the crowd's attention only lingered on the injured Xue Jingyu for a moment before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Because Duan Lingtian currently stood there with an umbrella in one hand and a rod in the other, and his expression remained unchanged as he was carefree as before. Most importantly, he was completely unscathed. How's this possible? He's unscathed. What a terrifying defense. Don't tell me he has mastered another defensive profundity from the Law of Earth? That's impossible. If he had used another profundity, the celestial kings here would have noticed it, right? The crowd was shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed while Xue Jingyu was injured. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. At this moment, even Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was looking at Duan Lingtian in a daze. In truth, he did not have full confidence in Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was prepared to fight to a draw or Duan Lingtian would be defeated. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Not only did Duan Lingtian defeat Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, but he was also unharmed. Duan Lingtian had completely withstood Xue Jingyu's lightning-fast attack. Based on Xue Jingyu's earlier attack, even a one basic celestial duke who hasn't comprehended any profundities wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily, right? After a while, Hu Lin Yi finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian might be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Lin Yi was certain Xue Jingyu would be able to rank in the top 100 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, Hu Lin Yi was even more confident that Duan Lingtian would be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Hu Lin Yi did not dare to think about Duan Lingtian ranking in the top 3 or even first place. The Thousand Nations territory was vast. Apart from the people from the Thousand Nations territory, there were also people from other Grade 8 forces and Grade 7 forces among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. In the profound Nether Mansion, Grade 7 forces were led by the 3 sects and 2 clans. The strength of the other Grade 7 forces was inferior to the 3 sects and 2 clans. If the other Grade 7 forces wanted to join the profound Nether Mansion, they would have to show their talents to the high-ranking officials of the profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, they would have to go through the 3 sects and 2 clans. For this reason, every time the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened, many genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 7 forces would enter and join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Occasionally, there would be some genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Although Duan Lingtian is very strong, it seems like he hasn't comprehended a second profundity from the law of earth. He's still not strong enough to face the genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 7 forces. Chapter 2988. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian for the first time. He had originally thought that he already understood this brother Duan well enough. However, it seemed like his knowledge of Duan Lingtian was only a drop in the ocean. No wonder he's able to defeat me with just one move, even though he's a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial without comprehending any profundities from the law. I can't believe I thought he's no match for Shui Jingyu. Huang Jialong was shocked and sighed repeatedly. At this moment, the other people from the supporting Fall Nation regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. How's this possible? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth? I think so as well. Otherwise, how did he defeat the second prince so easily? Moreover, he defeated the second prince unscathed. The people from the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief when they regained their senses. The emperor of the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Lingtian after he was certain his son was fine. His expression changed drastically. He did not expect such an outcome. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would never have initiated the bet, because the outcome of this bet was purely him lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. He wanted to humiliate the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, but he did not expect he would be the one humiliated in the end. It was not a big deal for him to lose a king-grade celestial weapon. What was more important to him was his pride. Thank you, Emperor Shui. Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, laughed when he shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. At this moment, he felt extremely proud of himself. Emperor Hu, I have to admit that you're quite lucky to have such a talented sectless cultivator come to the supporting Fall Nation to compete for a spot in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Shui Mingkai remained calm when he saw Hu Linyi's smug expression. No matter what, you and the southern Qi nation have lost. Hearing Shui Mingkai's words, Hu Linyi knew that Shui Mingkai was deliberately saying that. I've lost this bet. However, in terms of how outstanding your son is, you, Emperor Hu, have to admit that you're inferior to me, right? Shui Mingkai smiled. Humph. Stop trying to change the topic. Hu Linyi's face darkened when Shui Mingkai hit his sore spot. You'd better take out the money you lost. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Shui Mingkai smiled faintly as he took out a sword and handed it over to Hu Linyi. The sword was a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian. After tossing a king-grade celestial sword to Hu Lin-Yi, Shui Ming turned to Duan Lingtian and said with a grin on his face, if you're interested in entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm on behalf of the southern Qi nation, I'm willing to give you my son's golden celestial armor. Shui Mingkai's words caused an uproar. Emperor Shui is really generous. The golden celestial armor is the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the southern Qi nation's imperial family. It's worth at least 1 million prominent celestial crystals in the black market. It's 10 times more valuable than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It seems like Emperor Shui has high hopes for Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it'll be a piece of cake for him to leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If he manages to rank in the top 30 after he leaves the lower realm, Emperor Shui will be able to obtain more benefits than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. In my opinion, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it's not impossible for him to rank in the top 10. If Duan Lingtian manages to rank in the top 10, Emperor Shui will definitely benefit more than a purely defensive celestial weapon. When the onlookers saw Shui Mingkai was trying to use a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to poach Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation, they turned to look at Duan Tian. At this moment, even Xue Jingyu, who had returned to Xue Mingcai's side in his golden celestial armor, did not show any displeasure. In fact, as though he was complimenting Xue Mingcai's words, he put on a new robe and removed the golden celestial armor from his body. Hu Linyi's expression was unsightly. He did not expect Xue Mingcai would be so shameless as to openly poach him from the supporting Fall Nation. Hu Linyi took a deep breath before he handed the king-grade celestial sword to Duan Tian. At the same time, he took out a green celestial talisman and handed it to Duan Tian. This is a Gale talisman inscribed by a 7-star celestial king. It can only be used once. Once you crush it, you'll gain speed comparable to a celestial king for 15 minutes. Hu Linyi added, in fact, he's even faster than most celestial kings. Clearly, this was the Gale talisman that Hu Linyi had promised to give to Duan Tian as a reward for helping him win the bet. Faster than most celestial kings? Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he received the Gale talisman. He asked instinctively, faster than you, Your Majesty? My speed isn't even half as fast as this talisman. Hu Linyi smiled wryly. The Gale talisman that he had given to Duan Tian was something that could save his life at a critical moment. Upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, Duan Tian's eyes lit up even more. Based on his understanding of celestial talismans, the value of such a talisman was not inferior to an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Pfft! At this moment, Xue Mingcai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation, scoffed and said, Emperor Hu, you're really stingy. Then, he looked at Duan Tian and said, Duan Tian, if you're willing to represent the southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, not only will I give you the golden radiant celestial armor, but I'll also give you 2 celestial talismans. One of them is a Gale talisman that's even more powerful than the one Hu Linyi gave you. Apart from that, I'll also give you an offensive celestial talisman that's comparable to the full-strength attack of a 1 basic celestial king. If you find the right opportunity, even an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke won't be able to escape death from this offensive celestial talisman. Xue Mingcai said, this offensive celestial talisman is worth more than the 3 Gale talismans I gave you. In the Devata realms, the more powerful an offensive celestial talisman was, the harder it was to inscribe it. Therefore, the value of an offensive celestial talisman that was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 1 basic celestial king was much higher than a speed celestial talisman that was comparable to the 5 elements godly king's speed for a period of time. Gasp! 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 Hearing Xue Mingcai's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if Duan Tian managed to rank in the top 30 after he left the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Xue Mingcai's reward would only be comparable to Duan Tian's. You! Hu Linyi was infuriated. Xue Mingcai's words made Hu Linyi speechless again. If Duan Tian did not make it into the top 30 in the end, the things Xue Mingcai took out from the 3 sects and 2 clans would, at most, be equivalent to what he had to give. Hu Linyi knew Xue Mingcai was betting on Duan Tian being able to rank in the top 10. Moreover, even if Hu Linyi lost the bet, with Duan Tian's strength, it would be as easy as eating or drinking for him to rank in the top 30. Even if Xue Mingcai did not suffer any losses or gain, as long as Duan Tian changed sides, he would be able to disgust Xue Mingcai. In the end, Hu Linyi took a deep breath and looked at Duan Tian again before he spread his hands. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a crimson vest appeared in Hu Linyi's left hand. The vest was completely made up of crimson scales. These scales were connected together, and there were no signs of stitching at all. There was a faint crimson light wrapped around them, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary item. At the same time, a round object that looked like an iron bead with a bumpy surface appeared in Hu Linyi's right hand. It was dull and inconspicuous. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. The imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has such an item as well. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation has kept it a secret. I've never heard of the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation possessing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Is he planning to give the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian? It seems like Emperor Hu has no choice but to pay a hefty price for Emperor Shui's attempt to poach him. At this moment, many people recognize the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's left hand as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Father has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Even Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was shocked when he saw the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's hand. It was obvious that even Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was unaware that Hu Linyi possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he saw the vest in Hu Linyi's left hand. The defensive strength of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was incomparable to other king-grade celestial weapons that were both offensive and defensive. Although the umbrella in his hand was also a king-grade celestial weapon with defensive capabilities, it was not as good as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. If I can obtain this purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, my strength will rise to a whole new level. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the crimson vest in Hu Linyi's hand. Duan Lingtian, you can choose one of these two items. This bead looks ordinary, but it's not ordinary at all. Even with all my techniques, I can't leave a mark on it. Its value should be comparable to a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Hu Linyi allowed Duan Lingtian to choose one of the two items in his hand. A first form profound divine metal. Chapter 2989. A first form profound divine metal. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's childish voice, Duan Lingtian immediately shut his mouth. He was about to choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon when he heard it. This is a first form profound divine metal? Duan Lingtian asked the chaos divine earth. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Linyi's hand. There's no mistake. The chaos divine earth replied, as one of the 5 divine elements, I can recognize a first form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal is quite lucky. It managed to find a first form profound divine metal while it was sleeping. Lad, as long as you obtain this first form profound divine metal, you can devour and assimilate the profound divine metal in your body when it wakes up. At that time, the profound divine metal in your body will evolve to the third form, and it'll be of great help to you. The chaos divine earth reminded Duan Lingtian when it sensed Duan Lingtian's desire for the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As for defensive king-grade celestial weapons, with your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain one once you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The chaos divine earth was worried Duan Lingtian would choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon instead of the first form profound divine metal. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already decided to choose the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Linyi's hand after he confirmed it was a first form profound divine metal. Although the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was good, it was not as valuable as the first form profound divine metal. Duan Lingtian looked at the scarlet vest in Hu Linyi's hand reluctantly. He was about to choose the first form profound divine metal when a burst of laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha, Hu Linyi had no choice but to pause and look at the person who was laughing. The person who was laughing was none other than Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. What are you laughing at? Hu Linyi's expression darkened. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. After a long while, Shui Mingkai stopped laughing. He looked deeply at Hu Linyi and said with a smile that was not a smile, Emperor Hu, if I'm not wrong, the bead in your hand should be the one you bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction 200 years ago, right? If I remember correctly, you only spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to get this pearl, right? Shui Mingkai looked at Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, Duan Lingtian, it seems like Emperor Hu is reluctant to give you his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such a lousy pearl. It seems like he's taking a gamble. If you choose this broken pearl, he won't have to give you the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Why don't you come to our southern Qi nation? At the very least, I won't be as petty as Emperor Hu. Shui Mingkai glanced at Hu Linyi mockingly. Hu Linyi's expression changed drastically when Xue Mingkai mentioned the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would know about it. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would reveal his true intentions in front of so many people. Indeed, he was trying to mislead Duan Lingtian into choosing the pearl when he said it was worth more than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Just as Xue Mingkai had said, he was reluctant to part with the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in his left hand. It seems like Emperor Xue is telling the truth. Emperor who is really trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. Emperor who is so insincere. He's not even giving away a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he's trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. I thought Emperor whose pearl is something good. I didn't expect it to be something he bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction for 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. How stingy. That's right. Even an ordinary complete king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals is really stingy. Upon hearing Xue Mingkai's words and seeing Hu Linyi's expression, it was not difficult for the people present on the scene to see that Xue Mingkai was telling the truth. Xue Mingkai, don't slander me. Hu Linyi called Xue Mingkai by his name instead of calling him Emperor Xue. Clearly, he was really angry. Slander? Xue Mingkai smiled. You said I'm slandering you? Why don't we wait for the people from the Black Mountain Kingdom to come so we can talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom? Naturally, Hu Linyi would not talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom since he had indeed spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy the pearl. Moreover, he had indeed bought it at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction in the past. Xue Mingkai, are you sure this pearl is worthless? Hu Linyi stared at Xue Mingkai and said in a deep voice, why don't you try and see if you can destroy it? Why don't you try and see if you can leave a mark on it? Even if it's just a tiny bit. As Hu Linyi spoke, he passed the pearl in his hand to Xue Mingkai. Emperor Hu, I didn't say I could leave a mark on the pearl. Our strength is about the same. If you can't leave a mark on it, it's only natural that I can't as well. Xue Mingkai said indifferently. Then, what makes you think it's useless? Hu Linyi asked in a deep voice. Am I wrong? Xue Mingkai smiled. You spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals on this pearl. Moreover, you couldn't figure out anything even after studying it for so long. How can it be anything good? Why don't you tell me what's so good about it? Or, what's the use of it? The smile on Xue Mingkai's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was as though he was certain he had Hu Linyi in his grasp. Hu Linyi's expression turned even more unsightly upon hearing this. Emperor Hu, if I were you, I'd give these 2 items to Duan Lingtian to prove that I'm willing to part with my purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Mingkai said as though he was trying to stir up trouble. Hu Linyi was even more enraged by Xue Mingkai's words. In the end, he had no choice but to hand the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm going to do it anyway, Hu Linyi said as he glanced at Xue Mingkai coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian did not decline and accepted the 2 items without hesitation. He did not expect the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation would not only allow him to obtain the first form profound divine metal, but he would also obtain a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Boy, the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation is not bad, the Chaos Divine Earth said in a childish voice. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. Clearly, it did not expect Duan Lingtian to receive such a pleasant surprise. With this purely defensive king-grade celestial artifact, your defense will be even stronger than before when I infuse my power into it. Previously, Duan Lingtian had taken out the king-grade celestial weapon umbrella to defend against Xue Jingyu's attack. It was all thanks to the Chaos Divine Earth's help that he was able to block Xue Jingyu's attack. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth's help, Hu Linyi would have been severely injured by Xue Jingyu's attack. Emperor Hu, you're really generous. Xue Mingkai laughed when he saw Hu Linyi giving the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. Then, he called out to the people from the southern Qi nation and led them away. Although he had lost the bet with Hu Lin Yi, he was still confident in his victory. At this moment, he felt more like the victor. Even the onlookers felt that the emperor of the southern Qi nation had won the battle between the emperor of the supporting Fall nation and the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Upon seeing Xue Mingkai leaving with the people from the southern Qi nation, Hu Lin Yi turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Hu Lin Yi's expression. He could not help but feel slightly worried. Is Emperor Hu going to ask me to return the items to him? If Hu Lin Yi was shameless enough to ask him to return the items to him, he would have no choice but to do so. It'll be fine if he asks me to return the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, if he asks me to return the first form profound divine metal, I'll return it to the emperor of the southern Qi nation and enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm on behalf of the southern Qi nation. Duan Lingtian made up his mind and waited for Hu Lin Yi to ask him to return the items to him. However, the truth proved that Duan Lingtian had thought too much. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, would not ask Duan Lingtian to return the items to him in front of the people from the supporting Fall nation even if there were no onlookers around. If he did that, he would seem petty. Not only would it incur Duan Lingtian's wrath, but he might even push Duan Lingtian to the southern Qi nation's side. Are you confident you'll make it to the top 10? Hu Lin Yi asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard Hu Lin Yi's question. He knew Hu Lin Yi would not ask him to return the items to him. Hu Lin Yi beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others before they continued to make their way to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Brother Duan, congratulations. I didn't expect you to gain so much from the southern Qi nation's emperor's antics. Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to congratulate Duan Lingtian. He was genuinely happy for Duan Lingtian. As for the others, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall nation, was especially envious of Duan Lingtian. Before today, he was unaware that the imperial family of the supporting Fall nation possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now that he had found out about it, his father had given it to him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the center of the scaling cloud lake, Duan Lingtian saw more than 10,000 people had gathered there. Chapter 2990. 2 days later. Apart from the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, everyone else who's planning to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm should be here, right? Duan Lingtian stood at the center of the scaling cloud lake and surveyed his surroundings. He was certain there were at least 20,000 people present. Just as Huang Jialong had said, apart from the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were planning to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were many people who had brought them along. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans are here. All of a sudden, a commotion broke out in the distance. The commotion reached Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall nation. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans? Duan Lingtian, the people from the supporting Fall nation, and the people from the supporting Fall nation turned to look in the direction of the commotion. They saw a group of people flying toward them in the distance. This group of people was divided into 5 groups. Each group consisted of about a dozen people, and each group was led by a person. One of the groups was dressed in different attire, and their movements were casual. The person in the lead was a slightly fat middle-aged man. He stroked his round belly as he walked in the air. His small eyes were narrowed, and they seemed to be hidden by the fat on his face. The other group of people were dressed in similar robes. However, when they got closer, one could see that although their robes were similar, there were some differences. For example, the old man in the lead had golden veins embroidered on the sleeves and hem of his robe. The robes of the 2 people behind him had silver veins embroidered on them. As for the other 10 people, their robes were embroidered with bronze veins. There were gold veins, silver veins, and bronze veins. They're from the Simplicity Celestial sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw their robes. He knew they were from the Simplicity Celestial sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. The Simplicity Celestial sect was definitely ranked in the top 3 grade 7 sects in the Profound Nether Mansions territory. In the Profound Nether Mansions territory, only the Cloud Platform Celestial sect and the Coupling Celestial sect were comparable to the Profound Nether Mansion Celestial sect. Are they, from the Cloud Platform Immortal sect? Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the third group of people. This group of people were all monks wearing kasayas. Furthermore, the kasayas they wore were divided into golden kasayas, silver kasayas and red kasayas. There was only one old monk wearing a golden kasaya. He looked kind and benevolent, like a holy monk. However, there was an invisible evil aura exuding from his body, giving people a very contradictory feeling. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard that the Cloud Platform Celestial sect was a sect of monks, similar to the Blissful sect in the Borderlands. If a non-monk wanted to enter this sect, they had to be prepared to become a monk. They must be from the Coupling Celestial sect. In the end, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the fourth group of people. This group of people was the most eye-catching among the 5 groups of people. A handsome young man in luxurious robes sat on a luxurious sedan chair. There were 8 people carrying the sedan chair, 4 in the front and 4 at the back. Behind the palanquin he sat in, there were 10 people following him like shadows. 5 of them were women and 5 of them were men, and all of them were young people with good looks. Apart from the 8 people carrying the sedan chair who were dressed in tight-fitting servant robes, the other 10 people behind the sedan chair were dressed in luxurious robes as well. The Coupling Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian was still paying attention to this group of people when a low exclamation rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with this voice. He did not even need to turn around to know it was Huang Jialong's voice. Jialong, what are you? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong. He could not figure out why Huang Jialong would exclaim in such a low voice. Brother Duan, I've lost my composure. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at the people from the Coupling Celestial sect. I lost my composure because the Coupling Celestial sect is the sect I want to join the most among the 3 sects and 2 clans. Huang Jialong said, if I'm not mistaken, the person leading the group of people from the Coupling Celestial sect is Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect. There are 3 sect leaders in the Coupling Celestial sect. Although the 3rd sect leader isn't the strongest among the 3 sect leaders, he's definitely the most talented one. It's said that apart from being the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, he also holds an important position in the Profound Nether Mansion. When Huang Jialong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked at the person leading the group of people from the Coupling Celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you're so eager to join the Coupling Celestial sect is because of their dual cultivation method, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong with a strange expression on his face as he said, based on what I know, the Coupling Celestial sect's dual cultivation method allows a man and a woman to rapidly improve their cultivation base through dual cultivation. If you join the Coupling Celestial sect, who knows how many women will be defiled by you? Ordinary women won't be able to resist the temptation of the dual cultivation method. Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Brother Duan, your words don't sound nice. What do you mean by defiling? I didn't want them to be cheated by other men, so I tied them to my side in advance. I'm not an irresponsible man. Huang Jialong frowned and said unhappily. All right, you'll be responsible then. Duan Lingtian shook his head and rolled his eyes at Huang Jialong. He did not continue the topic. Instead, he shifted his attention to the 5th group of people. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he knew when to stop. He would never use his status or his cultivation base to coerce women. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian admired Huang Jialong. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he was not a shameless lecher. The 5th group of people were dressed differently. It was obvious they were from another clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. They're from the Gongyang clan? Duan Lingtian asked. It did not take long before he realized this group of people was from the Gongyang clan, one of the grade 7 clans in the 3 sects and 2 clans. So, the group of people I've been paying attention to are from the Zhangsun clan? After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the group of people led by a fat middle-aged man. These people were from the Zhangsun clan, another grade 7 clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. Whoosh. 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 It did not take long before the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and stared at them indifferently. Some of the people who were originally standing close to Duan Lingtian and the others began to move toward Duan Lingtian and the others, opening up a large space for the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Sect Leader Bihai, Vice Sect Leader Hang, Vice Sect Leader Zhang, and Elder Gong Yangyu. How about we send a representative to preside over the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan asked with a smile as he looked at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw the fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan's attitude when he spoke to the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among the 4 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was the most respectful. Or perhaps it would be better to say that he would only show respect when facing Bihai Mingfeng. Moreover, among the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 1 clan, the first person he greeted was Bihai Mingfeng. The leader of the Zhangsun clan seems to be a little cowardly in front of the leader of the coupling celestial sect. As far as I know, the Zhangsun clan is not much weaker than the coupling celestial sect, right? Not far from Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged man whispered to his companion, "They're all leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. There's no need for him to flatter the leader of the coupling celestial sect, right? Don't tell me you don't know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect is?" In response to the middle-aged man's question, his companion looked at him in astonishment. It was as if he was surprised that he would ask such a question. "Who is he?" The middle-aged man frowned. He really did not know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect was. "He's Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect," the middle-aged man's companion said as he looked at the leader of the coupling celestial sect respectfully. "What?" The middle-aged man gasped when he heard his companion's words. "He's Bihai Mingfeng? The 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion?" "That's him." The middle-aged man's companion nodded. "Are you surprised now?" "I didn't expect him to personally come." The middle-aged man smiled wryly. "He's even more terrifying than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. It's not just possible, it's definitely stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Otherwise, do you think anyone can become an inspector of the profound nether mansion? After all, there are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion." The middle-aged man's companion said. "Both of you. Based on what you're saying, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect?" Huang Jialong heard the conversation between the middle-aged man and his companion. He quickly approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously, "Although he's very talented, he's not necessarily stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect due to his young age, right?" "What you're saying is already old news." Chapter 2991. The moment the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect became the inspector of the profound nether mansion, it means he's stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The middle-aged man's companion said. "The inspector of the profound nether mansion?" The 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wanted to run for the position, but he was rejected. Huang Jialong was confused when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words. Although he was the young city governor of the Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, he knew a lot of things that ordinary people in the supporting Fall Nation didn't know about, including some things about the 3 sects and 2 clans. However, this was his first time hearing about the inspector of the profound nether mansion. "Brother, what's the inspector of the profound nether mansion? Earlier, you said there are 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion?" Huang Jialong asked curiously as he looked at the middle-aged man's companion. The inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion are second only to the Mansion Master and the Vice-Mansion Masters in the Profound Nether Mansion. The middle-aged man's companion replied with a burning gaze, "There are only 10 inspectors in the Profound Nether Mansion. Apart from sectless cultivators, powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans can also run for the position. Currently, there are 2 inspectors from the Coupling Celestial Sect, 1 from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and 1 from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There's no one from the Zhangsun clan or the Gongyang clan. The other inspector from the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Simplicity Celestial Sect are all senior powerhouses who have left the 3 major celestial sects. They usually stay in the Profound Nether Mansion and don't interfere with the affairs of the 3 major celestial sects. Naturally, if the 3 major celestial sects are in danger, they'll definitely step forward. However, at that time, the Profound Nether Mansion won't just stand by and watch." The middle-aged man's companion introduced the Profound Nether Mansion to Huang Jialong as though he was very familiar with the Profound Nether Mansion. "Brother, how do you know so much about the Profound Nether Mansion?" Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words. This fellow likes to ask around when he's free. It's only natural that he learned a lot about the Profound Nether Mansion. Huang Jialong was enlightened. Huang Jialong nodded. On the other side. When the fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan spoke, the people from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyang clan turned to look at the leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. "Sect Master Bihai, this matter is up to you to decide." "Exactly. Sect Master Bihai, you can make the decision." "I, Gongyang Yu, will listen to Sect Master Bihai." The 3 of them spoke in unison. It was clear from their words that Bihai Mingfeng was the leader. Even they did not expect the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect would personally lead the group. Even if they were led by the 1st sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, there was no need for them to act so humbly. Not only was this person stronger than them, but he was also the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. An inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion represented the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. There was a rule in the Profound Nether Mansion that stated that inspectors of the 3 sects and 2 clans who were over 3,000 years old were not allowed to return to their sects or clans. On the other hand, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect was not even 1,000 years old, let alone 3,000 years old. Since he was not even 1,000 years old, he could be considered as a genius among geniuses in the Profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, the 20,000 people present on the scene, even those who were unaware of the situation, realized how terrifying the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect was. Just based on the way the leaders of the other 2 sects and 2 clans treated the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, one could tell the 3rd sect leader was not a simple person. Who's this person? There's such a person in the Coupling Celestial Sect? Even if the 1st sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect is here, they shouldn't be acting like this, right? What's going on? At this moment, many people were still unaware of the significance of Bihai Mingfeng's name. Even if someone told them Bihai Mingfeng was an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, they still did not know what it meant. "Since I've decided, Zhangsun Xianxia, you'll be in charge of presiding over the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Bihai Mingfeng sat on the palanquin with his legs crossed leisurely as he glanced at the fat middle-aged man who was the leader of the Zhangsun clan. "Zhangsun Xianxia?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Bihai Mingfeng's words. "I didn't expect this fat middle-aged man to be the 2nd elder of the Zhangsun clan." Although there were many elders in the Zhangsun clan, only 2 of them were famous. They were the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder of the Zhangsun clan. The 2nd Elder was Zhangsun Xianxia. His strength was second only to the clan leader and the Grand Elder of the Zhangsun clan. "The 10 of you will follow Elder Zhangsuan's orders," Bihai Mingfeng said to the people behind him. After saying those words, Bihai Mingfeng spoke again. Evidently, he was speaking to the 10 people behind him. "Yes, 3rd sect leader." As for the 10 people behind him, after hearing his words, they immediately responded in unison, and their voices were filled with incomparable respect. Judging from their tone, the respect in their tone was clearly from the bottom of their hearts. If one took a closer look, they would discover that when they looked at behind Mingfeng's back, there was a crazed look in the depths of their eyes. Not only was Behind Mingfeng the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, but he was also the most talented person in the sect in the past 100,000 years. Most of the people in the coupling celestial sect felt the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had the ability to lead the sect to a higher level and become a 6th grade celestial sect. Yes. Jianghu Xianxia replied to Behind Mingfeng. Then, he looked at the crowd in front of him and said indifferently, "Now, leaders of the major forces who have a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please step forward." Although Jianghu Xianxia's voice was indifferent, it was laced with celestial origin energy that clearly entered the ears of the 20,000 people, including Duan Lingtian. As soon as Jianghu Xianxia finished speaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Thousands of people rose into the air and stood in front of Jianghu Xianxia. All of them looked at Jianghu Xianxia reverently. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was among these people. Xue Ming Kai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation, was also present. Emperors of the Thousand Nations territory, please step forward, Jianghu Xianxia said. After the 1,000 people appeared, Jianghu Xianxia continued to speak. Immediately, 1,000 people stood out from the 1,000 people. Hu Lin Yi and Xue Ming Kai stepped forward as well. Every nation in the Thousand Nations territory has 9 spots to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will give you the accumulative point jade. Jianghu Xianxia looked at the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory and said, "As for what the accumulative point jade represents and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it's up to you to explain them to your people. I won't repeat myself." After Jianghu Xianxia finished speaking, he turned to look at the 10 people he had brought with him. The 10 people immediately flew toward 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory. At the same time, 10 people from the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyang clan stepped forward as well. Every 10 people would give out accumulative point jade to 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory. It did not take long before the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory each received 9 accumulative point jade. Once you've received your accumulative point jade, distribute them to your people. At the same time, you can explain the use of the accumulative point jade and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to them. After the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans returned from distributing the accumulative point jade, Jianghu Xianxia looked at the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory and said indifferently, "Yes, Elder Jianghu." The 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory responded in unison and left. Each of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory ruled a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Usually, they were superior to others in their respective celestial kingdoms. However, at this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the second elder of the Jiangsun clan, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. After the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory left, Jianghu Xianxia asked the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans to step forward and distribute the accumulative point jade to them. The 3 sects and 2 clans distributed different accumulative point jades. Naturally, this did not mean that those who obtained the accumulative point jade from the 3 sects and 2 clans would have to join their respective accumulative point jades if they survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason for this was a tradition passed down from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans would agree to a bet when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. And this bet was based on which force had the most accumulative point jade tokens left in the end, and that force would be the final winner. The 4 losing sects would have to pay the winning sect some money. Although the bet was not specified, it had to be something that would make the 3 sects and 2 clans feel the pinch if they lost. For this reason, the 3 sects and 2 clans hoped that those who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would have the most accumulative point jades. There's one more thing. After the leaders of the remaining sects received their accumulative point jades, Jianghu Xianxia continued to announce. This time, the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will only reopen after 70% of those who have entered have perished. At that time, the entrance to the lower realm will open again. Chapter 2992. 70%? 70% of the people who enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will die before the remaining people can come out? This. Doesn't this mean only 3 out of 10 people who enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will come out alive? Didn't they say that the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will reopen after 60% of the people who enter die? Did the second elder of the Jiangsun clan make a mistake? Above the central area of the scaling cloud lake, a group of people heard Jiangsun Xianxia's words. After a moment of silence, there was another commotion. Most of them were talking about the 70% that Jiangsun Xianxia had mentioned. 70%? The rules have been changed. Although many people thought Jiangsun Xianxia had made a mistake, Duan Lingtian did not think Jiangsun Xianxia had made a mistake. At the very least, Jiangsun Xianxia did not seem to have any intention of retracting his words. Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when Jiangsun Xianxia said, "I didn't make a mistake, and all of you didn't mishear me." In the past, the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would only reopen after 60% of the people who enter have died. However, this time, it's a little more difficult. Only when 70% of the people in the lower realm have died will the southern heaven ancient realm reopen. A bright smile appeared on Jiangsun Xianxia's face when he finished speaking. Jiangsun Xianxia's words had undoubtedly dispelled the thoughts of many people, and it caused their expressions to turn grim. Of course, it's not too late to change your mind. Those who wish to withdraw can return their accumulative point jades to the leaders of the forces who recommended you to the lower realm. Jiangsun Xianxia continued to speak. As soon as Jiangsun Xianxia finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Some people chose to withdraw from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. On the other hand, some people from the supporting Fall Nation, where Duan Lingtian was from, did not withdraw from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, 70%. This means only 30% of the people who enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will come out alive. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There were 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, including him. In other words, based on the ratio, only 3 of them would survive in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I didn't expect the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to be so dangerous. Only 30% will come out alive. Huang Jia Huang. Although he sighed, he was Huang Lin Yi's eyes did not seem to be afraid of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. No one wants to back out? Since the Emperor Huang Lin was Huang, he did not seem surprised Duan Lingtian's heavenly supreme celestial ancient heaven sect. However, what surprised him was that he had never seen such a scene before. Surprisingly, not a single person from the supporting Fall Nation proposed to withdraw. Fortune comes with risk. When I was in the supporting Fall Nation, I decided to participate in the Southern Heaven combat because I wanted to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm and seek my own fortuitous encounter. If I run away now, my celestial Tao heart will be affected, and I won't be able to improve my cultivation base in the future. A middle-aged overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation said in a deep voice, "Moreover, the death rate is only 10% higher than before. Who's to say I won't survive until the end?" That's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to back out. How many chances are there in life? If I don't take the risk now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Humph. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to come out alive. As long as we come out alive, we'll be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. At that time, our future will be bright. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation were filled with enthusiasm. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was, naturally, very pleased with their decision. After all, one more person would be able to come out alive if they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In that case, it would only be beneficial to him and not detrimental to him. Your Majesty, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the southern Qi nation seems different from ours. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the southern Qi nation and saw the accumulative point jade in the hands of one of the southern Qi nation's overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The accumulative point jade in his hands was green and seemed to be filled with vitality. On the other hand, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the southern Qi nation's overarching heavenly supreme celestial was blue and as clear as the sea. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, some of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall nation turned to look at the people from the southern Qi nation. They're indeed different. The accumulative point jade in the hands of the southern Qi nation's people is blue, but our accumulative point jade is green. Why are they different? Is there something special about the different colors of the accumulative point jade? The overarching heavenly supreme celestials quickly shifted their attention to Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Hu Lin Yi explained, every time the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opens, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who enter the southern heaven ancient realm are given 5 different colors. The colors are the gold jade, wood jade, water jade, fire jade, and earth jade. Each of the 5 colors represents one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. For example, the wooden jade in your hands was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment before he continued to say, this wooden jade was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial sect. The gold jade was given to me by the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. The water jade was given to me by the Coupling Celestial sect. The fire jade was given to me by the Gong Yang clan. The earth jade was given to me by the Zhang Sun clan. Hu Lin Yi paused for a moment before he continued to say, rumor has it that every time the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opens, the 3 sects and 2 clans would set up a bet with each other. Let's see which sect has the most accumulative point jades in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It's said that the other 4 forces will have to give something to the force that has the most accumulative points jade tokens. Hu Lin Yi explained. Naturally, although the accumulative point jades correspond to forces, those who come out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm can choose any force they want. At that time, those who perform outstandingly and are ranked at the top will generally be invited by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Hu Lin Yi continued to explain. A bet? Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, Duan Lingtian and the others finally understood what Hu Lin Yi meant. The 3 sects and 2 clans are really arrogant to use this as a bet. At the very least, they can set their own rules when it comes to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Duan Lingtian looked at the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans and realized how cruel it was to survive in the Devata realms. The bigger the fist, the better. In the Devata realms, the stronger ones were revered. Your Majesty, the accumulative point jades in our hands are made of wood jade. If we kill someone who has an accumulative point jade and absorb the points in it, our accumulative point jades won't change color, right? An overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall nation asked Hu Lin Yi. Of course not, Hu Lin Yi replied. Hu Lin Yi said, the 3 sects and 2 clans have already thought about this. Before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, all of you have to perform blood ownership claim on your accumulative point jades. Once the owners of these accumulative points jade plates die, their accumulative points jade plates will become ownerless. After 1 breath, they will shatter, and the points inside will be transferred to the nearest accumulative points jade plate. Therefore, when you kill someone in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, you must make sure there are no other accumulative point jades near the person you kill. Otherwise, the points from the person you kill will be transferred to the accumulative point jade that has an owner. Hu Lin Yi reminded Duan Lingtian and the others when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian and the others would not have known about this if Hu Lin Yi did not mention it. Apart from that, although all of you will enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm together, you'll be sent to different corners of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation. In the beginning, all of you will have to rely on yourselves. However, if you encounter each other and trust each other, you can work together. Of course, if you can't trust each other, I suggest you don't work together. After all, no one will know even if you kill each other in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as long as no one else is present. Hu Lin-Yi paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and the others meaningfully. Many overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to look at the people around them warily. Some of them were even determined not to work together with Hu Lin-Yi. It was fine if someone sincerely wanted to work together with them. However, if someone harbored evil intentions, they might even be killed. About half an hour later. It's almost time. The voice of the Zhangsun clan's second elder, Jianghu Xianxia, resounded once more, and it suppressed the vast clamor of the scene in one go, causing the scene to instantly become silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will join forces to open the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. All overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have decided to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please bring your accumulative point jades with you. Jianghu Xianxia said. As soon as Jianghu Xianxia finished speaking, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, turned to look at the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Jianghu Xianxia nodded at the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Chapter 2993. Are those formation plates? Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw Jianghu Xianxia and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans taking out similar plates with complicated inscriptions on them. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. The plates in Jianghu Xianxia and the others' hands were the tokens to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion had entrusted them to the 3 sects and 2 clans for safekeeping. Let's begin. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, said indifferently. He was the first to throw the formation plate in his hand. It rose into the air in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh. 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 After Bihai Mingfeng threw the formation plates in his hand, Jianghu Xianxia and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans also threw the formation plates in their hands. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the 5 formation discs were suspended in the void, forming a circle. There seemed to be a mysterious force that connected them together tightly. Swoosh. 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 With a burst of light sound, the 5 formation discs were connected in a mysterious way. Above the 5 formation discs, bursts of white light rose at the same time. Finally, they connected together, forming a beam of light that was like a pillar that supported the sky. The beam of light seemed to have descended from the heavens and struck the empty space under the feet of the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air, causing the void to tremble. In the next moment, rip! A spatial tear appeared. In the next moment, a majestic door flew out of the spatial tear and appeared before everyone's eyes. There were 2 huge pillars on both sides of the door. The pillars were engraved with complicated inscriptions that exuded an ancient aura. In addition, there was a plaque hanging on the crossbeam directly above the door. On it, there were 4 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials present on the scene only stared at the plaque for a few breaths before they averted their eyes. This was because as soon as they saw the words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque, they could feel a powerful aura surging out of the plaque, exerting a terrifying pressure on them. They could not withstand this pressure at all. They could only hold on for 1 or 2 breaths of time. Even some of the stronger overarching heavenly supreme celestials could only last a few breaths longer than most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Apart from Duan Lingtian, none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials could last more than 10 breaths. The reason Duan Lingtian could hold on for so long was because of the profound divine metal protecting his soul. The words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque exerted a pressure on everyone's soul. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials were staring at the plaque. He could tell there was something strange about the plaque. He withdrew his gaze before the others withdrew their gazes. Even so, his action was noticed by the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. This young man is not simple. They knew very well just how oppressive the 4 words on the signboard were. However, the purple-clad young man had held on for more than twice as long as the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, it seemed like he had intentionally looked away. Interesting. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian, averted their gazes, the powerhouses from the other sects also averted their gazes after a while. They no longer dared to look at the words. Don't tell me those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord? An overarching heavenly supreme celestial asked in a trembling voice. You're right. Those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. However, we're not sure which generation the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Some of the people present on the scene knew the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Just the words left behind are already so terrifying. If the real person were to descend, how terrifying would his strength be? Huang Jialong said in a trembling voice. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, however, unlike Huang Jialong who was shocked by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's technique, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of it. He had seen people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. How could he be afraid of a titled Celestial Lord? After all heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were titled Celestial Emperors. Although there was only 1 word difference between a titled Celestial Emperor and a titled Celestial Lord, their strength was on a completely different level. If a titled Celestial Emperor wanted to, he could easily kill a titled Celestial Emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's soul was protected by the profound divine metal at this moment. Therefore, he did not feel what Huang Jialong felt earlier. Boom! Rumble. A series of loud noises rang in the air, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. However, none of them paid any attention to the plaque on the crossbeam above the door. As for those experts who were still looking at the plaque and vaguely felt a trace of pressure, their gazes were attracted by the sound of the door, and they no longer continued to look at the plaque. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the door opened inwards. After the door opened, what appeared in front of everyone was an endless darkness. It was so dark that they could not even see their fingers in front of their faces. Swoosh! 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 Almost at the same time, 10 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans stepped into the air and appeared in front of the door. When they saw the words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque above the door, they knew the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was behind the door. For this reason, they were not surprised by the actions of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Everyone who's not in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, move back 1,000 meters. Jianghu Xianxia's voice rang in the air again. Everyone from the various sects, including Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, retreated 1,000 meters immediately. Apart from that, there were also those who changed their minds and did not want to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, the crowd was reduced by about 8,000 people. Only 12,000 people remained. The 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation, including Duan Lingtian, were in the crowd. Very good. There are still 10,000 people. Jianghu Xianxia was pleased to see that there were still 12,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. 12,000 people. In other words, only 3,600 of you will survive. As for the 3,600 survivors, they can choose to join any of the 3 sects and 2 clans. In addition, the 3,600 people who come out in the end will be ranked according to the points on your accumulative points jade token. Those who rank in the top 100 will be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Those who rank in the top 30 will be rewarded even more. Those who rank in the top 10, top 3, and top 1 will be rewarded handsomely. Jianghu Xianxia continued to say, naturally, the rewards you will receive will be separate from the rewards your referees will receive. In other words, your rewards will belong to you and won't be given to your referees. The referees Xianxia Xianxia mentioned were, naturally, the leaders of the various sects who had brought the overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the southern heaven ancient realm. For example, Duan Lingtian's referees were Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said, "All of you will be divided into 50 groups and enter the southern heaven ancient realm. Apart from performing the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point jade, you'll also have to perform the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point jade. The accumulative point jade will be left behind so that we can observe the changes in your points. If your accumulative point jade shatters, your accumulative point jade will shatter as well. In addition, we will show projections in the void according to the subcards and list the rankings of those who are still alive. Naturally, those who only have 1 point are not eligible to be ranked." Jianghu Xianxia continued to say. The accumulative point jade is divided into accumulative point jade and accumulative point jade? I have the accumulative point jade while the accumulative point jade is left behind? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation did not mention this to them. However, it seemed like the emperor of the supporting Fall nation knew the 3 sects and 2 clans would reveal this to them. Jianghu Xianxia continued to say, "I'm sure your referees have already explained the rest to you. Now, all of you will form 50 groups and enter the southern heaven ancient realm one by one. Everything you obtain in the southern heaven ancient realm will belong to you even after you come out of it. Good luck. The higher your ranking, the better your treatment in the 3 sects and 2 clans will be." When Duan Lingtian and the others had formed 50 groups, Jianghu Xianxia's voice rang in the air again. He did not say anything else after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 12,000 participants had formed 50 groups and were making their way to the entrance of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The 50 participants from the 3 sects and 2 clans were each in charge of a group. After dripping blood on the accumulative point jade's accumulative point jade and the accumulative point jade's accumulative point jade, each participant would be able to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. Swoosh. 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 After 2 rounds of dripping blood on the accumulative point jade, the 50 participants were the first to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. However, when they entered the darkness behind the southern heaven ancient realm, they did not move at all. It was as though they had been devoured by the darkness until nothing was left of them. 50 participants formed a group and entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Chapter 2994. The people from the supporting Fall nation were all in the same line. The person in front was none other than Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall nation. "I'll make a move first. Be careful." Hu Jiyong nodded at Duan Lingtian and the others before he entered the southern heaven ancient realm with the other 49 people. Initially, Hu Jiyong wanted Duan Lingtian to be the first to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. However, Duan Lingtian was not particular about this and stood behind Huang Jialong. The second person to enter the southern heaven ancient realm was Huang Jialong's 5th brother, Huang Jiachao. "5th brother, be careful. Don't overexert yourself." Although Huang Jialong had a few brothers, he was the closest to his 5th brother. Therefore, he had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Huang Jialong preparing to enter the southern heaven ancient realm. "Don't worry, 4th brother. I'll make it out alive," Huang Jiachao said with a smile. Then, he nodded at Duan Lingtian before he entered the southern heaven ancient realm with the other 49 people. After Huang Jiachao, it was Huang Jialong's turn. "Brother Duan, I'll make a move first. Although you're strong, the profound nether mansion is huge. There's bound to be some powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Don't underestimate them," Huang Jialong reminded Duan Lingtian before he entered the southern heaven ancient realm. He was worried Duan Lingtian would underestimate the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian nodded and watched as Huang Jialong entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew there was always someone better than him out there. Although Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm while he was only a transcender, Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm. Although Duan Lingtian was a transcender, he had met people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's horizons were much higher than Huang Jialong's imagination. After Huang Jialong, it was Duan Lingtian's turn to enter. Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative point jade and dripped his blood on it in front of the people from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect who were in charge of their group. Then, the person from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect took out a small jade token and asked Duan Lingtian to bind it with his blood. Duan Lingtian knew this was the sub-token of the accumulative point jade in his hand. It could reflect the changes in the main token of the accumulative point jade. After you bind the master token with your blood, you can infuse your divine sense into it and check the points inside. Currently, there's only 1 point. The person in charge of Duan Lingtian's group was a young man from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. He wore a Daoist robe, and his expression was indifferent. Upon hearing the other party's words, Duan Lingtian immediately infused his divine sense into the Jade Points token and immediately received a point. If there's nothing else, you can go in now. The disciple from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect said after he registered Duan Lingtian's name. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he stepped into the void and entered the void before he walked into the darkness behind the void. As soon as Duan Lingtian came into contact with the darkness, he felt a powerful suction force pulling him into the darkness. During this process, although he tried to resist, it was to no avail. After being swallowed, Duan Lingtian only felt darkness before his eyes. Then, he felt as though the world was spinning. This feeling lasted for a few dozen breaths before it finally stopped. After the feeling stopped, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The dazzling light made him squint his eyes instinctively. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked around. He was certain he was in a forest. All he could see were trees that he could not name. Apart from that, there were also yellowish-green leaves under his feet. The ground was soft. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He turned to look at a shrub that he could not name. The shrub was lush and dense. It was dark yellow in color as though it had merged with the earth. Ow! As Duan Lingtian looked at the shrub, he saw 2 dark green rays of light among the shrub. As soon as the 2 dark green rays of light appeared, a dark yellow figure leaped out of the shrub and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Is this a celestial beast? At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw a celestial beast that resembled a wolf charging at him. Based on its eyes, he could tell it was a celestial beast without intelligence. It's a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, its instincts are not inferior to heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and roughly learned about the celestial beast without intelligence. Swoosh! As soon as the celestial beast closed in on him, Duan Lingtian's right hand shot out at lightning speed. An earthy yellow light flashed in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Ow! A shrill cry rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had extended his hand and grabbed the neck of the celestial beast that was pouncing toward him. At the same time, the light in his hand transformed into a huge palm. The celestial beast was about 1.5 meters tall when it stood on all fours. Its neck was extremely thick. If it were not for the hand, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to grab hold of the celestial beast's neck. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill the celestial beast. Otherwise, he would have killed the celestial beast with just a flick of his finger. It's a normal celestial beast. It's not a formation. There's life in the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he extended his divine consciousness and confirmed that the celestial beast in his hand was not an illusory celestial beast. This is a little world created by a celestial lord? A little world created by a celestial lord allows living beings to live in it for a long time? Duan Lingtian did not know much about little worlds created by celestial lords. However, he knew a thing or two about little worlds created by celestial dukes and celestial kings. Even for little worlds created by celestial kings, those who entered them would not be able to stay in them for long. Otherwise, they would be forcefully sent out. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought to himself, perhaps, this celestial beast was recently sent into the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian looked at the celestial beast in front of him again. Although the celestial beast was not sentient, there was a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Duan Lingtian. I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, I'll take your life. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he released the celestial beast, freeing it. After the celestial beast regained its freedom, it looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully before it left without looking back. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. What's this place? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he rose into the air. His celestial origin energy caused the leaves on the ground to flutter in the air. There's a limit? When Duan Lingtian was about 100 meters above the forest, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried to circulate his celestial origin energy, he could not ascend any higher. High up in the sky, there seemed to be an invisible pressure that was binding him at all times, not allowing him to continue ascending. I can't see anything useful at this height. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air and looked at his surroundings. With his eyesight, although he could see very far, all he could see was a boundless forest. Swoosh! Swoosh! All of a sudden, a loud noise rang in the air. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when the noise got closer, he felt as though a dam had burst. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a group of densely packed black dots moving toward him at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black dots grew larger and larger until they transformed into black crows the size of goshawks. On the heads of these black crows, there were golden horns that were faintly flickering with golden light, emitting waves of demonic aura. These are golden-horned black crows? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the black crows moving toward him. Although the golden-horned black crows were celestial beasts without intelligence, they were extremely talented. Even if they did not encounter any fortuitous encounters, they would still be able to break through and become peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. These golden-horned black crows seemed to be peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he saw the speed of the black crows. It was not difficult for him to discern their cultivation bases. He was not worried if there were only a few dozen black crows. However, there were only a few hundred of them. They were enough to pose a threat to him. It was even to the extent that once over 100 black crows successfully formed a formation, he would undoubtedly die with his current strength. The terrifying thing about the golden-horned black crows was not their innate talent, but their innate ability to form a formation with their companions. One golden-horned black crow was not scary. However, if there were a few dozen, a few hundred, or even a few thousand of them gathered together, it would be extremely terrifying. It was said that if a few thousand golden-horned black crows formed a formation, they could easily kill a celestial duke. Wait a minute. These thousands of black crows seem to have formed a formation to look for prey. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as the flock of golden-horned black crows drew closer. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's body flashed, and his entire body shone with an earthen yellow light. In the next moment, he shot into the forest like a sharp arrow. This was the only choice he had at this moment. Once he entered the forest, the thousands of golden-horned black crows would no longer be able to form a formation. If that was the case, he would still have a chance to survive. Why am I so unlucky? I encountered such a terrifying flock of golden-horned black crows as soon as I entered the forest.